Hello, everybody, and welcome. We return for day 2, the final day of the Clan Rivals Industrial Frontier tournament. If I remember the full name of that, it's a big chunky name. I'm Ikibu, and by the side of me is none other and the one only Keyhand.
Hello there.
Hello. I've been told he's been practicing his high fives all night, so
Yet
we
again.
should have this down today. So today we're going to start the first game with CSA versus DV. Continuing on from yesterday, today we're going to get through the losers bracket. Not that they're losers, but it's just another chance for people to climb their way back to success and victory, and good luck to them. So here is the day outline. As you can see, first match of the day is going to be CSA versus DV with match 6, and match 7 I'm going to leave for Keyhand to walk you through.
Yeah, match 7 is gonna be Trust against Invil, and as David already mentioned, we are in the losers bracket, i.e. the second chance for all the clans that lost a battle yesterday. Basically, in this double elimination system, all the clans have 2 lives, and if they lose the second one, they're out. So the first 4 matches that we are going to say today, match 6, 7, up until 9, is going to be basically a single elimination tournament from this point on. When a clan loses, they are out. So yeah, there is no saving strategies today. It will be all out war in between those contestants who are fighting for their life, basically fighting to get into that grand final in the match 10 that you see all the way on the right, where Fame is already waiting for whoever wins against Raid.
So as always, I've already seen it in chat with people going codes when. That will be coming up shortly. Please be patient. But for today is the full schedule breaking down. Now, the times that you see there, guys, please be aware these can change drastically. Sometimes there's really fast games, sometimes there's slower games. We'll adjust these as we go along, but hopefully you can kind of see roughly those are the times that you will see the game start and roughly when they will end. So, are you ready for your code? You ready for your code today? Usually I'm waiting for code, giveaway, code, more codes today. It's going to be on the screen right now. So this is for 1 day of premium. There are 50,000 activations. So the first 50,000 people that activate it get it. If you activate it after that, you're going to get invalid code activation on there. I know that it's a fairly long one today. I will paste it into chat once it's off the screen and once we're off of this. And I don't end up just looking down like this on the camera. So we will share it in just a second. I hope you all enjoy that. Share it around with your friends who aren't already here. I hope your friends are already here for you. So what do you think, Keyhand? Who do you think is going to make it to the finals?
It's difficult to predict. Yesterday there were quite a few upsets already. Invil dropping that first match against Raid was already, in my opinion, a pretty big surprise to almost everyone, probably except the people in the Raid team. However, we are now there with the first match that we're going to see. We see my predictions here actually for the first 2 matches today. I'm still saying that CSA will take the first game against Davy, just because Davy looked that unconvincing yesterday when they took on Fame. The second match that we're going to see, I'm going with Invil still. They made Raid yesterday, but then again Raid was in really, really good shape yesterday. So yeah, they should have it against Trust in my opinion.
And then for myself, I went with CSA. I think this is going to be fairly close just because, as you mentioned, yesterday was a little bit surprising with the performance, and they made identical mistakes with on certain games, which was interesting to see. And then for me, Trust, I have a lot of confidence in them just because they were so strong, but I see that I'm in the minority here with this prediction, so come on, Trust, don't let me down.
I believe 3 out of the 4 of us voted for Invil, but we'll see.
Yeah, so
Trust looking strong yesterday against Fame, even though they lost.
Are you ready for the pun? The whole "I've put my trust in you, don't let me down."
Oh no!
Had to be done. You're here for the puns, guys. Here for the puns. So they're the predictions for those. See, chat love the puns on there, and we're gonna pass you over to the lovely duo, the amazingly dapper and vocal duo of this is your name then, Mojo and Daki.
Thank you very much, Iki. I didn't know I was called Keyhand yet, but yes, I'm going to be joined here again by Mojo today. Big hopes for these teams again, right, Mojo?
Yeah, hopefully it's gonna be really a blast. Though I don't know what's going on with stream, but never mind. On other hand, like I'm really wondering, do we have another Ryan there with Iki, man? Like the puns? Seriously, is that an English thing?
I don't know. I mean, maybe it is an English thing. Maybe puns are just the way to go. Can't do better than trust in you, though. He really rated my self confidence with that one. But we'll see if I can rise to fame, or it's going to be I'm done, Mojo. I don't want to continue this. I'm going to leave the puns to Iki. What do you expect from today, Mojo?
Well, already I think like CSA showed a bit more than Devi, so I kind of have a bit more faith in them, and I didn't like the strats that Devi used yesterday. I was really uncomfortable with the way they played, and also it's not only that. I saw some player mistakes that they usually wouldn't do before. So I don't know where is that coming from. If they don't step up like really heavily today, I think they're gonna lose. I actually think it's gonna be a closer match maybe because both of them didn't really shine the, I don't know how to say, like really great security going out from them, like what they're doing and what are they trying to show. But I still think the CSA will have the upper hand in that one.
Yeah, I'm rooting for Invil all the way now. At least for the first few matches on the lower bracket, I think they're going to come out swinging today. Their ego probably get a little bruised yesterday, to say the least, after their match against Raid. So I fully expected them to have been fully tryharding for today and coming out swinging.
Well, on the other match that we have also, like Invil and Trust, we always have this story in previous tournaments, Invil is always there. They're really good throughout the Clan War seasons. They're really good through advanced season stuff, and they get stuck on the tournaments. And that's the curse they need to break. Yesterday, they misperformed, and they have to show more today. Trust, on other hand, like did way more than expected. But when Invil regroups, I'm not sure that will be enough because Trust played aggressive games against Fame, who actually in those first games seemed lacking compared to the next ones,
Yeah, there was talked a little bit about Insane. There was a lot of mistakes made in their matches.
And they mainly looked
them.
like personal mistakes and stuff like that. So I'm not sure that Trust will have that kind of game against Invil, especially since he will be in their face all the time.
Yeah.
So I have more faith there in Invil in that match.
Between CSC and Davy, though, it does seem like the community, the chat, is favoring Davy here with 65.3% over a mere 34% for CSA. I guess them being in the underdog role is not something new whatsoever.
We said yesterday that chat usually has, that kind of stature that they just follow who they know better.
So Mojo, now we are on the map pick, and I can tell you that Live Oaks and Prokrovka were banned by Davy, Mojo, and then Ensk and Muro banned by CSA. So we have Sand River, Cliff, and then Himmelsdorf as tiebreaker. What do you think? I mean, Cliff, it's been a favorite map yesterday as well, but Sand River coming out here between these two.
Sand River is a new map that wasn't played before. That's the first timer. Like, so far we had Cliff every single time on every single map. I really don't understand why and how, but like I guess like the new meta kind of proves it to be working. So it's kind of cool. And like the teams like the brawl there. On the other hand, Sand River wasn't shown a single time on a single match. So that's going to be interesting for us to see. CSA has the same two bans as they had in a match against Raid. So I guess that's the maps they just don't want to play. And Devi had those two maps banned against Fame. So they just chose new ones now, I guess, because CSA just did their job. I guess like they will just all play it out on Sand River, which will be the most important map because they did see each other how they play on Cliff yesterday.
Well, historically, at least, not as much recently, at least not in advances and such. But historically, people prefer playing from the east much more than playing from the west-hand side on Sand River, Mojo, especially because of those K-line positions, which are favorable for the team that is defending, the team that spawns on to the east. It gives them a lot of options and a lot of control from that area of the map.
Oh, I think we are actually maybe even starting to go into the match of the Sand River for the very first time after quite some time. I mean, it became a bit monotonous yesterday. Like everyone was playing all the time Cliff and Himmelsdorf, Cliff and Himmelsdorf, Cliff and Himmelsdorf.
Yeah, I mean, we're still going to see Cliff at the end of the day. We're still going to get there, no matter what, even if it is going to be a match point between these two teams. We will still go to Cliff no matter what. And it does seem like our first match here is ready between CSA and DV lineups. Double RD for
double
both these
RT
teams,
for
Mojo.
DV. Like, we will see finally the clicker Dr. Nix in the role there. And who will be the second one, I wonder. WBR going and stretching out from the base immediately go to spot upper and the lower side of the map. 2 mediums left to snipe if there is anything on the dunes, and a massive push on a K-line coming in from DV. DV defending on this side, guys, don't forget that, so they actually do not have to commit that much. They even have an STRV in a base.
Okay, so Buzuk is the second clicker here for the side of DV, not something we're really used to. Froley already takes some, Sigo takes some as well in his EBR and his combat, and Svitman, which we saw do monstrous things in one of the recent tournaments, Mojo, if you remember. So we'll have to see what he can do in his clicker.
I'm actually really confused. Like, wasn't Buzuk playing the lights for Devi before?
Yeah, but he doesn't really like to play EBR, so maybe he just feels more comfortable having a snack, having a drink, having a giggle, and picking the GC together with Nix.
Ah, so he's gonna like play and stream snipe. Hua, hua, hua. And we have like bunch of chieftains just taking the positions here. They're just trying to feel out what is CSA going to do, and I guess camp it out, because this tactic is exactly that. You don't have really much mobility on the Devi side here.
Also,
When you play with double RT, you don't really want to do anything.
So far, by initial setups, it's not looking this good for CSA. I mean, double RD against double RD. If he is going to use that IS-7 to spot away Mojo, which in essence is an expendable tank, let's be honest. That IS-7, it's only used realistically for one role, and that's to be RD fodder.
Yeah, usually you would use that on attacking side, and you would send someone right where these chieftains are, but in this meta it's kind of a waste, because like double RT would just massacre the guy who is playing it, and you usually wouldn't get a trade, really good trade after it. Shifter moved with his STRV on a further in position, so they are quite secure that there is nothing from CSA on upper side of the map that can actually jeopardize him, but if he does get spotted, it's gonna be a raining hell for him.
True. The CSA tanks here trying to do their best to not be spotted. They don't want to get pounded by RD, but you can see in return, Froley has taken a beating himself. He was the man that was sent to C6. He's been forced away by the double RD. In return, the chieftains from Divi have taken some damage towards RD as well. Rocker and Ghost need to be careful, but look at this, Mojo. The chieftains from CSA, they're pushing up. They want to try and pick off Peter here, but do they have to overcommit for that? I do think so, but I don't think... You think they're going to stop?
They can't stop now. They have to push actually, so they will be shot by STRVs, and 907's Petar is taking a lot of damage, but Wilda is getting massacred and focused from the Devi guys.
This repush here for CSA. Yes, they pick up Peter. He goes down very fast once those chieftains crest towards the K-line. But the damage in return has been very significant. You can see these chieftains peeking. Killa, Magma, Ghost, Mrakar, Phoenix, and RD Shell coming out as well. And there is that there is that 907, there is that STRV with Crossfire. Broly goes down in towards the meantime. Will is down towards 74 HP. RD Shells left, RD Shells right. But so far, the trades in favor of DV. These chieftains here for the side of CSA, they're kind of left helpless, kind of left alone as Dexter gets set on fire. That Crossfire coming in from G8, it's brutal.
Yeah, this is a massive damage coming in, but the bigger problem at the moment now for CSA is even the Sigo is left on 25 HP on his EBR, Cosmo is on 200, Froley is dead in his 907, so Devi effectively stopped them in their tracks, in their push, and they are controlling the upper side of the map, which will bring even those both artists they have in jeopardy. Once they fall, and it's only a matter of time, that will be a GG for CSA.
Yeah, I mean, 5,000 HP difference now between these two. Comsta and Nalo pushing up in towards the middle, trying to get those spots out in towards Drago and Shifter in the SCRV, because they were putting a lot of pain on towards the sides of CSA. They pick off Dr. Drago, but they lose combat and the RD in the meantime. Killa's gonna go down here on the outside as well, so CSA is making some picks. They are slowly crawling back, but it's still a big mountain to overcome.
Oh my dear god, like here, like CSA is just like faced with hard choices and nothing good to look for. They have to push, but it's such a struggle, man, and it has no bright shining light on a way out of it. It's just like a matter of time when they will fall and what kind of damage can they do. They're trying to pressure here Magma and Ghost, but the cooldown tanks of Devi are not forgiving.
Devi are not forgiving. They have so much HP advantage at this moment in time that they could just clean up the K-line very effectively. And this is what we talked about, those K-line positions coming from both teams. You know, the East is heavily favored. That STRV should have had a field day, actually, from that position with Dr. Drago over there. But, yeah, at the end, it didn't really matter. And this is usually Mojo why teams from the West don't like playing with that double RD. If they're going to go K-line, they like to just make a full push. Because trades for trades, you're almost always in the worst position.
It looks like... I actually don't understand what was CSA trying to achieve with this. Because if they expected Devi to camp, this is not the way to dig them out. This is way to dig out the enemy who actually plays the upper side of the map. So maybe they thought Devi will not even be on K-line or something, man. Like, I really don't understand this. Because they pretty much got stopped in tracks before anything happened.
I think their initial plan, although it's hard to say, it's hard to say, but like if I had to make an educated guess, right, from what I saw, is maybe they were waiting for Devi to close the distance, Mojo, because they did try to stay unspotted with a lot of tanks over there, and if Devi closes the distance, do the repush. However, Devi never closed the distance with more than an IS-7, so there wasn't really anything to repush on while they were losing the north side of the map, because Froley got already down to low HP really, really early. So, you know, if you don't go to K-line immediately, going delayed costs you so much HP. So you kind of have to hope for a mistake at that point.
Yeah, I also didn't like the fact that when they saw that there is a double RT and so many chieftains on that K-line, that they didn't try to play more aggressive with their mediums and lights from the upper side of the map. Because they're pretty much on equal footing there. Like, if Devi wanted to push in them, they would have to suffer a lot of damage from CSA RT and the trenched up tanks, and it would be more or less equal fight, you know? It's not like Devi had like really a lot of rotation tanks, so they can just come with some unspotted 907s and EBRs to make that push work. They only have an STRV and two 907s and two EBRs beside. And I think CSA really should have made a better use of the rest of the map. First, to make sure there is no crossfire that will massacre them when they do this push on I7. That's something I really didn't like in this game.
If you want to push K-line, it's better to bring maximum one RD, to be honest, and go to K-line straight, so you don't need to bleed twice. Because if you're going to K-line straight and they're going to K-line straight, at least you avoid what happened to Will when you saw him push the I7, is where he basically dropped almost completely. You give them less time to set up the crossfire. Like, this way, Devi was already set up, they were already chilling, they had no threat from the north, right, with Rolly going so low, and they didn't really have to do anything.
No, really. Like, this game was kind of awkward. Not something I'm used from CSA, which we watched on previous tournaments. Like, usually they will play really more proactive and aggressive and tactically prepared. So let's see what will wait for us in the second Sand River game. Well, they will be the defending ones, because they will have to punch through that defense. It's not the easy job to win the defense. I mean, to win attack on Sand River. Like, if the enemy knows how to rotate well and how to position, it's actually one of the harder maps to break.
So let's look at the lineups here. Both these teams actually choosing for double RD Mojo, double EBR. Nothing completely out of the ordinary. Not seeing any quick and aggressive pushes from these teams today.
Well, today it's just the first map. It's just like Sand River. I do
warm up.
I do not expect this to see on a cliff, but never mind. Aggressive spot again, up and down by EBRs. Pretty much very similar tactic from both teams coming in, but Devi is sending more 907s to the upper side of the map to try to play that, and keeping some on reserve around the middle, probably to pressure the EBR on middle. So I guess the Devi kind of strat here is definitely not the push and pressure on K-line immediately. They're gonna wait, try to dominate the upper side of the map first, and then do some rotations.
Ooh, Reich taking a lot of damage though already in his EBR. Seago even missing. Reich must have gotten very unlucky with RNG to end up on this HP. Seago is going to chase him. The 1v1 there. Can Seago actually beat Reich? So far, so good. Reich goes down towards Dexter, but at least he spotted all the chieftains going K-line. Gets 400 assistance damage in return. Maybe Buzuk and Nyx will make that a little bit more, but so far, so good. Magma even setting Sakalito on fire in his chieftain there. A big RD shell now coming out, and so far, so good though for the side of CSA. I mean, they picked up an EBR. Yes, Saka took a lot of damage, but they're taking the positions.
Yeah, Saka is pretty much decimated in his tank, but he can pull back in some kind of sniping line. But the really hurtful thing here for Devi is that they lost the light so early. Now they're making a pressure on upper side of the map with 907s and EBR, so we need to see what's gonna happen on that EBR. Like Cosmo might be in a trouble there, because if he doesn't see all of these 907s, they will pressure me. And there is a pressure coming in from 907s of Devi through the trench line, also followed by one chieftain. Drago, Corona, and Shifterino are going through those lines to make an alternative crossfire on tanks in the base. So that is the real plan of Devi, but I'm pretty sure they didn't count on losing the EBR.
Normally, you do not want to give up middle this easily when you're playing Sand River. I mean, giving up the middle is one of the most crucial things. If you give up the middle control like they have now, this allows now Devi to clear out the north side of the map and set up some angles from both A0 to J1, like you crossfire the map completely. So CSA here, are they going to make a reaction? Are they going to keep it like this? Because so far, there's a lot of map control for Devi.
This is actually really awkward to watch, because they're just staying at red line everywhere. The CSA, their tanks are spread thin. They're not really well connected, if you can say that. They do rely on RT shells a lot, but if Devi doesn't provide them the targets, effective targets, what are they gonna do? So Killer is the only guy spotted here in cooldown. RT is trying to do damage on him to make itself useful, but the real deal are the 907s and EBRs that are playing the upper side of the map.
So far, the one saving grace I see for CSA is that Kamsta is in A0, and I don't think he has been spotted out yet. I mean, Tuxi might find him, so that buys them a decent amount of time, because Devi cannot just take A0 for free. They do have to send a 907 to clear that. And Nyx here on the max range in the GC. It's not something you like to see when you're on the other end of that.
That's the steepest angle that RT can have, and people like Nyx, who have every bloody RT gun marked in a game, probably know by heart that, oh, I need to sit in this precise position of this square so I can shoot this precise position, and the shell will receive in like 6.3 seconds.
This is a mistake
Something
here,
like
though,
that.
what Devi did already with Killer pushing up by himself. You need to establish A0 and even pressure down zero line before you play this outside dune here, and you can see Seago taking one from Alco, but Killer trading heavily towards the RD way too early to make that move.
Killer is actually paying off on that position. Like, it's been quite a while in
No,
the game.
he was 800 HP, Mojo. He was 800. That's why.
That was a
yeah,
bug.
it's just a visual bug. He was on 800 HP, so that's why. But now look at Shifter Mojo
Good
pushing
Killer.
up in the middle with Drago and Corona there.
That's what he said like a while ago. Like, they're trying to
Yeah, but
create
he
a crossfire, I guess.
He closed the distance now with the Chieftains, so
Yeah. So they can pressure up the 907s up. Like, there is a 907 in the corner, a B0, and two of them covering him with sniping positions, but they can be suppressed. And once that happens, the 907s from the upper A0 will push, start making damage, and pressure the base from that side. And then they're gonna bring the RT into the danger. But Tuxi is low HP now. Like, this is the problem. Actually, CSA is slowly winning this attrition war on important tanks.
So keep in mind now that it says Tuxi is full HP on this, but that's because this observer is really far away from that, so you cannot really see that. Tuxi in reality is a one-shot, so yeah, you see the HP dropping just now. It looked like the HP was even, but in reality, CSA is leading a hefty amount. Chomi getting annihilated in his Chieftain, actually. That was towards the middle of the map, and now Shifter, Drago, and Corona crossing over. They want to take down Comsta there on B0. They will take him out, but at what cost, Mojo? Because you can see the trades here just going more and more in the favor of the side of CSA.
Yeah, it's like a slow attrition game, and again, I'm gonna just remind, like, okay, these HP things are kind of baffling, but never mind. Like, we know that both of the lights for CSA are alive, and they can make a big hustle on upper side of the map. Now, the Devi is pressured into this kind of the push. They're trying to pressure in Zilka and Anji and to create some kind of crossfire, but at the moment, the only ones that are getting pummeled are them. One of the artists turned on them. Zilka is on lower HP, but RG is full. Plus, there is some chieftains in the back and Cosmo on the upper side of the map with his EBR.
The EBR being alive there is still super vital for CSA. It means they haven't lost all control over North yet. They are making efficient trades. The initial positioning may have not been the greatest, but they're making it work now. I mean, they're picking up tank after tank after tank here, especially picking up that EBR in the beginning. Very important. I mean, Cosmo is in the B8 position, and you need to send somebody there to actually kill him. Shifter now getting pounded as well in his chieftain, and Davey thought they had the right execution, but they have lost a lot to actually gain not very much.
And this is what I was expecting all the time. Cosmo will realize that no one is keeping him in check, though he's on one shot, and he's gonna make a break for the RT run.
I hope he kills Nyx. Just throw that out there.
He's probably playing guess, and he's going right for
Yeah,
it now. And there is
hopefully.
no one in David team who can actually help the RT except RT itself.
Big RD shells. They're coming out on towards Corana and Drago. You cannot sit there in 907s. They had some HP. Now they have none. Alco does pick up Seago, and now they are starting to pressure up the K line slightly. Cosmo picks up Nyx. A great success. A great success. Thank you for your service, Cosmo. I appreciate that. Maybe he'll get Buzuk as well. Get a Pascucci's medal here. No. Killa picks him up. Sad to see that. But all in all, CSA are crossing back over with some chieftains. They're going to kill off the zero line. They may not win the K line, but this zero line, Drago, Corana, they're dead.
Yeah, this is not working out for Davey here. They had some kind of idea what they want to do with CSA and pressure up with those 907s, but the hard trench from CSA worked out way better. I kind of have a feeling that if you know that your enemy is gonna play with two artists, like playing with two artists against that is even not that smart. Like pressuring them straight away with 15 tanks seems like way better idea.
I don't know, Mojo. The way CSA played, I think there were a lot of openings, but I think Davey got too stuck in their initial idea. Like, taking middle control is really, really nice. Like, it's really good, right? I mean, this is a mop-up operation at this point. But taking middle control is really nice. Where I think they really misplayed, though, is that they stayed too long in that middle. They don't have to... As long as they have control over it, it's fine. They could have easily pushed from D7 to the E9 buildings and killed the 907 on B0 while covering from A0 and still playing the J1 with their chieftains. But instead, they choose to cross through G8. It took them a really long time to kill that 1907 on B0. They even pushed two guys on towards him. So, I don't know. Like, I think that could have been done much more efficient, because if you do kill a 907 relatively free from the houses, I mean, you're gonna take damage always, right? There's no way about it. But I think the way they did it,
I also
way
didn't
too much
see a
damage.
really great coordination between those guys while that was happening, you know?
Yeah, but you don't want to... When do you ever want to push out the guys from A0 on towards that 907? Because they lost the whole 907 for that. It's like, you don't want to do that at all. But, you know, both these teams picking up their defense, Mojo. Let's see here. Sweetman coming on strong, dude. I mean...
4.6, 3.2 on combat. Well, those two guys did play RT together in CSA for quite a while. Saka, massive one shot of damage. I guess that's not required.
I mean, he got set on fire early, though, and then went back to the base. I mean, he's the FC, so he has an excuse, right?
Let's face it, 90% of time there was nothing to do on that line.
No, I mean...
Like,
the
it was
K-line-
like RT job, and RT job all the way. Everyone else was just spectating and occasionally maybe doing a shot if something occurs. That's about that. Slow-paced games on Sand River here. I expected a bit more, but...
Too slow-paced, actually, for Davies' side.
yeah, so I really can't say I like this, but we will move on to the cliff, at least, on the next one. Not really many mobile tanks, and this kind of mentality that you have to dig out someone and play the trench war is not gonna win the games. Even if, like, whoever emerges from this, I don't think this kind of mentality will win them the games in the rest of the matches.
No, but Mojo, we are switching to a slightly more aggressive map, to say the least. I mean, Chomi got deleted. Reich's play is when you play an EBR towards the K line of the map, you do not go that aggressive in an EBR like anymore, because when you go towards Reich, like you have the June there, right, where Reich died, you would stay behind that and just roam across the ridge to spot the chieftains going K line. Reich overplayed, got punished, and died. It's not something you'd like to see, right? Because EBRs are super important on Sand River.
Well, you can see the stats here, guys. It's pretty much mostly in a favor of CSA, at least about the shots fired and stuff. But effectively, CSA was just like sitting, same as Davey in the last game, and target practicing on whatever happens in front of them. And it was all about RT. That initial loss of EBR, of Davey, costed them a lot. Maybe even kind of shook them, you know, because it happened so early and they were depending to have it for the later stages of the game. So maybe there was something like a bit of a hustle because of that, then followed up by a loss of a chieftain. Then you're straight from the bat playing with 13 guys against 15, and it doesn't feel comfortable at all, especially since you're attacking.
Well, 1-1. Be a close one, Mojo. You never know, right? Hey, at least I'm okay with it being 1-1. You know. So now we go into Cliff. It's all clean. I don't think neither of these teams can play really passive on Cliff. I mean, it is possible to play with Artie. We saw Fame do it, but they were basically also the only ones that successfully, like, you know, pulled it off. So, I mean, we saw we combated 3k damage when they played from the south. It's just the repush that was really bad and basically cost them everything. So, yeah, they may be going back towards that.
It's
don't
questionable
really think
that even the Fame play would actually work today, now that people, you know, had some time to sit and think about it, like what the mistakes they've done.
Well, I mean, Raid saw what Fame did, and they did exactly the same as Davey did. So maybe they have changed since yesterday. If we ever get there, we'll have to see, though. But yeah, Sweetman, 4.6k damage on a GC. It's nuts. I mean, it's not pretty to watch, but he did the damage, and it's important for him to do that. And you know, Seago being alive and Reich not being alive enabled Seago just to go across the ridge, spot the chief, already shoots, rinse and repeat. That's why it's so bad losing Reich so early. Seago just played the game for free.
Yeah, there is no one to suppress. There is no one to do anything to him unless, like, some of the artists does a wild shot and actually connects him while he's doing his 90 kilometers per hour or something like that, which is really, 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 really hard, especially when there's those angles. Well, equal game between those two, 1-1. I actually predicted 3-2. I think this will be done in tiebreakers, so this doesn't really go away from what I judged.
I think I said 3-1. I'm not sure.
So you think that one of these teams can take both sides on Cliff?
I'm pretty sure
that's doable.
I'm pretty sure I said CSA 3-1. You know, I lost my faith yesterday, Mojo. I'm sorry. I don't know. I just feel like CSA and DV play kind of similar-ish from time to time. But I still remember last tournament as well. So, you know, I gotta stick with CSA a little bit as well. Davey can always prove me wrong, so it's okay. They're just gonna make me a reservist so I don't get a credit boost for a while if they win. All good.
I actually checked the little black notebook, you know, and they did play Cliff on the last one. It was the first map, and that was probably the map that triggered Davey the most, because they lost that one 2-0 and then it didn't improve after they played Prokhorovka. But that was ancient history. The meta was different. The plays were different. It shouldn't be anything like this now. Yeah, there is RT, like 261 on Davey side, and GC on CSA. Leopard also. Oh wow, are we copying Fame? Well, in this game, CSA is attacking and Davey is defending. The Cliff is the CSA's pick, after all, and Davey chose to defend first.
So GC versus T92 versus 261. Sorry. Over a longer course of the game, the GC should be more impactful, technically speaking. But both teams sending 3 907s towards 1-2. It's an even split so far, Mojo.
We have WBR's proxy in the middle, Cosmo taking some damage while Tuxi is still okay. He might be able to take the hill now. It's too early for that, actually. And we have triple 907s from the both teams watching the lower side of the map. If you pay attention to those circles around the tanks, guys, on a mini map, they actually show the percentage of the health of the guys often. So you can see that Bachat Froli is on a half HP down there in that range. And he was supposed to do some damage to Tuxi, so Tuxi is now on 700 HP, but still very alive and kicking.
We'll have to see the trade-off between the Artis Fitman against Nyx. The game slows down. Do remember that Mojo has already said Devi is defending, so if it goes like this, they don't have to do anything. They could do absolutely nothing, and they would be okay with that. In the meantime, I think Shifter's climbing the hill. We have to see if he can make that. I think he is at the first part right now. Yeah, he's at the first part, so it's not uncommon to try and get a bad shot up. I think he's failing so far. We see the likes of Camille do this within 30 seconds a lot of the time, so it's really important to know how to climb well and effectively, especially under pressure.
By the way, do you know that there are ways to climb the EBR from other side also?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. I wonder does CSA plan to do something like that or just gonna play standard?
Oh, but was
it's
there
not
taking
easy,
all the
it's
damage crossing? It's really not easy at all, but we'll see if anybody ever goes for it at some point. I don't think so. It's really hard. But yeah, the setup here from CSA, it is similar to what we saw yesterday, Mojo. It's only missing like a 268 and some Progettos.
Okay, but that's like total defensive setup with a really. I would actually like to see if AIM ever plays that again. What was their plan B if things go wrong? If someone actually pushes the 1-2 lane, you know, what was their plan with Progettos and the rest of those tanks? Like how would they deal with that kind of situation, with a lot of cooldown tanks on 3 line, losing tanks all over the side and so on. Like how
pushing down one, if you want to push down 1-2 with a lot of tanks, you should lose the middle in return. Like if you push 1-2, they have 4 tanks there, you need to push minimum 5, more like 6 to actually kill it. That results into you having either nothing left in the 3 line, which you can push middle from, or nothing left in the middle, which you can take complete upper side from as well.
Mm-hmm.
So that should be the reaction, right? If you just sit there, yeah, then you probably will lose. I just don't expect them to just sit there and watch themselves die, to be honest. But yeah, so far, so good. Alco trying to do the boost in an STB. Good luck with that. It's actually extremely difficult with an STB because of the fact that the STB's soft stats, you know, the round resistance and stuff makes it and the suspension makes it incredibly hard to drive up.
Well, he probably wouldn't try it if he never did it in his life, right?
I mean, I've seen people try it for like half an hour to an hour in a row and don't make it once. So
seriously,
like 5 people. Yes.
Holy commitment.
So.
And Killa takes one from the RT. Apparently, he got spotted by Zilka when he peeked, so he's definitely not safe in that position. Those shots don't matter that much in this moment, but bleeding is always good when it's done to the opposite team, of course. On the other hand, like here, CSA has virtually no map control whatsoever. Like the hill is taken completely over by Devi. They have EBR and Bachat on top. Bunch of tanks supporting every possible position. Like they will see any rotation of the CSA. And the only thing the CSA could do is maybe split off the 907s and push from the lower side, but there is 3 907s from Devi there already waiting, and the rest
really
of the guys
bad.
can counterattack easily when they want.
It's really bad that Cosmo didn't take the hill, Mojo, because 261 versus T92, 261 struggles connecting the EBR on the hill. GC does not struggle connecting tanks on the hill because of that arc, but the 261, Cosmo is playing in the right spot. It's really hard to connect EBR. So Cosmo not taking the hill in the beginning is really bad for CSA here.
Also, when we know the angle where Dr. Nyx is, like he's not even positioned well to shoot a hill from there.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have to, so I guess he picked whatever he thinks is best for everything else. But you can see a grouping now from the CSA tanks in the middle and in the 1-2 line.
This is what we were talking about. They'll probably gather up the 907s and start the pressure from the lower side. They're ignoring the 3 tanks down. It seems they're gonna just push and circle around the 277 on the F3 position, and there is a parallel pressure coming in from the chieftains on the middle. 907s are also closing in together with EBR, and it seems it's gonna be an all-out push by CSA.
But so far, so good though for CSA. Yes, the 907s are repushing in 1-2. They want to kill Buzuk first. Can they do it though? Kurana and Drago need to be careful coming around that corner because they did the initial damage, but now CSA will be in the setup to deal with it. I mean, Alco Hero picks up Will there over there. Radim now getting shot as well, but there comes the bad shot. There comes the EBR. Seago and Delphin now joining as well. And yes, DV Mojo had a lot of times shooting 1-2. Yes, they still have an HP lead, but look how far they're pressured back under the hill. They're pressured back from 1-2 as well. They're not having a lot of control left over this game right now.
I'm actually quite surprised that they didn't notice that rotation on time and do something about it, because this was their only weak spot in defense. They had really strong defense everywhere else except on these positions. Now there is a rotation of these mediums. They're doing a wolf pack on Ghost and rest of the guys. There is 5 guys from CSA, but some of them are low HP. The good crossfire should make it work for Devi maybe.
There is, I mean, the good crossfire, we'll have to see if it works. Drago sets Delphin on fire, though. Kurana now get a focused out. Ghost is going to be the first to fall there. And yes, Mojo, they were low HP. They lose Delphin, they're going to lose Kurana, they're going to lose Drago as well. And it's an STB sniping from the backgrounds, which is not the greatest time for that. In the meantime, you can see tanks from Davey trying to go around the hill with the double 907, but the STB for the side of CSA is already on the hill there. And yes, Davey's still up in HP, but the tanks in the game, it's not working out for them. Davey now trying to repush into the middle. Silka still there in the STB as well, picks up Phoenix in the 277. The Leo now coming for crossfire as well. Yes, they lose Sakalito. Now they lose Unji. It's still possible here for Davey because they've started to even out the odds.
Yeah, the CSA played it dirty here, man. They blurred also Leo and the budget and EBR for that push to boost those 907s. So they actually made a really overwhelming force to make sure this happens, because this was the brunt of their force and plan. Davey now is forced to rely on that STB, who is on 100 HP, and Dr. Nix, who is hiding the back of the mountain with his ass, man, like it's the last thing he's gonna do in his life.
Sweetman coming in though with the dunk from downtown, probably his last shell in this game, as Magma is now on the top of the hill getting shot from multiple angles. Nix is still alive, hiding in a bush, hiding away because he has no water to drown himself in, as Froly has already started the cap. Sweetman will be going down, but he did his job. He killed the ST, which is really important. Now Combat getting kind of flying from 2 sides in that Leo 1. In return, they lose Cosmo. Combat now gets taken from behind, from the front, from the side. Radindo picks up Chomi from the backside. Oh, Reich shoots Killer in the back. And Combat finishes him off. Reich's like, I can do it all by myself. They decide to take Killer out of this game, and that is not good because they still gonna have to reset the cap. Because look at the minimap, Nano Sigo joining Froly there on the cap in a second, and that's gonna put so much pressure on the side of Davey.
Killer managed to take out Radim now, and Reich is pushing on Combat like he needs to excuse himself and repair for what he did in the last shot, because that can actually cost them the game. There is a triple cap going on in the base. 4 seconds left. Nix is dead. A random shot only can reset here. But no, it's not gonna happen. And CSA actually takes this game from Devi.
Right?
Whoa, man.
I don't want to say it, but he threw the game, Mojo. Like, there's multiple points there, but he threw the game because they would have killed the Leo and they would already be moving towards the edge of the cliff to spot the cab. Reich shooting Killer in the back.
That shot lost him like a tank in 30 seconds on top of that.
Yep. So that's
Ay.
Also, let's be real. I don't think Davey had the greatest crossfire in 1-2, by the way.
No, like, I really expected a better cover from the outer line, you know, where the STB was. But then I realized because he lost so much HP in the start, they put him there for a sniping, and as you said, like, that's really not the tank to do it with. Also,
I mean,
I
expected,
you know, that they will notice the rotation of CSA on time,
but they did. They
boost
spotted
the
it.
Positions.
They spotted it, Mojo. They spotted.
But they
Seago.
done nothing about it, bro.
I think they spotted Seago and Delphin. Like, at least Delphin moving back. They also knew that there was at least 3 tanks unspotted, right?
Yeah, but they done nothing about it.
They were sitting back. They were sitting back in 1-2 and not even in a position to instant repush when it comes down, because, you know, they would be getting the first damage. They could repush then and kill them. But, you know, it wasn't just down though, Mojo. Like, there's a lot of stuff there. Like, Davey had middle control and then CSA just took it back for free and took the hill back with an STB.
I kind of don't get it, because, I mean, I know they're scared of GC and the GC damage, but they had the hill control. They could have dispersed the tanks differently and rotated without really getting easily spotted by CSA. But Nix also moved his arty on the lower side of the map. That means he cannot even shoot the ramp properly, where STB is peeking all the time. And that STB was actually doing that the entire game. So if you want to play a game like this, like Devi, why do you even bring the 261? Like, where is the plan B?
I mean,
Why
Streetman
why
did
don't
one
you have a
important
single
thing.
sniper? You have like they went for all confrontation setup like STBs and
Mm-hmm.
stuff, and they realized CSA doesn't want to do that. Okay, but they had no backup plan as far as I can see.
By the way, Streetman only had one kill in that game, Mojo. He did 2.6k damage, and he did get the most important kill, to be honest. One of the most important kills, which was on Alco in the STB. Because
Yep.
CSA had no way to really kill him but without pushing him, and if they didn't push him, he would always be able to spot the cap and reset it, most likely, in that STB. So Streetman killing Alco was super important. It was like 20 seconds before he died, but probably the most important shell from Streetman that game.
Well, it doesn't come all to the one shell, but when you stack up things that go like him dying there, him losing HP, like half of HP before, and being one shot like that, I don't know. The thing that baffled me, why did they let that 277 die so free? It was Buzuk, right?
Yes.
Like, why did they let him die so
I
easily?
can't tell you. That's what I'm saying. Their 1-2 crossfire was bad,
Like-
man. The
Like,
277
what
just
the hell, man?
277 just got pressured back for free, but it wasn't just that, Mo. There was also like you remember the positions they had in the middle of the map? I mean, if CSA is pushing 1-2 back with like 5 tanks, Mojo, and you don't have 4, that means you already have bigger numbers on another side of the map. And they also have a Leo, a CSA. And when CSA went back to the middle, Davey just backed off completely. Like, they just drove back around the hill. It was only later they re-pushed back in, but if they just held the middle.
It looks like, you know, they climbed the hill with the Bachat and they had already EBR and they're like, yeah, we are the kings of the mountain. That's it. We don't need to do anything else.
We are not going to Himmelsdorf just yet, my dudes.
Yeah, we
have
still
a-
need to play one game on Cliff.
We have our second round of Cliff that's still coming up, but you know, you can see how beautiful Himmelsdorf is.
And those burnt boats.
Legend has it, this is where they came to dump the RD Rex that drowned themselves in random battles next to that boat. But I've never been there myself, Mojo. Urban legend.
I know how to dive. I can check it out one day.
You know how to? Maybe you can, you know, slap a GoPro on, IRL stream, snorkeling with Mojo,
No, diving with gear.
diving with Mojo. And I'll give some, you know, nature commentary, something. You can see Mojo is under the water. He's currently under the water.
sea.
Yeah, it's very nice. Dude. But yeah, I don't know. I thought Davey was in strong control over this game. I think them giving up middle the way they did was bad. I think them giving up 1-2 the way they did was bad. And Reich shooting Killer in the back was even worse. Like,
That's one of the things we were mentioning, if you remember before the start. The player mistakes that Davey was doing yesterday, they happen. And you can really see them. It doesn't seem like a Davey I'm used to watch sometimes, like really.
well, we'll have to see if they can recover as CSA is currently on match point against DV in the second round of Cliff. And both these teams, again, Mojo opt in for that RD.
Yeah, there is no way out of the RT with these guys here. Again, a triple 907 split from the lower side for the side of CSA. CSA is defending, guys, and Davey is attacking in this final game. So you can say that CSA has some advantage. Cosmo and Tuxi are proxying each other on that middle, and majority of the forces are going for it. Like, Davey should have a kind of a huge advantage there. Also, they do have the GC. What is with that 261 from the side, from the defending side, man? Like, do you know the trick?
Probably maybe even to track people coming around the corner on the 5 line effectively. Like, you shoot them when they cross D5 once, and then you shoot them again when they reach the corner. But the GC coming out there, Nyx with a big shell on towards those STBs, dunking them from downtown. Cosmo now has the hill, and there's a flank around the hill, Mojo, from a triple 907 squad from Davey, while CSA is taking 1-2 with their triple 907 squad. Tuxi takes another shell, Reich getting pinned behind the corner,
4
and so
even.
far so good for CSA. 4 even, that's a lot of tanks.
Dude, if Cosmo doesn't spot this will cost CSA the game. And I don't think he see them. I think they're actually going there under dark, and they will actually get straight in the back of the CSA tanks without being spotted. And now they will be in a big pincer, man.
They are spotted now. They are starting to put the damage from behind on Mutt's going to be the first one focused. Buzuk picks it up. Now these 907s need to be careful because a lot of the guns from CSA is going to be training their way now. Kurana taking some as well. They are starting to get punched here. There needs to be a follow-up from Davy. You cannot just send 4 907s around the hill by themselves. They do pick up Sakalito. Alco now peeking the middle ramp a little bit more aggressive as well. And here come the tanks. Killer now coming back into the middle. Killa as well. And Phoenix joining. Ungi is going to be the next one to get focused. That's Killer from the ramp. Unji down towards 119. Killer picks it up. And this pincer movement has cost the DV a lot of HP, but the CSA tanks are everywhere, left, right, and center, split across, and Davy spreading the HP kind of well.
Yeah, the HP is actually evening out. It's all about positioning now. Davy managed to come back in the middle strong now with those tanks that were kind of a residual in the back. So now they're focusing the CSA tanks from all the sides. Tuxi and Cosmo are fighting their own battle, but that's not the crucial one. The crucial one is going on around the middle, and Davy does have a better crossfire. Now we can even see the HP is in Davy's favor, slowly but surely going, and it's just gonna rise. This is a good game by them, man.
Yeah, this is indeed a good move from them. You can see a lot of their tanks low one-shots, but they are keeping alive. Delphin now stuck in a crossfire you don't want to be in between 2 907s. Ghost picks it up, gets his 3rd kill of the round, and yes, the HP is still close, but look at the number of the guns and look at the HP of the tanks in 1-2 line. Kamsta and Radim, the most healthy players on the side of CSA, and they're both on 1-2 line as Will is getting focused out between the guns. There's 907s on the corner, and Mojo, you said it, that EBR not spotting the rotation around the hill. They lost Saka, they lost another chieftain, I think it was Delphin even, then they lost Unji on the ramp because Davy came back into the middle, and good stuff from them at least.
Yeah, they completely took the initiative in their own hands. Like, this could have bounced badly on them. I was wondering why was Davy keeping the 277 so far in the back and Chieftain out to the battle. I guess they were afraid of a massive counter push by CSA. Like if CSA sees those 4 guys in the back and pushes everyone in the front, just ignoring them, you know? So I guess that's why they held some guys in the back, and that's why they came so late in a fight. That was like my only point of wonder here. But it's a massive fail, man. Like Cosmo climbed on time with his EBR on top of the hill. He had more than enough time to proxy that.
Yeah, Cosmo not spotting out the rotation there, and here comes the repush on towards 1-2 line. Sigo, Kamsta, and Vadim are going to try and make it happen, but it doesn't look like it is going to work for them as Kamsta is down towards a 1-shot. His 2 teammates have already gone towards the grave. He will join them there very fast. And look at the HP remaining on Davy, man. It's 3.6k, but there's like there was 7 1-shots. There was more before. Combat picked off 2 of them as well. So HP sharing on point there. Like staying alive, one of the most important aspects, as well as Killa picks up Cosmo and then leaves Combat all by himself, and it's gonna be a tiebreaker, Mojo.
Yeah, I'm totally not gonna sing that staying alive now when you said it and put it in my mind, man. Davy managing to get a tiebreaker, this is something I actually expected, but I thought maybe the games will go a bit different than they did. And we will see the Himmelsdorf as we saw in the previous video. So 2-2 is a score between these guys. They took 1 on each map, so no one managed to actually overtake the other team fully on any of the maps.
Killa there coming in with the top damage, but mainly the damage spread is pretty good. Coming out from the Davy side, only Reich must have not been warmed up today, Mojo, because yeah, so far it's not been the greatest. But yeah, outside of that, the damage spread pretty even.
The try-clicking function not working well today.
I don't think Reich still waking up, dude. It's fine. But on the CSA side, yeah, you can see some Mad 0, Unji 300, Zilka 0.
Yeah, the guys who were pincered in the start, and well, you can pretty much see them on that lower side of the damage done, because they were the ones shot from 2 sides and pretty much not in position to do anything about it. It's just like that initial 1 fail costed them everything later.
Yeah, I mean, you can say a lot of things about Cosmo, right, Mojo, not spotting, but you also, I mean, these teams, especially Saka and Sigo, have to be aware that there's a lot of things missing, right? Because they retook 1-2 line. They knew there was at least 1 guy there. They can also kind of tell by how much is shooting, how much there is 1-2. And they saw Davy was defensive in the middle. Maybe they thought they were so defensive that they would not be going around, but, you know, if you're missing like 4 or 5 tanks, you gotta be a little weary of what's going to happen,
Yeah,
right?
gotta be wary, but you can see from their composure, they definitely didn't expect this. If they expected something, that would be a 1-2 line, like
Yeah,
hidden tanks.
If they had somebody
this.
like, if they had a tank like Fame did with Nile and the Leo behind on that K6 position, he would have actually destroyed every single one of those 907s because
Yep.
of those angles, which CSA didn't have, by the way.
Yep.
But in the Fame orientation with ID, they do have somebody there, and those 907s would die probably. I mean, they would still do a lot of damage, but
Well,
not as much as now.
If you look at the health they have at the end, most of them were one shot. They will not be able to position freely as they wish to shoot people in the back. The counterattack would cost them dearly, like relocating from position to position would cost
even saw
them, the push
raids.
would cost them. Like we saw Nile was doing yesterday approximately per game 4 to 5k damage, man.
We even saw
Like,
Raid
that's
with a
insane.
907 there, right? We saw Raid with a 907 there,
Yes,
and he also
yes.
did pretty well.
Yes,
To be
even
honest, it was
907
Bunza.
there like did a lot. Only STB doesn't work that well, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, Raid had a 907 there. I think it was Bunza did also like 4K, so they, CSA kind of missing that.
Well, mistakes were made. You know how it goes. Better team wins, and that's it for it. Like 2-2 tiebreaker, the deciding game. Who wins goes on with the tournament. The other guy can just like think about the past transgressions and do better on the next one. CSA and Devi something to prove from the past tournaments and maybe to repay a favor to CSA. CSA on the other hand, being the finalist in the last tournament, completely underperforming on this one. They're kind of like always that dark horse. We never know how will they perform. On this one, they can show more. You can say that, definitely.
I think both these teams can do more.
Way more. They have way more ability than they're showing here.
Well, we'll have to see, Mojo. Tiebreaker. My prediction's out of the window, sadly. Yeah, you gotta say though, Mojo. Think about it, right? Think about the first Cliff round.
Mm-hmm.
If that didn't go the way it did, we wouldn't be here right now. So we gotta thank Reich. Big shout out to Reich out there. It's gonna be my MVP vote for extending the content, Mojo. And extending the content is one of the most important things in a broadcast, all right? You want your content to be just long enough, and Reich is doing that for us. So, all good, man.
I don't know what was the rest of our prediction. I think I predicted here 3-2. Yeah, for CSA,
Yes.
right?
Yes, you did.
Yeah. I don't know for the other guys. I would like actually to see that in one moment. But it does seem that these guys are getting ready, and we will come into the Himmelsdorf shortly after watching these magnificent shots of the destroyed rail and the rest of the scenery.
Well, we already saw Himmel's video once, but now we can... It looks like a smiley face, Mojo. Think about it. Those eyes, and then the middle, it looks like a smiley face, like a big smiley face. And then the fountain's the nose, and then you have two eyes, and yeah, I've seen it. I can't unsee it anymore.
That's a big psychology test for you, Ducky.
Dude, smiley face, listen. Chat's listening. Smiley face is the greatest emote in the world. Smiley face. Smiley face, boys. See, everybody's smiling, Mojo. Everybody's so happy, dude. But now, tiebreaker between these two teams, Devi and CSA. Mojo, I'm going to stick with my CSA prediction. I don't know. I don't know why. I just feel like CSA's Himmels. I could be wrong, though, but I feel like CSA's Himmels might be better than Devi's. It depends.
Well, David did play some Himmelsdorf yesterday against Fame. So we know how that ended on that massive push they did. And we haven't seen anything from the sort that much on CSA. They did play it once against Raid. So neither of the teams really did well. And both of them lost an attack playing on Himmelsdorf.
There's a VK for Davy. Wait, there's
There's
a
two of
268
them.
V4, double,
two of them.
and E3. Wait, are they camping? Oh, boys. They're camping! Oh, no. You swore to destroy it, not to become it. No, you were the chosen one.
Oh,
Oh,
dear
no.
God. So we have double VK for Devi's side and E4, I think I saw it. And oh, yeah, I did, definitely. And there is a 268. Okay, we know this defense. Like, it's not like it's a discovery. A lot of guys hanging in one corner. trying to overpower the enemy with armor and HP, and if anyone comes from the hill, they should be pre-aimed so they can massacre one or first two guys. We even know that Devi was the one to break this cap once they played it from another side.
We played this camp kind of in campaign against Invil, so I kind of know what it does. Rice position, from there you can spot the C1 crossing, like the one-line crossing, right? From Rice position, which is in H3, because you're tall enough. The 268v4 shields the Chieftain, so the Chieftain can reset above the 268v4. You can only see his turret, you cannot see his cupola, you cannot see his Stract. That's the position in J6. Ghost is destroying the wagons or the rails, because when you destroy the wagons of the rails, they do not interact as an object anymore, Mojo, so you can actually spot through them, right? So when the wagon is undestroyed, it acts as an object and you cannot spot through it. Now, when the wagon is destroyed, including the oil barrels, it's no longer the same thing. You can actually spot through them. So even if you're behind a wagon or something, you can still spot through it.
It's gonna be a longer game. CSA does have to decide what they actually want to do about this, because they can see the enemy setup. I mean, seriously, pushing 1-2 line would be probably the worst in this kind of gap. The break is not 1-2 line. IMO, the break is to... First of all, you can blind shoot the 279 from the top of the hill. You can blind shoot a lot of positions in 1-2 from the top of the hill, not the E3 though. But the break is the 4 line. You pressure up the 4 line, you kill the 2-7. Like, you want somebody in K7, you want somebody in J7 on the corner. You push the 4 line, you kill the first 279 at K5. You can even have somebody towards the hill, even though that's not that good. You keep somebody at G8 to cover the K line corner if they try and peek out from there. And you pressure the 4 line, you kill the 279, you kill Killa, Alco, and Reich. And then you can basically focus on killing the Chieftain and the 268v4. Because if you're suppressing the K3-4 corner, where Chomi is, right? If they can't peek that corner, you can peek out and kill the Chieftain with 2-3 guys. You kill him, and then you cross over to the camp, and the game's over. Well, it does look like CSA tries to do something of a sort, but they have more tanks focused around the 5 line at the moment, not the 4 line, as you said. And I'm starting to wonder, do they even see Chomi?
No, they don't, because he's behind the tree. You knock over the tree, you can spot through it.
So they actually don't even see him, so of course they can't focus something they don't really see. And it really leaves a lot now to think. What will these guys do? They only left 1-260 to spot the rail and keep those guys busy and eventually push them in the back and shoot them. One Chieftain on F3, pretty much doing same with the 3 line. And everyone else does seem to be busy with hill 8 line and 5 line. So it does seem like they want to pressure up the corner on K3. Shouldn't they leave someone on a hill, like on a window maybe, to snipe if they really want to do that?
No, you can do the same from like the lower corner, like a G8, H8. You can do kind of the same thing from there to watch the corner as well. Or he come here, or he drives down that diagonal lane and just goes to watch the corner. I mean, you know, the thing is, like, yeah, hill is a good position, right? I agree, hill is indeed a good position. But the issue with leaving something on the hill is that it's too far away.
Yeah, he's out to the fight later and he has no alternative shells. Like, the only way it would have a meaning is if you leave in there, he can monitor the G line also, if you abandon it with most of the tanks. But it doesn't look like Davey would do that in any kind of play. The only play they have here is to massacre whoever is going down, like Seago, and then like counter push with the rest of the guys.
You see where Zilka is? That's the lane CSA needs to pressure IMO. That is the lane they need to pressure. With a lot of tanks, and kill Chomi, and then Alco and Killa and Rai. But still have people ready to cross over. It doesn't look like that.
Oh,
That's what they're going for, Mojo.
I don't like this.
No, Rana will reset them all for free, by the way. -1 tank already. I mean, the 268 is designed to die. CSA is crossing over and towards the gap. It's going to cost them a lot of HP because crossing that gap is never easy. And you can see an immediately 2-line reaction with the double Chieftain there. That Shifter and somebody else. Now they need to figure out a way to kill Rala, though. Kumsta is probably going to have to commit on towards that if you want to make that work, because the flank is coming out. They are going to lose 1-2 line. They need to kill Rala.
Yeah, Raleigh needs to die because he needs to reset them all the time. He's taking a really lot of damage because the team is peeking, but they're also taking quite a lot back. There is almost 3.5, 4k advantage here for Davey, but it is slightly changing and shifting. There is a massive counter push by Davey on the rail and from the upper G line. Tanks are all over the place. Mini bros
Cap Mojo,
all over the place.
7 seconds. 7 seconds left now. 6 seconds left. There needs to be a reset. There we go. 12 seconds left now. But does Davey trade too much for this? They have already lost 5 tanks here for getting this reset out. Drago now pushing in as well. There's still 19 seconds remaining. And now Davey, they've taken so much damage. CSA keeping the guns alive. Count how many one-shots there are. Drago now pushing in to get the reset. And it does look like CSA found their way to break the camp. And it's not looking to be happening for Davey here, as Davey has only 5k HP remaining. You saw they were up like 3k throughout that fight. But at the end of the day, CSA did what they had to do, and it's kill Rale, cross towards the gap, and put so much pressure on Davey.
This is really something I didn't expect. I expected massive response from the lower side by Davey. More focus so they can actually control the cap once the rally falls. But this definitely didn't happen. Way better play by CSA in these kind of moments and this commotion on a map where everyone is more or less fighting for himself. But you could see that CSA is more coherent. Davey had to throw everything in. They had to throw everything they had in, but they were just coming in one by one, trying to control the rest of the map, but not focusing on the most important part, and that's their own cap.
Yeah. And losing a 268 for... I mean, to be honest, CSA also lost the tank for free, but you can see Svitman there. 6k, 4k, 6 kills, man. Like, it's important to pick... Like, okay, doing 4.2k damage with 6 kills, depending on how much each kill shot was, is a very, very good performance. Because there's usually, like, you know, kills for, like, 100 damage, Mojo. Where you could have been doing, like, 5, 6k, if not more, if you know, didn't go for kills. So that's, like, seriously very good.
No, Sweetman has a game of his day by far. As you said, Petar in his 268 is just like a target dummy. He can't really even shoot anyone because he is positioned to give a cooldown for a Rale in his chieftain. But that was just not enough. It did look like CSA is actually versed what they're doing and what against they're dealing with. I just was worried because they had a lot of slow tanks, and when you were trying to cross with chieftains, that line we saw Frolly died immediately. So first tank was deleted immediately, not even in position to give them really a cooldown against anyone else. Like way before that. And in that moment it looked okay for Davey, but I really expected more focused push on that lower side on those tanks, using the armor of the tanks they have, than going around the map and chasing CSA, who is not taking the battle seriously there.
Well, the most important tank to keep alive at that point is Rale behind that 268 V4.
I think they failed there massively. I expected, like, when CSA peaks, there will be a massive response by Davey. They need to trade tanks. Like, they need to lose, like, 2 tanks for Rale.
Davey was flanking around with at least 2 guys. Like, Shifter and one more was flanking around.
I think even more.
1-2 line, 279 as well. So there was a lot of people flanking, actually.
Yes, and not focusing, again, on what we said, is most important place on the map, their own cap.
CSA did it, Mojo. They did it. So they deserve it. They'll be moving on. That does mean that we have our first team out of the tournament. It's actually going to be DV that are going to lose as first one. I mean, we're going to lose plenty of teams throughout now, but they are the first.
Well, everyone who loses a match now, he's out. So that's it. It's a bit unfortunate. I really like... every tactics, I consider every tactics that exists a valid one, but for any aspiring team, like when you get eliminated from the tournament and you camp, that's like an extra salt, man.
Yeah, you don't like to go down like that, but you know, sometimes it's just the way things go, Mojo. I mean, if you think that it's like, you know, sometimes you play something like this because you just count on them being too stressed to break it properly, but CSA, we did talk about this as well, Mojo. I think we said this as well. CSA is a team that likes to play slow themselves, right? And I think they make their best decisions when they're slow playing, you know, when they have time to think. And if you're camping, you do give them a lot of time to think. You even give them time to switch to a map tactic during the game if they want to.
That was like CSA, I saw a bunch of tanks sitting on random positions on the map. By CSA, they were not even bothering, you know, with anything, because they were discussing probably what are they gonna do. Like they were not aiming anything, not watching anything or whatever. So kudos to CSA here for breaking this. This is kind of a deja vu. We saw Devi break it previously, I believe. But this is what you get, I guess, when you take that kind of arms. Destiny catches up to you. But our guys from Analytics, the Marvelous Duo, are ready, and let's see what they have to say about that.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. It's myself, Ikibu, or David, as you'll sometimes hear me as referenced as, and Keyhand going to take you through these analyst section.
Hey
Now,
guys.
that was a very tense last game, I'll be honest. I mean, the others were a little bit close, but that last one was a little uncomfortable, I feel.
I think that last one in the end looked closer than it actually was.
Mhm.
To be fair, I'll be outlining it when we have the replays, but I didn't expect Devi to tactically wait on Himmelsdorf like that when they had defeated Fame in the last tournament, when Fame was doing exactly that. But anyway, before we get to any of that, let's take a look at the tournament tree at the moment. CSA, as we just saw, taking the victory 3-2 over Devi means CSA actually staying alive in this one, fighting tooth and nail, and will face off in their next match against the winner of the game we're about to see in between Trust and Invil, the Polish powerhouse. Alrighty, so I believe our replays are ready, so we can hop into those fairly soon. And here we go. Yeah, this is Sand River, the map we haven't seen so far in this tournament. This is the first game actually where CSA was attacking and opting for that tactical K-line push. However, when you ask anyone anywhere basically, attacking and going K-line in a 15v15 will almost never work, as the ridges, the positions, they are just designed in such a way that the defending tanks, they can just pick you off one by one. And throughout the game we saw exactly that happening. Basically, CSA tanks always trying to push, but always having to peek into hull down Devi tanks, which were prepared and just ready for just that to happen. And we can even see at this point in time, Devi have managed to do the trades in their favor so heavily that now they can just overpeak and in a final effort just overpower the few tanks from CSA that were remaining. The other game on Sand River basically went like that as well. CSA was waiting tactically, and just waiting for Devi to make mistakes. However, now we're jumping into game 3, I believe, in between CSA and Devi. This is the situation where it actually gets interesting for CSA. CSA had two choices prior to the situation we... Oh no, it's actually the second game we're gonna see first here. No, the first game on Cliff, the third game of the match, where basically CSA is waiting with a lot of 97s on the 1-2 line, and they're repushing that one. They're taking a lot of damage for that. However, they are getting through with all of their tanks alive. And that's very important, because now all of these tanks from the donut, they were able to push down the tanks behind the hill that Devi had posted there, and now they can, because they recognize they have the numerical advantage, they are repushing the 1-2 line, and despite CSA being down right now in HP, they're actually taking out so many Devi tanks that the advantage in number of guns enables CSA then to go on and win that game. You can have all the HP in the world as Devi if you want. However, if you do not have the positions to create the trades that you're going to make properly, then you will lose. This is actually now game 4, game 2 on Cliff. This is another perfect example of this. The EBR on the hill for CSA not spotting that push around the hill was a really big issue. However, CSA, in my opinion, are now doing a tactical mistake. They're probably assuming there's a tank posted in A5, however, which would farm them if they overpush the middle, so they are turning around trying to counter those entrenched 907s. However, the 907s have gotten so far by now that they are just shredding those CSA tanks who turned around. What CSA should have done instead would be just overpush that middle, leave those 907s be where they are, and just take every tank and overpush the middle and overpower the tanks, thus creating an overmatch. And then, once you cleaned up the middle, the 907s will have arrived, and then you can tear them to pieces. However, as you see, CSA turning around, getting caught in crossfires by those 907s, Didn't work out for the Czech team, so they dropped this round. And yeah, this being round number 5, the tiebreaker in between CSA and Davy, and in true Batman fashion, Davy, if you live long enough as a hero, you see yourself become the villain and you start camping on Himmelsdorf. Yeah. CSA, they took a lot of time to figure out what Davy was doing, and doing what CSA does best. They set themselves with a match plan for an execute that they will later on do, which would go on to win them the game. They saw some openings in that camp by Davy, and then they just took it. Here you can see they are taking that 5-line with some pretty heavy tanks, some chieftains, a 279. What they basically want to do is they want to secure the kills on the 2684 and the chieftain after basically the tanks that are going to cap later on, after those tanks have crossed into the cap. Here you can see that situation. There was a lot of HP dropped on the cross. You can see right now Davy is up 4 to 5k HP. However, by taking out Ralle, which is going to happen shortly, they are basically denying any sort of reset potential for the Davy team, which means, yeah, Davy now has to cross through the open into Crossfire to get those resets, which they have to, otherwise they lose. And what CSA is doing very well here, they're keeping a lot of guns alive. You can see right now the HP still in favor of Davy, however the guns, they tell a different story here. Davy already having lost 6-7 tanks, CSA still with 12 in the game. So that's actually what's winning them the game, because Drago had to drive into reset, had to ram because he wasn't reloaded at that time. And yeah, CSA just keeping the tanks alive, then creating the crossfire, because all of those Davy tanks had to go back, had to get the resets, because there was some nice shielding going on in the cap. Well played there to Delphin, Seago and Saka. And yeah, Davy unable to execute a camp properly that they managed to break before. So yeah, I'm sorry to say, but Davy out of this tournament. And I mean, I'm not playing, and I'm not playing for a good reason. There is a reason I'm sitting here and not in one of those games right now, but I wouldn't have camped on Himmelsdorf. Not like this.
Not like this. Not like this.
Not like this.
Yeah, I was waiting for more memes to come from you. So it was very odd to, I don't know, from somebody who doesn't play in esports that these days, it was odd. Why would Davy choose to pull out a tactic like that, having already demonstrated how to counter it?
I guess by countering, they probably thought they knew the weaknesses of the camp they already broke, and they probably thought they fixed those weaknesses. But as we saw, there's still some, you know, holes in that tactic, loopholes that need to be filled. Yeah, I don't know. They probably didn't eliminate enough weaknesses to enable them to go on and win the game.
It's just, yeah, for me, it's just one of those moments. By the way, enemy team, here's how we did this. Please feel free to kind of like take advantage of this. Yeah. Now, I did see a lot of questions in chat from people asking, why is it that CSA were attacking and DV were defending on that map? A lot of people were asking how those the attackers and defenders are decided on the maps.
That is due to the pick and ban system we have, like before all the matches take place. Basically, as soon as the matchup is clear, as soon as it's clear which clans are going to be playing against one another, the 2 team captains as well as 1 admin from the tournament, they get together, they do a pick and ban. And yeah, first of course you're doing the normal maps, and then you're deciding about a tiebreaker. And I believe it is designed in a way that one team picks the map on which a tiebreaker happens and the other one picks the side.
Yep. So that's how it's done for those people that were asking, because there were some comments about, oh, this is unfair, etc. It does have a fair system. It's just you don't get to see all of that processes in there. So we are ready to go to Daki and Mojo. You're back in capable hands again with the awesome duo. We're still hoping for some high fives from these two, but we'll see if that happens.
There will be no high fives. Social distancing is still very, very important.
Moment of silence for Keyhand is Ty, and I hope it's gonna revive soon. Anyways, by the way, there was a slight mistake there. When the captains are banning the maps and picking them, the team who picks the map, who gets to pick the map, other team picks the side. But when it comes to tiebreaker, the team who won the fastest attack game picks the side. So whoever in attack won the fastest game, and it's always been like that, because it gives more aggressive team a chance to choose their own destiny at the end.
Yeah, and talking about destiny, there's 2 more teams that get to choose theirs in the upcoming match, Mojo. We expect still a lot from Invil, but we do this every tournament. So let's just hope that, you know, this time they deliver. I voted for Invil again. I keep
Same.
doing this. I keep putting trust in them, but you know.
Dude, if they don't win this tournament again, or like even come to the finals, it's gonna be like the story with the wolf and 3 piggies, man. It huffed and puffed and blew out the house, but not all the way.
You can see the old German lineup from Trust. We saw good things from them yesterday against Fame. You know,
I was
some
actually
pushes,
amazed what they did, man.
some pushes got shut down hard, but that's just the way, you know, when you're playing against Fame and they have that setup to deal with a push, it's really hard to break through it, right? We saw that on Himmelsdorf once. We saw that like really heavily getting shut down.
I was actually
yeah.
quite surprised when they overtook their own cap, like they caught Fame their pens down. I don't think even Fame expected that gonna happen.
I talked with Insane about this as well, and we both agreed. Well, he was on the hill, fighting, and what we talked about yesterday, Mojo, and what he pointed out that they were getting resets from the hill. This shouldn't be. They shouldn't be in a position to get reset.
Yeah,
there should be people
mistakes
capping.
were made.
Exactly, there should be people capping safe on the cap, because it is possible to cap safe on the cap, and there should be people in the window. But between these 2 teams, there will not be Himmelsdorf, as Trust has banned it out. Leaves us Cliff and Sand River, Mojo.
Yeah, Himmels and Enskar banned by Trust and Invil, Cliff and Murovanka. Live Oaks and Murovanka, which leaves us Cliff again as a map that's permanently played every single time. A choice of a month, apparently. Flavor of the month and of the tournament. And we are going to see Sand River again.
Yep. And for the people in the chat right now, there's a poll above the chat. You can quickly vote in as we get into our first game between Trust and Invil, who's going to win. So far, 60% of you have voted for Invil, 40% for Tier VST, Mojo. Now, moving on to Cliff between these 2 teams. No Artie, but a double EBR here from the south-hand side.
Super aggressive play by both sides. Like Trust was considered a slow-paced clan until this tournament, and I would say this is everything but it. These guys are just going all in. Oh wow, I heard that one before. 1907 monitoring the lower side and EBR spotting the middle, double EBR for Invil. On the side of Trust, we do have only 1.
Ooh, Ketsai does take a big connection there from Deuce in his CBR. We saw Deuce do very nice things yesterday on Cliff. Now gets onto the hill damaged as well, and it's going to be a complete middle brawl board, Mojo. 15 tanks here. Who do you favor right now for this?
Hola. Actually, in this position now, Invil does have a better cooldown positions. Those 2 chieftains in the back still need to come into the game. There is a crossfire already here for Invil, so technically they should have all the cards in their favor. Like,
well,
position-wise and HP-wise. But let's see what will the reality check be.
Let's see what the reality will be as Ketsai drops down low immediately. You can see these tanks here on the Rams from Trust are putting the damage on. iBear peeking over with Yanis as well and Toxic. They need to do the pain here, and Invil's trying to trade hard on this corner, that they are not getting the kills right now. Mumek even getting a fire. But look at the Trust tanks. They've all pulled back around the corner. They want to enable their STBs on the Rams to do the damage. Can they hold on long enough for those tanks to really do the pain? But there's still that Mayo Chieftain, that Benzo Chieftain in the back that are not currently contributing that much. But this corner fight from Invil, Mojo, they're really getting punished super hard for this, and it doesn't seem to be working out for them just yet.
Hey, really is throwing this actually massively, man. Those STBs from the hill did a number on them. Like, they let control to Deus of the top of the hill, and on top of that, they have STBs controlling the upper ramp, which is a brilliant position to counter anything in a middle brawl like this. This is not what you would expect from Invil to allow, man.
Nope, not true at all. Invil should not be allowing that, Mojo, like you said. And now comes the repush from Trust. They know they have the advantage. They're all coming in. Monster hits a building. Galatzi picks him up. And here comes Trust. They're rolling over. There's only 5 tanks left standing for Invil. Make that 4 as Trust. They hold on. They hold on with dear life. But again, Mojo, look at that gun in the game. How many low HP tanks Trust kept alive. You know, they didn't take that corner engagement, and they tried to hold on, and they did manage to hold on as well.
Well, Mr. Longline is just sitting there and doing more or less nothing anymore. He's the last man standing for Invil. Invil back to the drawing board on their probably favorite map, which should be Cliff. I seriously do not understand why did they give the ramp away to Trust so easily. Like we always say, Cliff is pretty much a map that can be played more or less equally from both sides, right? Like there are differences, there are shades of gray always, but one unanimous thing is you need to fight for that ramp position always. Like
I am going to respectfully disagree.
Why?
It depends on, because the ramp from the south is really bad compared to the north, because the north has way more cover on those ramp positions. Like ramp for ramp, you send 3 guys up, they send 3 guys up. Unless their 3 guys played really badly, their 3 guys will win. What Invil is trying to do and what they're trying to achieve, it's hard, right? It's something that a lot of teams try to do. It's you count, right, Mojo, on those 3 guys being there, or 2 guys or whatever being there for Trust, right? To be on that ramp, you expect them to be there, and the reason why is you want to take the corner fight instead. So you let those guys be there. You know they're going to shoot you, but it's 6,000 HP on the ramp. Instead, you focus all your guns onto the tanks that are low and get a few picks instead. However, I think the issue for Invil is they never got those picks. I mean, they did a lot of damage in the beginning, but they weren't able to kill guns. And I think, Mojo, the ramp initial fight, I don't think you need to fight it from the south 100%, but I do agree that you cannot leave the ramp uncontested. Right? I do
like
agree with
I
that
would
point.
require, like, if you want to play like that, at least to have like Leopard or something sniping from the back, so they cannot peek for free like
Yeah,
this. Like they were
that's what-
sitting on top of Invil and just pumping damage 24/7, man.
What a lot of teams do when they're playing this strat, Mojo, is you saw how the Senti, right, the really long nickname, instead of peeking him at the north corner, they put him at the south corner of the 2 line, because from the south corner of the 2 line you can shoot the STB that's peeking up. And then some teams have that Leo. But about the ramp part, Mojo, you are right. At some point, you cannot leave it completely uncontested. What is a good thing to do is to pressure the tanks away from Trust from the corner, and then go back on the ramp, delayed. You know, you push them away from the corner, and you go up the ramp delayed with an STB, a Chieftain, or something. So leaving it completely uncontested is not good, because they were so focused on this corner fight that, you know, they weren't getting the connections they needed because Trust just pulled back.
Yeah, because like they kind of knew for the name of the game, and those STBs were just like doing the number on them 24/7. Like seriously, man, I just watched those 3 guys. They're just pumping shots. That's not normal. But whatever. 1-0 for Trust here. Not really expected result, but a good one for them at least. And they are keeping us surprised on this tournament, which is a cool thing, frankly, to see.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you got to give it to Trust, right? As much as that aggression as Invil put on them, straight to their face, they held on, right? It's not that easy to just hold off a 13, 12-man aggression in the middle of the map. You need your players to be in the right positions.
Man, if they actually manage to win the other side of Cliff, this is gonna be pretty much sensation of the tournament. Hands down.
Invil cannot let that happen to them, obviously.
It's gonna be a big slap in the face if that happens. Because if that happens, they're going into the Sand River, and Sand River is by far harder to take over. By
Yeah.
far. Well,
Not
we
much
will
of-
see. We will see Trust in defense now. Invil on attack. It does look like Trust is actually quite good in mind games on this tournament, especially against these teams that are supposed to be far superior to them.
And Trust did the thing which we saw from other teams as well now, keeping those guns alive. There were a lot of low HPs again, but they had so many guns in the game. While Invil was just losing one here, one there, one here, one there. And yeah, good stuff from Trust. Good stuff from Trust. I wouldn't say that Invil played, you know, terrible or something. I do think that they were missing maybe a few positions that would have really helped them out, though.
Well, I saw an arty there. Yep.
Yeah, very good eyes, Mojo.
Oh, thank you much. I think these goggles I wear every day actually help out quite a lot. Anyways, 2-6-1 on the Trust side. playing. We've seen 261 from this side almost every game. Like this is a current meta.
K91
K91 also, yeah.
I don't really like the K91 that much. I'd almost rather bring a Leo at that point, no?
Yeah, it's for me it's dodgy tank. It's technically having like really great DPM and gun, but it can be so dodgy, man. I really prefer Leo. Leo shots are much more reliable and higher alpha.
You can see Infill though going very heavily towards the 1-2 line of the map. There's a lot of trust tanks there as well. There's too close to the corner. You need to be careful. If they are too close, they can get overpushed, but Infill deciding that is not the way to go. We saw this yesterday as well, Fame having a similar setup to to Trust, right? And then Davey and Raid both pushing in towards him. Will we see the same?
Deus taking the hill again. Like he's really truly Deus Ex Machina, man, and there is a Monsterio on Invil side who's only on one shot, so he cannot even challenge him. The second EBR, Ketsai, I don't know, maybe he will try to climb up now since they're controlling the ramp and maybe buff up that position. Pretty much only the R team K91 can support Deus on top of that hill. Monster lost more HP, so he's now on 40. There is a big pile of tanks here waiting. I think they're just waiting for a possible mistake, maybe by EBR to overpeak.
In the meantime, we can see Trust flanking around though with the double STB around that 0 line. Ketsai is
I
not
would
down.
call that risky, man.
Ketsai is completely down.
Oh my god, was that a
Buffalo.
winning map shot or something?
Buffalo coming in with a shot from downtown in the 261, and now Inville's trailing 3,000 HP, Mojo.
Dude, like this is what we saw yesterday with Luna did it also. It seems like a death trap for EBR in that position. Like complete EBR, that's gonna trigger them, man. And
Well,
Yanez and Iber coming from the back, taking out another EBR. That's 2 tanks down. Now there needs to spring some reaction from Invil because they are in the deep trouble now.
Yeah, but these STBs from 3RVST may have just gone too far, though. We'll have to see if Invil can capitalize on that. They're in the buildings, but now the repush coming out on the 1-2 line from the side of Trust. They want to take down that singular 907 that is left there. And you can see Invil now moving towards Iber, moving towards Yanez. They went a little far in those STBs. Would have been maybe slightly better if they were further back, but all good. They're going to trade still for this. Juice picks up Demon. Piotr gets picked up by the 1-2 line repush. They are going to lose Yanez, and it is going to even out the HP a little bit, but still, look at the positions for Trust, Mojo.
Yeah, they're actually controlling by far the better. Those 3 907s we mentioned in the start overtook the 2-3 line now. They have Invil stuck in crossfire. Plus, let's not forget the very important thing. Trust does have Arty. A fast shooting Arty that can hit them here, that can track them, that can stun them, and that can dig them out the low HP guys.
Yeah, but these 277s coming on from Invil, though, cleaning up 1 tank, cleaning up 2 tanks. There is still an HP lead here for Trust. Invil now pushing in between, realizing they have to make a play, realizing as well that RD is going to take away from them a lot of HP over time, not waiting for that, but Raging goes to the grave, and there's going to be a lot of Invil players joining him soon as Benzo retook the ramp in a Chieftain, leaving just 6 players left standing from Invil, and Invil coming out today, and again, not delivering so far. Trust doing well, though, and Mudge, it's going to be match point already. The thing we feared for, it's happening.
I can't say even I feared it. I mean, Trust really deserves this, man, like heavily. No matter what Invil is throwing at them, it seems to be another Trust guy right behind it, still ready to shoot. And they still have someone able to fight. Invil underplayed here, man, like completely. EBR on the start losing 1k HP more than that lucky one shot by Arty. I don't know, like, is it luck or skill or whatever, man, but the one shot is a one shot. That's something that throws you off a game because
Mojo?
he cannot challenge the game. Yep.
I'm gonna write a timeline here, right? So there's a game against Fame. Davey goes 1-2 line.
Yep.
And Fame has like 3 guys, 1-2, and the rest playing up. They repush into the middle, they lose. Okay, so a few games later, Raid goes 1-2. Fame has 3 guys in 1-2 line, the rest going up. They repush into the middle, they lose. And now there's this game on Cliff Mojo, and Trust has 3 guys, 1-2, the rest going up. They repush the middle, and they lose. I mean, I don't want to be like,
It's
you know,
a slight pattern. That
there's a
emerges.
pattern here. There's a pattern. I'm not sure, like, what's happening, but this 1-2 line middle repush doesn't seem to be working. And I'm even going to say that I think Trust made a big mistake with those STBs. yeah, I don't think those SCPs you even have to go in between those houses, Mojo. There.
Yeah,
like,
I don't know why they did that. I was actually thinking they will stay in a cooldown in the back and they will be supported by EBR and there will be immediate pressure from the rest of the Trust guys from the middle to support them, you know, which eventually happened. But
look at that already though.
this,
2.7 Mojo.
yeah, half of that was done on one guy, you know that. Like, seriously.
I mean, Ketsai got a pen for about 600, which was unfortunate, I guess, to put it like that. Slightly unfortunate.
Did he have only 600 when he was killed?
Yeah, he took some damage going up.
So they
He
still
still got
spotted
penned.
him.
Yeah, they still spotted. It's not like it would have mattered at the end of the day, Mojo, right? A pen from the RD would still do like 1k, so whether he's 600 or 1,000. Yeah.
I'm still not sure would they even manage to dig out Deus from there. That's the key thing. Like, they would still have to attack the trenched up enemy, who does have a K91 behind, and you still do not really control that hill. So I don't know what was Invil's plan here, man, but I was expecting way more from them on this tournament. Like, if you wanna play
Mojo,
by
it's not
feel,
over yet. Don't
course
write
it's
them
not.
off just yet.
Well, my prediction was 3-1 for Invil. That's down the toilet immediately, like non-existent. I underestimated Trust again.
I think mine was
Same
3-0.
same like with CSA on a previous tournament. So I'm very traditional and good at underestimating teams apparently. But Trust is showing us really good games. Also, this is a really good map for Deus apparently, because in his EBR he won them, like, if you remember last time, he was the guy flanking with 4k damage plus in that match. Although he didn't have a lucky games later, so I hope I didn't just jinx him till the rest of the tournament, you know?
You probably did. You probably did just jinx him, Mojo. Now, though, Sun River. It's Sun River, right? Yes, it is Sun River. Just refreshing my memory really quick.
Trust is attacking and Invil is defending.
Okay, that's good for Invil to begin with. To be honest, you know, picking up the defense. Let's start with that. If you're Invil, like let's begin with that. It is maybe slightly better for Invil. I don't know. It's slightly slower than Cliff, at least depending on how you play it, because the distance is bigger. But I kind of, you know, my only question is how tilted is Invil?
After having such games lately, oh man, like they had the entire night to cool off, but I think the pressure level on their gauge is now like bursting at the moment. Seriously.
Well, saunas, people enjoy them, Mojo. You know, so you know, at least if continuing in this tournament doesn't work out for them, maybe they can open a sauna club together.
Wow.
I just rewatched some of the matches. It's gonna get really hot in there, dude.
I'm kind of more interested to see here, like, we will actually try to now change playstyle or just stick to it and see what happens.
One RD is my guess for Invil. Trust 2.
You think they're gonna go with 2, like the CSA and Devi in attack?
I think Trust will slower play this. I mean, they have match point, right? They have some. Oh, and it's double RD, Mojo. It's the 2 GCs.
Yep. Did Invil change right in the middle of the tournament?
Double GC, a lot of chieftains, double 907 WBR, double GC for the side of tier VC as well, though, but with triple EBR and less chieftains and a Progetto.
Yep, Invil
They've
is
won.
camping.
They have a Progetto. It's over.
Overpowered tank presented and seen. Okay, Invil is taking the upper side of the map. This is not something we usually see, but it is a tactic that's used in Gold League and so on.
Ooh, there's a boost. There's a boost, Mojo. Look at EBR. H7. I can tell you he's on top of that hill there already, because I saw it happening on the minimap. I didn't even know it was possible, but I can tell you that it happened.
Yeah, I see him stationary there. Double Art is still staying in the base. Also, a lot of Trust tanks going from the upper side. This is quite peculiar. Like on last games, like CSA and Devi were constantly clashing on the same places. And these guys are also going for the upper side in the same moment. This is not something you can really decide easily on.
Invil with the extra HP though, because of that B-Fee lineup, and Trust is bailing from the north, Mojo. They have turned their tanks around and they are going the other way.
What do you think triggered that? The spot on the tanks?
I don't know. It was a little late. Maybe they got afraid of fighting it. The issue is with them, like I don't know.
They have
I
more
wouldn't,
907s.
man, I wouldn't give up North like they are doing right now, anyways. Because if I did that, Insane would be very disappointed in me. So they could easily control the DG. When a team plays this strategy, the Arties are an easy row, which means that D6, 7, that June is free. You can leave somebody on A3 kind of for free as well. So they're giving up a lot of control here for no reason.
They just left that 907 on C5, so that goes for them. And I guess there will be a massive push through the middle and on K line. But what will they do with their artists? They have to move the artists also then on old up one line, right? Yeah.
Yeah, they're forced to.
Man, Invil is taking over the upper side of the map completely now, for free. They're sending
think-
907s and chieftains.
I hope they don't count too much on Monster's position though, because like you know, Monster is it's interesting, right? We haven't seen it before, but if it's actually going to like realistically do much, I don't know. We'll have to see if he gets proxy spotted or not, or something, a random spot. We saw CSA at one tournament lose a game basically because their EBR got like spotted with half a wheel sticking out, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You can see there, Monster is on the left-hand side of your screen. He is on the top of that hill there, which traditionally you don't really see anybody on.
Yeah,
There is a
usually
bush
there is a
there.
guy behind, but in completely different context when you are controlling the K line.
Tryhard Reno Mojo, that 907 left in C5 is not having a good time. So Invil is extending their lead here. And these EBRs are probably hella confused right now. Like hella confused to where they're getting spotted from. They do not know that Monster has climbed up. I mean, there's already damage still coming out, but so far Invil leading. Taking a lot of North control, Tryhard Reno will die, he can't leave. And Trust is too slow right now. They're
They're
too
now
slow.
sending devs full speed to dig out
You won't-
whatever
you
is
won't
spotting
find
him.
Monster
He's
unless
just
he
going
proxy
full
spots.
speed and he's trying to do that, exactly.
Yeah, but he doesn't know that. The thing is, nobody really goes below Monster. I mean, Juice might randomly do it, but I
Let's
don't
see.
think so. No.
Nope.
There's no reason to go there. So they don't know Mojo. They don't know Pepe Laugh.
Maybe Deus even doesn't know that he's perma spotted now, man.
It's possible. I mean, I don't know. I would have liked to have seen Monster's
did
like
Monster
actual
fall off and
position,
leave?
but he did actually.
Yeah, they probably proxied him one moment and he had to run. I bet it was like a mutual surprise in that moment.
I think he actually left before he got spotted.
You think?
Yeah, because if he got proxy spotted, there's a high chance of taking at least one shot.
Well, I think he fulfilled his role here, man. They already bled Tryharderino on one shot, and also Kilatsi is on 400
No,
HP. There you go,
Tryharderino
907
is
is
dead.
done. So Trust in this regard, yeah, they have a lot of spotting potential with 3 BRs and double artists, but the clock is ticking away. Almost the half of the time is gone. It's like we're on a 5.5 minutes at the moment. And you do need quite a lot of time to kill all of these chieftains and pressure the cap and so on.
It's
and it
so
doesn't
slow,
seem,
Mojo.
yeah, it doesn't even seem that Trust at the moment has a plan how to deal with that.
I don't want to be mean, but Trust is moving so slow. Like what we saw on Cliff compared to now, they have lost 5 minutes of time, but virtually doing nothing with Artie. That Invil has 25,000 HP left, Mojo.
It's
They
quite
are
interesting because
going
it's their pick.
way too slow.
It's quite interesting because the map is actually Trust pink. Like the only thing that Invil did here and did smart is pick the defense first, which was really nice for their safety belt, I would say.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not really focused on Invil right now. My main focus is on Trust and what they're doing, and it's just, you know, they seem to have got really confused with this middle spot, with Invil actually going north, and like if they wait another minute, they've already lost the game. By the way, they will not have enough time to shoot through 20,000 Invil HP unless Invil decides to make a magical YOLO. So unless the TRVST moves comes out now soon, this is Eta GG, to be honest. Like, I mean, I know on screen it looks like it's still all possible, but time. The more time goes
Lord.
down, the harder it gets.
He will just send the replacement cartridge instead of the chieftain that was on K0. So another chieftain came. And, well, apparently it didn't end up well for him because he lost 1,000 HP upon arrival.
I mean, you know,
It's
at
better
least
than
it's-
Rexar bid on
yeah.
300, so shared HP is better. But I think he lost it while approaching, not while being in cooldown. Well, there is finally some movement here from Trust coming in. 3.5 minutes left. Mayo and Yakefa are taking over that middle
But there's
cooldown.
another chieftain reinforcing zero line. He got across unspotted almost. Lucky. He will make it. Bleeding almost nothing. So
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's gonna end well for Trust, but let us see. They've proven us wrong a couple of times before, but this time they are with insufficient positions, insufficient HP, and time against them all combined. If they win this, god damn it, man. I seriously don't think they can, but they surprised me one before.
3 minutes. The push has to happen now.
Like, no
It
way in
has-
hell, man.
it
Like,
has-
seriously, no way.
It has to happen now. Like, the push needs to happen. Trust needs to press W. They have to go. They do not have a choice. They are attacking.
Shall we say, attention, attention, attack!
I mean, it's all good and well to wait for Piotrix to die, but if there's like 1 minute left when he does, then it's pointless. So, like, yeah, I understand they're waiting for Piotrix to die. Toxic is real. Oh, Buffalo picks them up from downtown. Very nice. But that's 2 minutes and 30 left now. Now they need to dig through the next barrier, which is Rexar and Lucky. And then they still need to overpush everybody in the south, while Invil's now taking back the middle of the map. Ujek and Raging. And Trust has 2 minutes and 18 seconds left.
It's just not happening, man. Like, this game is coming to its closure by its natural cause. There is 6,000 HP advantage now for Invil and counting. And as Ducky said, there is like layers and layers and layers of defense, and Trust doesn't control really a single important part of the map that will help them win this game. With this kind of timer, like, you cannot do any kind of cap pressure. There is too many of Invil tanks alive, and the guys are doing the best to do the damage on Lucky and so on, but the RT of Invil is pounding them, also the chieftains from the upper cooldowns, and on top of that they have the pain in their butt EBR and 907 pressuring their own cap.
Yeah, they still need to kill Lucky now with 1 minute and 30 seconds left. The HP is kind of close, but the time ticks against them. Every second that passes away is a minor victory for Invil right now, especially Lucky staying alive for that long. And Demon and David crossfiring Dracofa and Mayo. They're not being able to do much. Piotr, in the meantime, drove in towards the Trust base and died. Not what you like to see. Not really necessary either, but it does take away a little bit of time from those tanks to relocate back over. Mayo now trying to peek up a big early shot, connecting on towards David, and Kalatsi picking it up from the base. So, I mean, Trust, they're, you know, keeping the guns alive, and they're starting to take away Invil guns, but the time, 57 seconds, 56 now, Mojo.
And nothing matters, man. Like we said, it's all about the cap. Like we saw, Davy neglected their own cap, they lost. Like Invil definitely didn't here, and Trust is way spread out all over the map. They are kind of controlling some positions, but they're bleeding out everywhere they are, and they're definitely not doing anything to pressure this cap.
Unless Trust prays to RNG Jesus now and Amorax the remaining tanks from Invil. Doing 8k in 3 minutes is in 3 minutes. No, they wish they had 3 minutes. In 30 seconds, 25 now. Kalatsi goes down. Iber goes down. It's you know, this game is going to run to the end, the full 10 minutes, but it's going to be Invil winning it because they are defending. So time is their friend, a good old friend. They're going to be happy to see because they really need this round. Now with 6 seconds left, you know, Invil, they did it, Mojo. You know, it wasn't the prettiest game in the world, but it's a much needed one.
Well, we can safely say it's 2-1 now for Trust in this game. Not something that Invil was expecting. I believe in their minds they were already done with the match. But reality check came in. Not very impressed, as you said, with Trust's approach to this game.
Slow.
Like a lot of map just left for free to Invil. And then I saw no secondary plan how to deal with anything. Look at this, Mayo like was there entire game and he actually had no chance for connection or whatever. He was
It's
one
all-
of the two guys who were right in base
Yeah.
of Invil the entire time.
I mean, it's already nice and well, Mojo, to have Artie that does like 7k damage in total. If, however, 7 players of your team do below 1,000 after that.
Oh no, that overpowered Progetto.
Yeah. So, like, you know, it's all really good and well to play on Artie, but you need to have plan B, more rotations, because they sat there in K-Line. They sat there waiting to kill the K0 position. And what Invil did well, Mojo, is actually replacing that guy because he stayed alive longer than the other guy would. So, if anything, you know.
the guy who replaced him is the guy you can see on the bottom of Invil list, by the way.
Yeah, but the replacement was actually good because, you know, he stayed alive longer than Formula. No, it was not Formula. Than the other chieftain from Invilwood. So, I mean, you know, it looked funny, but you cannot wait for Trust, though. You cannot wait until there's 2 minutes left to push. It's too little time. You don't have enough time. You don't have time to go across the map, rotate, etc., etc. They left it way too long.
I think it was Rexer. Yeah, it was Piotrix who replaced Rexer there. But never mind. That's just INCBC details. Slow game as we've seen on all the Sand Rivers so far. Double RT seems to be a trend. And we're gonna see what will they actually choose to do in the next game when we will see Invil actually attacking. Like, will they choose some approach like this, or they're gonna go with 15 tanks and try to pressure this in a different manner? Because as far as it looks like, Trust will probably play with 2 artists in their defense.
What does Invil do on their attack, though, Mojo? 2 RDs, no RD, 1 RD, 3 RDs.
It's a
5 ABRs.
man. That's a really kind of a mental game between FCs. What do you expect from each other? As example, if Trust is expecting them to play with no artists, they will maybe not play with 2. Maybe they will play with just 1.
I mean, Invil was the kind of team, though, Mojo, when Sand River was even more East biased, that were one of the few, or one of the first even, that managed to show that you can get a good game from the West at least. So they should know how to approach this. But should and be able to execute it are 2 different things.
Yeah, and we will see how ready are they to risk anything now with the entire tournament on the line again after that cliff. I mean, if they were 1-1 on cliff, they would have a match point now. But throwing game like that on cliff costed them dearly, and now we'll see how will they pick up the scraps.
If they can pick up the scraps, I expect something aggressive from Invil, Mojo. I know. I'm not sure.
Man, we all are. Like, this was defense, so this was a viable tactics. But now when you attack, I don't think they should rely on double RT play. Like, double RT play with... This is the difference. Like, tournament mode is 10 minutes. Normal clan war mode is 15 minutes. Those 5 minutes actually matter huge when you're trying to dig out 15 tanks, right?
Yeah,
So
sure.
having that extra time and playing with double RT and then outspotting the enemy and doing some rotations, yeah, that's much more viable. When you're forced to do something like that with 10 minutes borderline, I think they should go aggressive. It suits them more also. Although it didn't work well though so far, so I don't know, man.
Mojo, everything is possible. You just believe. Okay? And we need to believe in Invil right now. Right? Because Trust is on match points, so we're gonna be rooting a little bit for Invil here to go to tiebreaker, and then we'll see who takes it away when it comes down to it. But I'm going for Invil this game. I have to go for Invil. I want the tiebreaker, Mojo. I want all the pressure, all the tension, and then we see how that goes.
I believe that you sounded like you believe. I actually wanted a tiebreaker also, so I would like to see a final matchup that would be on Prokhorovka. That could be quite interesting between these 2 teams, especially with the things that happened to Invil yesterday there.
I'm just wondering more about what Trust is going to play than Invil. We saw what CSA played. We saw what Davey played. I think all of that is very susceptible to a good K-line push, like a fast K-line push. And especially if Invil counts on Trust bringing 2 RDs and they bring none, it's a lot of extra HP, Mojo. It's really, really hard to deal with. Because one of the things Invil could do, for example, and what some teams do is you bring 2 or 3 BRs and you go for the K-line push, Mojo. And when you're pushing K-line, you push one of your BRs YOLO into their base to kill the RD.
Mm-hmm.
Because you have not enough tanks to deal with everything. But
Of
there is an
course.
RD for Invil. It is double for Trust.
Let us see.
Oh, Invil's bringing 2 as well, Mojo.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. They go into the slow play. This is not the Invul I'm used to. It's kind of weird to see. I have to see how they do it though, Mojo.
Well, it's not gonna end fast, that's for sure. I mean, with double RT played, it's gonna also depend a lot on the EBRs from the teams. Trust actually has an STRV to support their EBRs, while Invil is relying on their medium rotations and so on. Do they have only one EBR as far as I can see? Yeah, it's only one.
But it's only one. Ketsai is the only EBR for the side of Invil. I guess they count on not needing more than one EBR.
That's a heavy responsibility there.
Yeah. Well, this 97s did get spotted out in the middle, and they did take a ton of damage. Rishek and Senti there, minus 1k on both of them. Good start for Trust.
It's really, I was about to say, like, bad start for Invil here to take such damage on their mediums. But the Invil is sending 2 chieftains on really not an orthodox approach to take the upper side of the cooldown. So the things you were saying, like controlling the D5, 6 positions and C and so on, like they're actually working upon it. They're playing just defensives, having a couple of chieftains on upper lane because they don't expect actually Trust to come for them. Yeah, this is much better map control than from the previous teams who were attacking. This actually shows way better potential, and the Nano 7 rotation coming up there also can matter.
Rishek down towards a one-shot though in his 907 there. Not good for Invil. I mean, Artie's doing a lot of damage here for both teams, but Rishek dropping towards a one-shot is not what you want to see.
No, it's really early, and it's gonna drop him back to the pretty much only sniping positions. Trust does have like a serious defense of upper side of the map, so I'm really curious how actually Invil wants to deal with this. 907 left in a pocket on B8, and there is one more going for B0, so they have an absolute spot, while EBR will probably have to run away very soon.
Yeah, they do have 2 907s there. Francesca is not 100% safe in that area. Yuzek, however, is getting pounded by the RD. Takes 1, takes 2, drops a little lower. Francesca is not 100% safe there against the RD from Invil. There are ways to kill him. It does take time though. It's a trade-off. You lose damage on the chieftains, but you kill the 907, right?
Yeah, but you take out one gun and one spotter, but there is a backup spotter on B0, but you already stated, like, there is a way to deal with that with a bunch of mediums. So it looks like with the number of the tanks that are positioned, that actually Invil will probably choose to do so. Yeah, Francesca is taking the RT damage as far as I can see.
Yeah, that was a big 400, 500 damage already coming out on towards him. So it does look like Invil is willing to trade that.
He just lost 500 more.
Ooh, that's Artie. And in the meantime, you can see Ketsai is in the south trying to block off Juice from giving those spots there in his EBR. So he's trying to protect his chieftains by playing around that area. So Juice is not going to spot the chief. So that's a good move there from Ketsai. I'll give it that. But Juice is not, you know, scared by that. He's going to come back.
Deuce coming in. No, he doesn't dare to go because...
That's important. It's really important because that's where the arties are aiming.
Yep. He doesn't dare to peek because... Did Artie just shoot on actually Ketsai?
They may have tried it, yeah. I mean, Rummel's on reload, so possibly Mojo.
Francesca is down to 260 HP. Next splash by Artie will probably be done.
Yeah, but the next one is attention then though. Ooh, Deuce takes a shot from the chief. And only one of his arties off of reload.
Yeah,
that's a little too early.
That's not best cooperation there. You really need the double impact of the RT, like pretty much like smiting those tanks. Raging, just a splash damage, and the other RT will ready in 10 seconds, but now by that time all of these tanks will be faded, and it's a big risk for Deuce. It's not Deuce, it's Deus to come back. God damn it. It's contagious when you say it like that.
5 minutes left. Well, 6 minutes, excuse me. Yeah. Invil waiting to kill Francesca here with the RD probably. They want to pick him up freely without trading too much for it. We have to see if Invil's RD can do it. I think they are reloading now, so it's going to have to be in 20 seconds. Ooh, does David have a shot from here? Ooh, HE actually coming out. He's forcing him back maybe into a position where his RD is going to hit him. Piotrix sliding off the hill. Doesn't find an angle himself.
Well, it's a sad destiny when you know you're just like a battering ram for the enemy team and you're just buying seconds and you can't even do a shot back to them. Oh, there is a connection, but coming in from the Trust toward these chieftains, they finally found the target. They can actually shoot without exposing their EBR, but there you go. Simon Go takes out Francesca, Farago, and There we go, moving on to the next 907, which will be attention. The HP is rather similar. The game is quite slow and methodical, tactical, as Lucky would say. Like
I don't
it's
like the positions from Trust, to be honest, Mojo.
Me
I'm
neither.
sorry. I don't know. Like, I think attention's going to be next to Artie. Kalatsu here making a move in the middle. I don't know how I feel about that either. If Invil is fast about this could be good for them. But they have to be fast.
There is
about it,
4.5 minutes, so this actually requires 1 or 2 really good shots by Artie. But also they don't really need to connect attention directly. There is, like, once they push, they can take him out on a way. Like, if Artie takes out half of his HP, it should be enough.
We'll have to see if Invil can do it. 4 minutes left now in this match. And there seems to be a repush coming out from here VST though on the K-line, Mojo.
Yeah, it looks like they're tightening their ranks here. Attention is also running away from upper side of the map. Invil should get a grasp on that, and this might actually get quite mad after this, because if Invil just sits there in a corner, I don't think that's gonna end there well for them. Those positions are inferior.
Well, attention gets spotted out immediately. That's 197 in the pocket. Piotrix here actually taking a strong hold on position, but in the meantime, we can see now that the tanks from Tier VST are moving on the south-hand side of the map. They are not spotted from what I can tell on the minimap, unless my eyes are deceiving me. So they are going to pummel right over Raging, who may not be expecting this whatsoever. Piotr is going to go for attention with Formula 1. He's going to be taken out very fast in this game here. There is already traders be going on though. Piotr is taking damage for this. This is not a clean pickup, but it's a pickup that has to be done.
Well, like, I would debate that Formula could have maybe done a bit of shield for Piotr, because Artie already fired, you know. He didn't really need to let him take all the damage and get his Morek damaged like this. But still, Inuit is progressing here. They are keeping the march of the elephants over the open field on the trenched up Trust, who is just trying to do a machine gun work on them. Like, the question is only now the rest of the Invil guys who are controlling the upper hills. Can they be made in a play? Okay, they do some damage combined with Artie on these chieftains here, and they seem to be doing quite a good work.
Big shot coming out from the Arties from Invil, and yes, this push across, it looked terrible, but Invil had the HP to actually do it, to be honest, Mojo. They had the HP to do it. They lost one guy on the crossing. They can now actually start the cap as well if they want to, without probably being, I don't know, there's Benzo and Lucy that they need to take care of. They have to start repushing K-Line now. They have to.
Yeah, I don't think the cap will be a possibility in this kind of the game. The HP is too close and the tanks of Trust are too close. So if you put your eggs in that basket, it can just really not be as secure as to choose your own destiny by fighting. And I think Invil will do exactly that. I think they will just like start pressuring with all the tanks. There is 2 minutes left. It does seem tight time, like very tight, but they do have a couple of more guns in the game and better positions.
They are going to start repushing the K-line now, which is important. The cap has started. Nico takes one in his chieftain, but the more important part right now is around the J2. Lucy goes down in his chieftain. Yes, they have Jack in the hole, but it's a 2,200 HP chieftain. He's full HP. Ketsai goes down in the EBR on the south-hand side of the map, but the chieftains are now repushing. Ketsai is expendable. Bear goes down. Iber goes down. It gets picked up by Raging. The cap is now still on. They even abandoned it because they can. And Invil, with all the guns in the game right now, is making it work. It's been slow. It's been steady. 1 minute 20. Separate Tier VST from a tiebreaker as Invil's now pushing hard. They pick up Jakafa in the STRV. Yes, Piotr goes down in return. Mayo is about to die. Tryhard Arena's going to follow him soon. In the meantime, Trust is also losing the K-line. And the slow and steady game is working out for Invil as Trust remains with 3 tanks. Invil coming back on Sand River.
I can sound like whoop whoop. That's the sound of police. I mean, Winville is coming back and mopping up here, man. Like, this is something that you expected from them from the start of the tournament. But all of those YOLOs that they did so far costed them heavily. As soon as they went more tactical, actually, they starting taking the games.
Trust the strat. I don't want to be mean, but it's so passive. Brothers, they had no control, Mojo, over anything. Like, they had no K-line control because they only had 2 chieftains there. They had no middle control. They had like 2 907s as a bait in the north, and the rest was all around the base.
Yeah,
like,
but you know how it goes. Like, all that is based on some experience that you can have as a player, as an FC, and so on. Like the trust threat seemed here pretty default. Too default for a tournament. They left those two 907s up, and they were thinking that those 10 minutes will be more than enough for them to drag out their time. But Inuil actually taught them a lesson here that it is not the case. Like, I don't know, I didn't like the fact when they actually retracted everyone, even that 907 from the upper side, so the RT wouldn't pummel him or something, because they effectively gave Invil the approach. And they probably thought they will do way more damage to them while Invil was approaching them even further. But as you can see, when you get to those cooldown positions really close, and you're constantly pummeled by RT on one really small square, and your RT can actually not do the same. That's the key thing. Your RT, when you allow the enemy so close, cannot do the same thing as the enemy RT.
Yeah. Once they cross through the 0 line, the RD from TRVST gets nullified, even though they had, big damage beforehand already. Once they cross through the 0 line, and yes, they lost David on that crossing. They cross through 0 line so fast because of the time. They don't have that much time to go around, to go slow, so they cross straight. David paid the price, unlucky for him, but it enabled the rest of his team to close the distance and the RD to do big shots, and Trust just getting, chokeholded. And it's no fun. You're getting choked everywhere. They're starting to lose K-line, they're starting to lose their base. You can't really repush anything because you never took the positions to be able to do that. And then it's just praying at that point.
I totally jinxed Deus, man.
You did.
Yep. Did it again. Oh well. Not the first, not the last time, probably. A good damage done here by artists from the both teams, but of course this is expected for the length of this game. The only difference, as we mentioned just now, like Trust RT in the late game, in the late stage of the game, was not as feasible or usable. Simply they don't have the arcs or targets they can unload their shells on, while Invil can actually pinpoint exactly where they want to shoot.
Momentum has shifted though, let's be honest. TRVST picking up the first 2 rounds, it's really good for them. But in your match point, you lose the first, you're like, okay, boys, we got this. We're going on to Sand River Defense now. We're favored on this side. Our strat's good. We're solid. We're going to do this. And then you lose Sand River Defense, and you go into tiebreaker, and you're like...
Sweaty hands.
Yeah. Knees weak, arms are heavy. I mean, Deuce had already spaghetti only sweaty from yesterday, so that doesn't even count. Yeah.
God damn it, man. Say it, Deus, please.
There's Deuce, man. Deuce. He's Deuce, dude. If you want me to pronounce your nickname better, get a better nickname, right?
Deus is actually a word. God damn it.
I don't care. He's Deuce, dude. I'm trying, Deuce is Deuce, okay? Just like raging is raging. There we go.
You sound like, I don't know, like... Alabama American, man.
Whoa. What are you trying to imply here, Mojo? Because I've never heard of such a thing, huh?
About the literacy levels.
Whoa. That's just, oh, wow, dude. That is uncalled for, Mojo. Like, you're
What about
disrespecting
Alabama?
my
I'm
glasses.
disrespecting Alabama here?
Yeah, definitely, dude. NA number 1, dude. Can we get an NA number 1 in the chat, boys? Let's go NA, dude. I associate myself with NA, Mojo. I am NA.
You associate yourself with everyone. I saw when you were on the Japanese Today stream and they said, Daki-san! You're
Yeah,
so
dude.
international, man.
Yeah, my presence is global, my audience is international, something like that, along those lines, Mojo. Anyways, tiebreaker. Who has your bet?
It's gonna be Prokhorovka here. On Prokhorovka, I don't really think it matters who defends. So I kind of have a feeling that Invil should do better here because they frankly played like trash yesterday here against Raid. And I think they can improve on that because they know what mistakes they've made. I think they made major mistakes on that game especially. Well, they allowed that massive rotation from Raid. And they should pick up from that. They should like really step up and play their own game finally. They're the clan with huge potential.
Huge potential, but Mojo, sometimes untapped potential, Wouldn't be the first team with high hopes to disappoint.
Hey, there is always option for Invil version 16.0.
The great Polish shuffle.
Yep.
It's always a possibility. Now, Prokhorovka, I don't think we're going to see a slow... There's an STRV there, though, Mojo, on the top for the side of Trust. So let's see the lineups. Tell me what you think.
WBR on Trust side, STRV, it looks very defensive. 3 EBRs on Invil side, it looks very offensive. And as far as we can see, Invil is on attack side of the map. Trust is defending. I wonder, was it because of one of the games? I don't know exactly the lengths of them.
Well, so far it's a split here from Trust. Oh, Mojo, they're playing the slow game.
Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work, man. Like the Invil setup from the start brings me Molfate, and that push that can split the Trust tanks in half can butcher them heavily. I don't like this.
This is kind of hoping that Invil drives into them, no? This
Yes.
is like praying.
Yes.
This is like hoping Invil drive into us. Please do it. We'll be waiting for you driving into us right now.
Like I7 on the middle, this is a really...
With a small liner, Toxic, I don't know what you thought exactly Invil was gonna do, but I could have guaranteed you it was not play with Artie.
Yeah, I haven't seen anyone play with RT in a while on Proco actually. Like I7 is such an old remnant of meta, but maybe they were just scared to put a chieftain there. But Spawliner is a bit overdoing it, I guess.
I will say that I am proud of Invil for not YOLOing through the middle.
Mm-hmm.
I think it would have been maybe the worst choice for them, to be honest.
It's a match point, man. They need to fill out the map finally, not just do the full push from the Yala Yala start.
What is... Oh, Toxic takes a big peek there, though. What is the next move here for Invil, Mojo, with their map movements that they are doing?
It does look like they actually want to pressure the forest, man. So chieftains up for a
Do
crossfire.
you think they expect this, though, Mojo? Like, there's one thing to point out. Galatsi and Deuce.
Mm-hmm.
They only have 2 EBRs, and they're both similar positions. I mean, not, in the same map.
You know what's
Yeah,
worrisome
they're the
here?
same map. You know what I mean, on the same line.
Yep. The worrisome thing here for Trust at the moment is
Oh,
they put an STRV to counter the chieftains in the middle.
Minus. Bye, David.
By David. So
Bye,
they put an
David.
STRV on B1 position to counter the chieftains in the mid. But in case of a really hard push by mediums on 1-2 line, those EBRs will be spotted and so will be STRV, and he will be deleted by chieftains. So that's a big flaw that they have right there, because Yakefa is usually someone who should take care of the push, but they took him so he can shoot the center at the moment and counter
guess-
those chieftains.
I guess they're counting on the first line being, Kilatsi and his EBR. So that when Kilatsi dies, if he gets rushed by an EBR, Jakefa will be going back towards A1, and then they're counting on Juice's spotting instead.
Yeah, but you know how it goes. Like, first guy does the spot, runs away. Second guy comes from the fade, and they're in full speed, spots more. It works better when you have 3 BRs, which one of them is lost by Invil. But I guess for that loss, they got a trade-off on info also, like what actually shot him.
That's right here, trying to feel out the positions, trying to figure out where is Trust located right now. And Invil's rotating towards the eastern side of the map. What's there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 907s from Trust on 6-0 line, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think it's 6.
It leaves them with options also. So if they want to avoid the STRV, they can also pressure the other side, attack the water, and pump with chieftains toward the 907s. That's also an option, and they can do it. Also, I don't think the Trust has any kind of possibility to really seriously counterattack them from the forest side.
I think that they will be really late spotted though if Invil does decide to cross east.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Well, Trust is again pretty much giving that side. Like, they will see the forest on time, more or less. But the other side, they have no spots. And Invil actually saw that, because you can see that EBR is circling. And he's saying, hey,
okay, they wouldn't
I'm
be
not getting
spotted if they drove through 8 line, but they will be spotted if they drive through 0 line though. Like, they will be early spotted when they come off the hill. Because Ketsai is like clearing towards E8, but Yanis is spotting 0 line, the crossing from F0 though. I was thinking they would drive 8-9 line.
Yeah. But will there be enough damage done on them?
Well, it depends. I mean, if Yanis gets good info, Trust could technically just go for the full E3 push, kill those 907s and get out again. I mean, Ketsai is going first, that's good, that's clearing. He takes a lot of damage and loses his commander though, but he has cleared. So they will not be spotting right now.
I hope the camera will actually switch on the important part of the map, because that is where the map is decided now. Kilatzi is on 400 HP, being blind shot in the forest though. But Ketsai here, proxying these guys, making them give up their positions is way more important. Now comes the first 907. Yanis tries to kind of do damage on Ketsai and make him back off, but that has a kind of consequence that Call Me Piotr is now only spotted when he's already in his face.
Piotr now fighting the 1v1 against Yanes, and Piotr's going to be winning that, but in the meantime, there's a rotation coming out from the side of Trust. They're pushing 1-2, they're starting to push the middle. EBR getting cleared in the 1-2 line. Yanes is going to die here, that's for sure. There's still 907s on the hill for Invil, but they're moving towards the middle of the map. Can Invil hold on? Can they hold this repush? Has Trust getting baited, really, into something they don't want to do, because Invil's going to be very, very fast to rotate back towards them. 1-2 line is still being pushed out. That should be won by Trust, but what does Invil do as reaction?
Trust is pushing here over the middle. They will probably try to collide on those chieftains in the middle, but they will have 2 chieftains plus bunch of 907s right up their ass, so they gave up on that. Nico and Nyber are pulling back, but there is so many tanks of Invil here, they cannot do anything. They actually let 2 907 on the other side. They're split all over the place, and I think this game is actually tactically heavily going in Invil's side.
Yeah, Invil now down on HP, but they bring in that just back as they manage to pick up that middle push out from the RVST, and now Iber getting surrounded from every single angle in that shift, and he's going to go down very fast here. Never in return also getting focused out, but Simon now peeking over, wants to make the kill. He doesn't get it though, but Demon gets it in return. Nico now going to be the next one, and Invil with still basically all their guns remaining in this fight, as now Nico is going to be the next one to get focused. Great connections coming out from Invil. There's still a 907 in the east for Trust. I mean, Invil has to be careful if they're going to drive into the guns from TRVST. It's not going to be that well, but they seem to have just done enough at this moment in time, at least.
This is more than enough, mate, because that 2k HP is like a sky-high boundary now. There is STRV in the back covering this chieftain, but that's more or less it. And he's just now deleted. That's the last strand of HP they had, man. Like, these guys cannot fend for themselves.
The RVST bringing it so close, but they made one vital mistake, Mojo. One mistake. I don't think they knew, but their 6-line push lost them the game. Like, they would win 1-2 line, Mojo, but that 6-line push, no.
The timing was such a bad luck. They were caught in the middle of the push. Couple of tanks here, couple of tanks there. They didn't have actually the muscle power to deal with the chieftains in the middle fast because of that. And they lost all kind of momentum. Man, Invil here went from 0 to hero, and that's not even an understatement.
Invil with a good play. So, I mean, losing David for free, it's going to be Invil to pick it up, going 2-0 down, but bringing it back 3-2, meaning we are going to lose TRVST in this tournament. But yeah, Mojo, when you were talking about timing, and the vital flaw was that 6-line. Like, they pushed over into nothing, got nothing. They would win 1-2, Mojo. They would win 1-2, right? There was only like 3 tanks for Invil there, but the 6-line push just ran into every single chieftain from Invil and got slaughtered.
It's not only like every single chieftain. Invil already relocated 2 chieftains on the other side of the rail, if you noticed. And when they pushed the 6-line, they were actually in a pincer between Invil. No matter how it looked like with dots on the map, the reality was Invil was in hold-down positions where they can shoot them while they push. And they had upper hand because they were behind the rail. So those guys pushing had to suffer damage no matter what they do. And the loss of the forest side for Invil would not hurt them that much.
We obviously have all the information available to us. We see everything on the minimap, right? So we know all the positions, so it's easier for us. But what Invil did very well, Mojo, because that's going to talk about Piotr, so I had him in my mind, is sending Ketsai down and then sending Piotr behind him just to kill the 1907. And if Trust just sent like 2-3 guys to kill him, if that's all they did just to kill Piotr, they would probably hold. They would probably hold that with good positions.
But also Invil would send more guys there.
Yeah,
they
but
already had chieftains on the way
more.
and 3 907s behind Piotr, so that will also not be a good game for them.
It'd be equal force. Trust had 6 907s on that whole side of the map. 6 907s. But that's if they just pushed out 1-2 and waited with the 6-line long enough to crossfire in the middle, maybe.
But we will never know. What is important for people when they play tournaments and such, like this is how you train your senses. Like enemy will always try to give you some bait, and to hide his plays. And FC on other side has to have a mind game of his own, like what kind of info he has from his scouts and the rest of the players, and what he will do about it. It's all about experience at the end of the day. And I think like Trust really performed well in this tournament. It's just like kind of unlucky that they lost both games in a tiebreaker, both
Mojo.
against Fame and Invil, but that's how it is.
That's the thing, though. Trust didn't do very well, but in a week, in a month, all we're gonna remember
Is the winners.
is that Trust. You know, they had 2 tiebreakers, but they went out and Invil moved through. I mean, it's kind of harsh to say it like that, but you say it yourself. Result at the end of the day is the only thing that matters, and
Yes.
you can be as close as you want. Every single game, you have to close them out, which they were unable of doing in the end.
Well, on the side that goes for Invil, like after getting slapped so much for playing too fast for their own health, they actually put a foot down in the middle of the losing match and played way more tactical, both Sand River games and this on Prokhorovka. Although on Prokhorovka they had a full push setup, they never did like they did last time, and it actually paid off.
Few issues there for Trust that they need to work on. All in all, not a bad showing, but surprised that Invil's aggression is not working for them. They are currently 4-0 on Cliff, I think.
Yes.
So
I wonder will we even see it on their next match?
Yeah, so their aggression is not what was winning them the games. It was the slow plays on both Broco and Sand River.
Mhm.
So, well, Mojo, I think that was enough talking from us just now. We'll be back soon, but before we get back, we'll hear from our analysts and see what they have to say.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Well, that was a close game, and none of us, I think, got the prediction right there. I think I was the
I don't think
closest.
so. I think we all went in favor of Invil, but no one predicted to go for this game to go to a tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Almost another setup here in this tournament.
Yeah. So that was unfortunate. It came so close to get my prediction right. I nearly went 2 for today and failed in the end. So there have been a fair few questions on that last game, but here are the scores and the progression so far that I know many of you want to see and watch.
Yep, as we can see here, the updated tournament tree. CSA taking a narrow victory over Devi was the team already waiting in that match 8, which we're going to see shortly. Invil, as we just saw, with another tiebreaker match over Trust now also advancing. So the next match we're going to see is going to be the Czech team CSA against the Polish powerhouse Invil, and the winner of those two will face off Raid later on.
So one of the questions I saw a lot in chat that I'm sure you did as well was a lot of people are asking why not taking Artie on proc.
Obviously, taking Artie on proc can pay off very well due to it being a very open map. However, lately the meta in Advances has evolved to more of a very aggressive state, which we saw yesterday when there were 2 Prokhorovka matches in which Artie wouldn't have done a thing, basically, because they were over so quickly. So I guess both of the teams expected the other team, respectively, to not go for a long game and instead go for those very aggressive approaches, which we saw yesterday in Invil against Raid. That did not happen, so Artie would have been a good pick, but yeah, you don't see what the enemy is going to take before the match. So
Yep, the last few times that I've had the pleasure of watching most proc games, it tends to be as soon as you see an Artie, people will take like a 268v4 and expect it, and they will just rush down one of the lines, and that's it. They just absolutely swarm it and make sure that there's no chance for the Artie to really have a role in the battle.
yes,
From what I've seen
obviously
so far.
Artie can pay off, but then again, it's a commitment you make. It's one less tank that will actually be fighting. Instead, you are getting that continuous damage over time for your team, but first of all, you're sacrificing a gun in the game, so to speak.
Yep. So I know we've got the replays coming up for all of that analysis on there. I want to take this time to remind everybody, make sure you enter into the giveaways. We are going to be running out of time for those giveaways for people to enter. We're going to be pulling those winners after, not the next game, but the game after, and then we're going to show those. So you have 2 games. The next match with CSA versus Invil, and then the winner of that match versus Raid. By then, we will be announcing the winners at the very end of the stream, so you have until then until we pick them. So make sure you enter into the giveaways. The links are in chat every 5 minutes or so. I am going to be looking through clips as well. I know there's been some wonderful clips going on right now, including that Cliff awesome damaging shot that even had you going oof. Are you any closer to an MVP?
I am actually, obviously, as more matches get played, you get closer. Although I believe we are now within that replay segment from the match we just saw, and it is the first game of these 2 teams, Trust against Invil, and we are already at that stage in the game where Invil, well, they basically tried to push that outside with the heavy tanks, expecting Trust to have a force there awaiting them, and they wanted to smash that force. However, Invil getting surprised by Trust actually not having tanks there. Yeah, they were in the open, there were chieftains from Trust posted at the back, just farming away at that push from Invil, and Invil was like, yeah, plan A failed, plan B, we don't have one. That's what lost them basically the first game. As we can see here, those 2 chieftains in the back, Benzo and Mayo, they are farming onto Raging, Ragging, or whatever you call them, Formula, Mumek, all those 277s who were on the outside. And now that they have bled so much HP, even Jackafa, Fabian, he can come in that bat chat and start clipping onto the heavy tanks. He takes a few shots, but Trust, by that moment in time, up so far in HP that it doesn't even matter, and they just get a almost clean sweep here. At that moment in time, it was, yeah, it is 11 tanks still alive for Trust, so extremely well played by Trust. No good reactions seen from Invil in the first game. Here we now have the second game, and we got that quick glance at that 261 just hammering away at that EBR, panning that light tank. He's out of the game. However, I don't think it would have even mattered. Invil feels pressured into this mid-repush, and I've said it I think 2 or 3 times yesterday, and I have to say it today yet again, that repush, it almost never works. Invil even, like the problem is those STBs, yeah, probably they committed in a little too far. However, you have to see how many tanks Invil actually has to commit to clear out those STBs in the back there. This is the moment actually leading up to it here, those STBs farming so far, and then they will go in and have even better shots onto those Invil tanks, the Lucky and Piotrix. They will get focused out by those STBs. Yeah, here we see the repush coming in, and you're gonna see how many 907s Invil actually has to split off to clear those STBs behind them, thus enabling Trust to overpush the middle, and also at the same time, if I may direct your attention to the 1-2 line, they're repushing that with 2 907s, thus in the future they would have had they had even more crossfire onto those middle heavy tanks by Invil. Yeah, that was Cliff, a rather fast-paced map, and Trust dealing surprisingly well with the aggression, or yeah, with Invil that is normally used to playing aggressive games, aggressive fast games. Invil, however, as Mojo pointed out completely correctly, Invil, they completely changed their approach to the game on Sand River, which is not a bad thing to do, because Sand River, it's a very slow map, it's a very arty heavy map, as we saw arty putting out some big shots, and Invil, they just played completely to that defender's advantage. They abused, you have to say, all those positions that make the east side so incredibly powerful on Sand River. And Trust, yeah, they also tried to slow play, however, it seemed like they did not have those, yeah, the final ideas to give them that edge. Invil, in the end, with the right approach to this game, they were just waiting what Trust was doing, and Trust was not doing the right things. They didn't have the right ideas. Thus, Invil taking, I would say, a very, very easy game 1 on Sand River. There was never a moment in time at which it felt like Trust was gaining the upper hand somehow. It was always Invil one step ahead of Trust. Trust getting that south side in the end. However, there are so many positions, hold-on positions even, which you see there behind the cap, where you can just put 1 or 2 chieftains, and yeah, the aggressor team, the attacking team, they will not have any possibility except Arty to yeah, to basically go onto the defender. And going through Arty, chewing through heavy tanks with Arty, it will take time, it will cost time, and Invil made Trust pay dearly for every bit of HP that they were shaving off those heavy tanks posted defensively. This now, however, is Invil here on the attacking side on Sand River, and they're doing it better than Trust. They're giving up that south side so far, but throughout the game they managed to take position by position by position in the north. You can even see the Arties at this point, they're in B5, A6. That really tells you how much control Invil really had over that north side, and with the Arty having a blasting away at those red tanks here from Trust, in the end they didn't stand a chance. You can see it was 46 seconds left, but then again Invil, they timed it right. They still had almost 7 or 6k at this point HP to spare. That means they could have pushed earlier, but they took the safe approach. They secured that victory, thus putting themselves on a tiebreaker, and they worked very hard for it, but they did it methodical and they did it very well on Sand River. Now for the last game, that was quite a weird one. I have to say, Trust was actually set up pretty well until I don't know, maybe their FC was thrown off balance by the games that happened on Sand River, because that repush on the 1-2 line that's happening right now, that's such a big commitment. It's tanks not shooting at the Invil tanks pushing right now into the middle, and they're not even going to get that 1-2 line in the end. It's just going to be 3 mediums wasted. The EBR by Invil will continue standing in the 1-2 line. That means they're losing that crossfire positions. They committed tanks into the 1-2 line that weren't doing effective damage onto Invil pushing, and yeah, at this point in time it was just Trust losing everywhere. The HP is still somewhat close, but the guns, they tell a different tale. Invil, yeah, you have to say, baiting or outminding Trust into that 1-2 line repush that didn't get anything done.
Yeah.
So yeah,
as you mentioned, there was a lot of kind of 2 steps ahead uphill fighting going on there.
Yeah, it was just as soon as Invil actually started to think about what they were doing, it seemed like they got into that driver's seat of the matches.
Yep. So,
and there's one more thing I wanted to mention with
the
Dagi's international audience. There's actually 3,300 plus reasons why he should get his own content.
Only 3,300 plus?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I believe we're ready to go to the casters shortly, and I hope that most of you will enjoy the next game of CSA versus Invil. We'll be starting a poll shortly, and oh, okay, so yeah, they're not quite ready yet. I heard the wrong thing through the comms. So what's your call, Handy?
I mean, it is CSA against Invil now, and both of those clans have proven multiple times that they're a force to be reckoned with. It is hard to make a prediction. If I had to make one, I'm gonna go with the thing I said on day 1 with CSA. If they manage to get into their tactical, methodical gameplay, where Sakalito is gonna be able to show his 200 IQs, then it will be CSA taking the victory. However, if Piotr and his boys from the Invil team manage to to get into that driver's seat immediately, to surprise CSA with stuff that CSA didn't expect, then it should be Invil's game. So it is hard to say. I am gonna go with CSA taking a 3-2 victory in the tiebreaker.
Okay. Now, my heart wants to go with CSA as well, based on what they showed on the last tournament in particular. But I would say that Invil have shown a stronger showing, I think, against some of the teams that they've been fighting with. As we saw yesterday, Trust putting up the biggest fight towards fame yesterday, and kind of like common sense would say that I feel that Invil probably might edge this, but I am curious. I don't know. My heart wants to say CSA, my mind wants to say Invil. Yeah, I'm still confused. I'm waiting for chat to start commenting on all of those as well. We haven't seen them yet. Now, are you expecting slightly slower games as we head towards the closer and closer to the finals, when the risk starts getting higher?
Actually, yes, I am expecting slower games. Yesterday we saw a lot of very aggressive games, almost YOLOs, you could say. But however, today all of those teams we're seeing so far are fighting for their survival in this event. Every match you lose puts you closer towards losing a game against another clan, which means you're out. So now, yeah, I guess the FCs as well as the teams themselves, they're not willing to take that risk of those high risk, high reward strats where basically you have 60% chance of winning, but you would have 70% chance with a slower strat. So I guess this is why we're seeing sort of slower games today, and I have to say I quite enjoy it.
Yep, they've been a lot closer. I think they've been more action-packed. Oddly enough, they're slower, but there seems to be more action involved in them. There was that moment that we saw a boosting EBR, I think it was, that I saw on Sand River, if I remember correctly. That was a new one to me as well, and it was nice to see Daki excited with that. But I believe Daki and Mojo are ready, and they're eager to go into this next game. So we will pass you over to these beautiful two, and you're in safe hands.
Ikibo and Kihan, thank you very much for that. I appreciate that. Yes, hello. Out of the darkness we came, here is the light. And Kihan, better be careful with the things he's saying, because I'll make him sing faster than that ship in the background on his picture there. But outside of that, Mojo, what are your thoughts on this map?
CSA and Invil meeting here, I would give an advantage to Invil here. They came victorious after actually changing their playstyle. That means they managed to kind of grow during the match, which is really hard. Being on a losing match point, 0-2, and coming back victorious. On the other hand, like CSA did win in a tiebreak against Devi, but man, so many mistakes that we saw again, you know?
True. People in the chat, I'd like to point out there is a poll going on right now. We have the percentages here as well, but I want to know what you people right now in the chat think. If you could vote above the chat and tell me who's going to win, CSA or Invil, so I can keep an eye on that and see it between these two teams. That would be great, and I would love you very, very much. But yeah, Mojo, between these two, do you think Invil's gonna ditch the slow style, the fast style now, and go towards the slow style, which they were rocking against TVST?
I don't think they need to ditch the fast style. Like they just cannot YOLO in the start of the game anymore. You know, they actually need to see where the enemy is and then take the aggressive positions and approach. That's fine. But just going straight from the bat, like, oh, we see them here, 6 cents, let's go, davai left, it doesn't work.
Well, from what I can see from the chat poll right now, though, Mojo, it's a little more even, with 43% voting for CSA and 57% voting.
Yeah, I would say like 80% is way too much, man. Like, seriously. That's seriously underestimating CSA. But let's talk a bit about map picks and bans here, because they're quite peculiar. Enske and Murovanka are permanent ban for CSA, so this is third match they're playing and third match they're banning it. On the other hand, like we have bans for Invil, Liveox and Cliff. They banned also Liveox in every match, and on top of that, on every match they banned Murovanka, which was done by CSA now. So there is a next one. Haha.
Invil not playing Cliff? Oh man, look, Mojo.
Never saw it coming after 4 games in a loss in a row. So we have Himmelsdorf and Prokhorovka picked by these. Himmelsdorf coming in is a pick of Invil, actually, a city map, and Prokhorovka by CSA following up, and the tiebreaker will be Himmelsdorf. Now this is going to be quite a new one. CSA is a good team on Himmelsdorf.
A slower team on Himmels. And most of the plays from CSA, the good ones that we remember, were all slower plays, Mojo. Well, Invil is not like that usually.
Not like that patient. So what I wanted actually exactly to say is if Invil takes some fast position initially and manages to throw CSA from the start of the balance, they really have a good chance on that. Like, I don't think they should go for some extra long game. Not
Alright, Mojo, you've seen the maps. Predictions.
Yeah, the only one that is bugging me is actually Prokhorovka, you know? Because the Invil has the first defense there. I think they're actually capable to take the entire Himmelsdorf.
Okay, so 3-0 Mojo.
No way.
So
I'm gonna slip up somewhere for sure in that one.
So scoreline?
3-1 or 3-2 for Invil.
Oh, that's keeping too many options. You have to pick one.
Man,
Mojo.
it's harder as it goes,
You
know?
have to pick one, Mojo. We cannot play every single court. One. Your final pick, Mojo.
Let's go with 3-2.
Okay, I'm going 3-0 for Invil. So
Okay.
we'll see, Mojo. We'll see. I have this feeling. You know, I have this feeling inside of me that says Invil's going to
be glorious.
Up. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see, man. We'll see. Saka's not listening to the broadcast right now either, so that saves me from his unpleasant comments when he hears me say unnice things to a CSA.
I could say some stuff on check for you, but it's not allowed here. So it's fine. Anyways, Himmels is gonna be the first map we can see here. We saw that Invil ditched Cliff finally after losing those 4 games, so they decided not to bother anymore with it. At least upgraded version of the strats. We are waiting for teams to finally get ready, and once we see the setups, that's gonna pretty much decide the pace of the games. We're gonna know what they wanna actually choose to do and where. On first map, on first roll, CSA will be defending. So for those that don't know, that's the lower side of the map. You know, the one that Davey was camping. So that's the CSA starting point, and Invil will be from up.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be. CSA might just be a slower team. They're not usually a camping team, so I don't expect that to happen from CSA. Lineups though, Mojo. No 50Bs, no bats for Invil.
Yep, 4 279s and bunch of chieftains. On other hand, like we have double 50Bs on CSA side, and I think I saw 2 or 3 279s. I'm not 100% sure. 260 even taken. Interesting.
Yeah, 260. I mean, CSA is one of the teams that actually likes that. But look at the amount of tanks 1-2 line for both these teams.
Yeah, it's a huge. Invil did almost that Polish shuffle you were talking about, but they actually sent 3 guys on other side. The rest are 1-2 line and connected through the middle. CSA, on other hand, sending only 1B and 260 there, and the chieftain. That's it. But where is the second B? Second B is covering the 3 line. Okay.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like Invil's about to stop on 1-2 line though, Mojo. Do you think they're going to be able to break through the CSA fortress that is currently being established in 1-2 line?
I actually think they might do it. I actually think they can, because there is a bunch of tanks from CSA on the right side of the map, and if Invil turns here a bit and starts the pressure on the chieftains on the mid, yeah, this can go well their way, man.
They have taken a lot of damage already though in those 279s. They do take that hold on position in G3, and Invil has halted the 1-2 push, Mojo. They have stopped.
Yeah, they have a couple of guys stuck there, like 5 of them, plus 1 behind. But you could say the same for CSA, because they have a bunch of guys on the rail also. So now it comes to what will happen on a hill, because the CSA does have a big advantage there, and Invil needs to do something with those tanks controlling the center and the back. But
Big
look at the
mistake.
massive shot coming from the rail toward the hill, man. They deleted 1 tank. Call me Piotr.
Yeah. It's one of the 50Bs, Mojo, actually going down there. But yeah, Piotr at the meantime has died as well. They lose Piotrix and Mojo. So far, these trades are working though for Invil. I mean, they're shooting HE, but it's working for them. They don't seem to be able to hold the hill though.
Yeah, actually, Invil is now having 2 tanks on the hill against a 1-shot 50B and 1 more heavy tank, and I think they're overtaking it by far. Invil is actually aggressive play. It's working out for them because it doesn't seem the CSA can apply damage except HE damage to them. Zilka is falling down to this massive hellish trade, and he's down on... Never mind, he's dead. So that leaves only the guys in the back. Now, actually, Invil can start even some rotations because they have massively better positions. They're gonna clear the G line because that chieftain was in crossfire, and I don't know. I don't see a way out for CSA here, man. 6k HP down, couple of tanks down. Position-wise, they're stuck in a corner now.
I guess Invil doing the right thing of stopping with all those chieftains and Mojo, then very wisely switching to HE ammunition on a lot of their tanks. You know, Chieftain trading off against Chieftain. Inside script, you can see HE going one way, HE going the other way. But Invil, with that hill play, Mojo, like you said, massive shots from 1-2 line. There was a 50B, I think it was Seago going around. He got dropped towards a 1-shot. This is why you don't go around the hill, but you go from the right side. But,
yeah,
you know.
But they killed 1 guy up there with that salvo. And they dropped him on 50. They hit 3 guys. CSA had 3 guys on the hill. Like, they really decimated them there.
And yeah, if they actually went around 0-line, Mojo, they could have maybe held the hill, but they would still be losing the 1-2 trade though, to be honest. I mean, that 260 pushed up, got shot under the rails with HE. Those chieftains outnumbered, actually, getting HE traded towards them as well. And now Invil, heavily in the driving position.
I really think that if they pushed on a 0 line, like with the tanks they had, CSA, they were maybe just not sure how many of them is there. That's the only thing. Because losing the hill made a whole cascade of things happen. They created alternative crossfire for Invil tanks who can shoot from upper positions on the chieftains they were down. Yes, Whitman came to counterattack, but you know, 279 is not a Ferrari, man. He cannot climb up on that hill and do whatever.
And Svitman's issue right now is as well that he's getting one flanked by Senti, and also this face hug here from the chieftain is extremely annoying for 279. Or you can see Rishek is just able to depress his gun on towards the hull of the 279 and go through it. But in return, Svitman has basically only Coppola to shoot at, and you can see he doesn't get this connection. It's extremely hard to do in a 279. It's not a game-losing play here because, you know, the CSA tanks already surrounded in 1-2 line.
Yeah, this is not a game breaker anymore, like for a while. The moment that Invil actually stopped and didn't take significant damage on the rail, and they managed to overturn the hill, as you were saying yesterday, if you remember, when we were talking about Himmel, like if you get stuck all over the map with the tanks, it's always about micro plays on a hill. Like one tank more, one tank less can pretty much decide the entire game. And that's like the first domino that fell, and then everything just colliding down like a pile of cards.
Yeah, well, technically CSA should have been able to win the hill. I mean, it's mop-up operation for Invil here, closing out the game, even capping as well. To get a faster win. Not that like 5 minutes and 20 seconds or something is going to be the fastest attack win, probably. But you're right, those micro plays on the Hill Mojo, CSA having 3 tanks, Invil having a mere 2. They were rotating one, Invil, they were rotating one. But if they pushed well over 0 line, he would be there too late. But instead, they got crossfired from 1-2 line, which is not what you want to see.
And as a consequence also, like CSA would have a crossfire on Invil tanks that were on lower side of the map, and they would be forced to do something. Also, they would be able to shoot the guys on the E1 constantly without getting spotted, and that would be the end of the Invil game. It was make or break there.
Well, instead it's going to be the end of CSA in this round at least. Invil picking up their first round on Himmelsdorf. And Mojo, you said that you think Himmelsdorf might be favored towards the side of Invil, and so far, so good.
So far, so good for Invil, not so far for CSA. What can you do? I mean, I did say 3-2, but that can go anyway. Anyways, we said. Now we will shift the sides.
Whoa, recheck though, look at that. And Ketsa as well. Big numbers.
5.6, man.
That's a lot, 5.6. That's a very big amount. Was he the guy in the D0 hold on 0 line? Yeah, he was, right? Yeah, he had to be.
Not sure.
He was the guy behind
6K
Piotr, you know? Piotr was
by
close.
Never. Really?
279 against Chieftain APCR.
God damn it, man. 28 hits received.
HE, a lot of it.
I understand, but still, like, oh god, this is like, you know, when you watch those random games when nowhere pens the 279. God damn it.
Well, a lot of HE being traded on 1-2 line. It's kind of what happens when the positions get stagnated. But even then, you know, Mojo, CSA really needed the hill because they were never going to win the trade in 1-2 the way how many tanks Invil had. You know, the sheer amount of guns that Invil had shooting. You know, they picked up Will, then they started picking up other tanks. They were outgunned.
Was 50B on a hill, right? And 260 was on a hill, and he was, I think, the first guy deleted. I think the 260 took the first brand. I don't know.
Yeah, yes.
Was he blown or something? Like, he was the first. Mudrets lost, like, all of that HP to the guys of the rail. I'm not sure about 260. Was he blown by the other guys, or was he connected from the rail? It doesn't even matter now. It's history, man. Like, those two guys pretty much combined didn't manage to do their role, and that's what everything else is a consequence. Like, when you look at it like this, like only 2 guys dead from Invil, it looks like a stomp, but in reality it wasn't.
Yeah, no, 1 or 2 things could really have changed the game there. And we talk so much about the hill because the hill was really the orientation point. Both teams sending limited amount of tanks towards it, and then it depends who can actually win it. And there was Invil, and then CSA was forced to rotate tanks more tanks towards it, and that didn't work out either. So, you know.
So you have a comparison here, Ketsai versus Cosmo. Look at this, like 90% of hits and penetrations here for Ketsai. Like, wow. Was he the guy on a hill then? Probably, because I think only a person who can play like up and close with someone can have that kind of ratio.
It was Richek and Ketsai, I guess. But yeah, big numbers there for them. Cosmo doing pretty well as well, but CSA needs this second round. They really need it.
Well, going against Invil, I mean, Invil pulled a comeback in this tournament, but they are like a strong team that exists for a while. So, can you do a comeback against Invil if you give them 2-0 and this is best of 5, this is not best of 7 or something like that, so you can respond with the entire maps a bit later. And especially since Prokhorovka is coming up after and Invil has the defensive side. Well, we shall see when the time comes. For now, we will see the Himmelsdorf when the teams get ready, and CSA will be attacking, and Invil will be defending. So Invil will be from the lower side of the map, and CSA from the upper one. Now, what do you actually expect from them now in this kind of scenario when we've seen what they played in this role?
I think Invil would be the one leading the charge again. I don't know, maybe some 1-2 line push from Invil again. Could be the case. I don't know. I think CSA is more the team that sets up with a split, and Invil is more of the team that's just gonna pressure, especially when they have an EBR.
Well, 4-2-7-9s by Invil and the rest of Chieftains and EBR that we recently saw quite a lot when teams want to get some super early spot on the enemy and their rotation. Especially a team that plays by feel like Invil, that's actually quite important to get that info. Very little presence on the rail by CSA, only 2-2-7-9s. The rest of the guys opting for the hill fight.
You can see here the push already coming out for the side of Invil, pushing down the 8 line actually with a lot of Chieftains pushing the 3 line with the 2-7-9s. EBR spotting 1-2. We've seen this kind of similar before, and there's going to be Delphin there kind of all by himself, and Delphin's going to die for free. And what does CSA do to react?
Bro, this is already lost. Like, they have complete control of the lower side with the Invil. They're gonna make a crossfire. Those 2-2-7-9s need to go to A4 now if they are lucky to get there. Or maybe A5 because the other guys are coming. But the complete control of the map is now in Invil's hands. I don't see CSA really, although they lost only 1 tank, I really don't see how they come back to it.
Yeah, the only thing CSA has
They're
going
stuck
for them right now is the hill.
Yeah, but they're attacking, and that can be countered easily because that's only 1 budget.
Well, it doesn't look like Invil is about to stop pressing W, as now Never, Simon, Lucky Blast, Rex, or Piotrix. They're all going in. They're taking a lot of damage, but they have taken the window positions. Very important positions even. There is a double 2-7-9 in A5, which is going to be hard to deal with. And Invil needs to be careful not to throw away their HP, but positional control, definitely for them.
Well, Sweetman and Hilda can only be held realistically from the middle line, from like B5. If you send bunch of tanks, they need to deal with them, which is hard because it's 2-7-9s, right?
Yeah, 2-7-9s are not easy to deal with whatsoever. They're very, very hard to deal with. Ooh, Rexar. I think even taking an HP pen there. But now Invil up in positions, up in HP, and what does CSA do here to save? They're going to push towards the 8 line.
They're pushing 8 line and parallel push from the hill, budget on EBR. I don't know will he manage to take him out. B and the Chieftain coming on 8 line, but there is bunch of guys. Yeah, EBR fell to Seago, but there is like a Chieftain and the 50B push on 8 line comprised with the guys coming here. But Dexter is only 1 shot, so Ketzai took care of him, and there is that push lacking now because there is too big of a force by Invil coming in their flank, and those guys in the back are actually now not pushing to get the crossfire. Now they're stranded. That's the proper word.
Well, the 50B now clipping out from CSA. He is on reload. Ketsa here trying to get angles. You can see Piotr in the meantime pushing with a group of friends down the 7 line. Will goes down for that, and still Invil controlling basically all the angles in this game. Ketsa even crossing over towards a further hold down, and Rex are covering the 8 line, and CSA is being heavily pounded in this 8 line. You can see that much. Look from behind, C7, C8. Piotr peeking out, Never from the other corner, just picking off tank after tank after tank. And yes, CSA is trying to hold on, but the angles that Invil controls and Invil has right now are just going to be too much to deal with. I mean, they tried to repush 8 line, but that was never gonna happen.
You can see constantly that Invil is taking all the aggression here, like all the corners and everything in. You always see a couple of CSA guys that are out of the battle, but the brunt force of the Invil tanks are always making a multiple crossfire on CSA tanks. And there is the final push coming here to mop up Nalo and Combat behind the corner. And those 2-2-7-9s we mentioned before, and the Ducky said they have like really OP position there, they're still alive. So Invil chose that they're too tough of a nut to crack, and they just went around them and dealt with everyone else pretty much first.
Yeah, it's great to have double 279 and A5 when the rest of your team is just getting picked apart left, right, and center. And Invil coming out with the 8 and 3 line push and really catching CSA by surprise. Fitman now the last man standing is 279. Invil pick it up, and that's Himmelsdorf Mojo, the thing you worried about, going 2-0 in favor of Invil.
Yeah, that's the thing I was debating with myself before the start, because now we go to defense in Prokhorovka. By Invil, like your prognosis in this kind of scenario can go, you know, but we will see. It's still too early to say that.
Ooh, against Scare Mojo, I might be right. Piotr, Ketsa again though, like Ketsa was up there last time, Ketsa is up there again. Solid stuff from him. Let's be realistic. He was second in damage in the last Himmelsdorf as well. So
yeah, he did quite well in
Monster.
the last games. But Piotr here coming up on top in this one. 2 7-9s from the CSA being useless in that corner. I mean, they're not useless. They're actually holding off the enemy force. But it allowed also Invil to trade from the windows with the other guys from CSA and rotate with everyone else, while those two guys really had nothing to do entire time.
So you go in return being top damage for a set of CSA, but
that's quite bad, man, when you actually have a budget top damage dealer.
Invil didn't even have to push in, let's be real. They had all the angles basically under control. They decided to close out the game. If they just sat there, CSA would have had really big issues to break out of that corner they were stuck in.
Was Mudras the one of the 1B that was coming from the back, I think?
Yes.
From the hill, and
Yeah.
he did some damage, and the B that was stuck with the rest of the tanks did only 2 shots. Yep. Dexter was the first guy caught by CSA, if you remember, guys, on the start of the game. When that massive push from Invil came, Dexter was the guy who was pretty much caught pants down in that hold-on position. There is nothing to do there. Like, when the entire team comes, you can just say, thank you very much, maybe fire one shell, and that's about it. That EBR in a start, when you want to play stress like this, gives really a lot of info and can make such a humongous difference in approach. But that also puts a big strain on FC, because in those first 10 seconds he has to pretty much decide on a strat from the bat immediately what he wants to do, because otherwise he will be late for everything.
Yeah, and they did pick the right options. I mean, even taking those windows at A5 was very crucial. Control all the rotations basically, and yeah, so far Invil seem to be doing much better in this match than their last two. So if they keep this up, I mean, maybe they warmed up Mojo, you know, maybe they're a slow engine. You know, yesterday, you know, they never got started. Today they had a rough start. Maybe they'll come out swinging for the rest of the day.
I know what's the secret, man.
Vodka?
Cliff. Definitely Cliff.
I was like, what could he be talking about? Yeah, but no Cliff here and no losses for Invil. Somehow I feel like we might not be seeing Cliff return for Invil anytime soon.
Perma-ban, блядь. Давай. Go. I mean, every time they played so far, Cliff was the first map they played, and it didn't end well. Actually, let's see. Against Raid they played Prokhorovka first, and then they lost Cliff 2-0 to just seal the deal. So, I don't know, I have a feeling like since they're not playing that map, and they managed to go back from 0 to 3-2 in the last game, that kind of invited them. Also, I really consider them a dangerous team on Himmelsdorf, because Himmelsdorf is traditionally great for teams who know how to react fast and position individuals really fast. Because if you need to explain someone, yeah, you're not supposed to be there, but behind there, and other guys are already like behind rushing with 3 guys, yeah. So Invil, if we rewatch this, if anyone rewatches this match, just watch the group movements. Like, see what happens with CSA when they move 1 or 2 or 3 tanks, and see entire groups of Invil tanks that are moving and spreading along the streets, creating alternative crossfires. And you will see why this match was actually so interesting to us.
Well, Mojo, let's see what Invil and CSA have cooked up for us today on Prokhorovka. There's an RT for CSA. There is not one for Invil, though.
GVERT here for CSA, so they are opting for a slower attack on Prokhorovka. I don't know will actually Invil allow them to utilize it that well. I mean, GV is kind of a hybrid arty. He has a decent arc and a reload between 261 and GC, bigger range, not as much punch as GC. Better reload than T92 again, so I guess that's why I'm Prokhorovka, because if you get really hard pressed, you have some better punch, but he still have decent reload.
You can see though already CSA EBR very aggressive into E8, one on towards the hill, and now Invil looking to get a middle push off, but there's not really anything to push on for them. There's only one CSA Chieftain.
Yeah, I didn't even expect the CSA will show anyone, like except a proxy spotter. I expected them from the start when I saw Artie. They're just gonna create a big crossfires and try to see where Invil comes, can they shoot them. But Invil is doing the same thing, like they came with everyone and now they're gonna decide the option where to push on the CSA.
Oh, Piotr though taking so much damage crossing over, gets dropped towards a one-shot already, and this is good here for CSA. Invil trying to move left, right, and center, now moving towards 1-2 line. They pick up Sigo though. Can Invil make this work?
Yeah, Sigo is really important pick there, and I actually like that they chose the 1-2 line in this one, although it's the Kazitna graveyard usually. CSA is forced to push the other side of the map, but they only have one shot 907 there. If they lose a bunch of tanks on this side, plus the Chieftain on the middle, they will be in a problem, man, because that arty will not be any kind of commodity there. They're just gonna be a thing that doesn't really matter. I think actually Invil has this, and that your prognosis is right, man. God damn it!
Well, Invil now coming out with the 1-2 push. They spot out the SCRV. They pick him up fast. Piotr goes down in the return on the other side of the map. A lot of thanks to yourself for CSA trying to hold on Mojo, trying to make it work. Yes, they've lost the SCRV, but Radim's still in position. There's a lot of Invil tanks coming now, though. A Nardi shell coming out as well, and CSA is trying to do their best to hold on right now. In terms of guns, it's even. Frolly, Nalo, here trying to do as much as they can. They're about to get overrun, but what can CSA do in the meantime? How much damage can they deliver from the back lines? Can they make it enough? Because don't forget, Mojo, Artie is still alive and Invil's bleeding a lot of HP for this. They're down in HP. This will be evened when Nalo dies, but even then, there is still an Artie for CSA, Mojo. It's not over yet.
Yeah, there is still an arty, but they're attacking, and when Nalo dies, they will lose a spotter. They're trying to compensate that by sending a 907 from other side of the map to proxy them and allow some shots for those chieftains and 907 in the middle. So they did take out Rexar now with a 907, but they still have no real control of the map. Now Invil has a lot of tanks that faded, and they can drive around. The next pressure point will be this 907, 100%.
I'll have to see now what CSA can do as they are still attacking. Invil on the defense. Have to think about though. WBR crossing from CSA on towards the A line. They want to try and catch something off guard there. They have to be careful not to overplay. They still have the RD available towards them. Rishik dropped towards a one-shot here. Cosmo coming in. Cosmo goes down towards a one-shot. Mud misses the shot. That's important. Combat now coming as well. CSA has to be careful. They seem to be overplaying slightly in this situation here. Mud now coming back in. He wants to pick up Rishik, but in return, they lose Monster. Mud picks it up now. Combat going into a position where he can shoot Ketsai, but Ketsai picks up Mud, and CSA losing their two scouts here. Mojo, I don't know if this is what's worth it.
I think this is what CSA did, if you remember that Cliff game. They overplayed themselves in this moment. Because, frankly, if they wanted to do this with these EBRs, they should have done it like 30 seconds earlier, maybe.
Look at this combat though. Nice shooting from combat. Nice combat. Nice. Under the wreck there. Now in the 1v1 against Senti. He can maybe pick this up. It would be very important. No, Senti gets the first shot. Combat now down towards the one shot. Then they'll be close on towards combat. It can. And that is that corner presence dead for CSA. I don't know if I agree with that play.
I think this was a major mistake here now. They cleared the chieftain on the middle of the map there, but they lost so much for it. Anji is now going to be the next guy that we mentioned before, and we are now watching CSA in attack stuck with 3 chieftains and 1 RT. Yeah, they have the HP, it's equal HP, but it's stuck on slower tanks that will actually not be able to do the spotting for themselves.
You know, using those 2 EBRs there, I mean, they already killed the chieftain. They are now in a situation that they are forced themselves in, where there is 7 Invil tanks and a mere 4 CSA tanks. And yes, it's 3 chieftains and an RD, and yes, it's possible because there is 5 minutes, but it's going to be really hard. Because I don't think Invil will stop anymore. They can't stop.
I think the gap and the chance the CSA had is gone. That's how I see it.
We'll have to see though. Monster and Piotrix are the people with HP here. Svitman is off of reload. He shoots. Does he score? 107. Not really what you'd like to see from a GW, but something is better than nothing, right, Mojo?
Yeah, well, Monster and the rest of the guys can't really overpeak on Saka because he does have a lot of HP and there is a chieftain behind who can cover him, so that's not a trade that Invil is looking for. Only trades they can look for now is where they can overmatch someone with speed, and that's it. But GVRT has a reload around 35 seconds approximately.
I think Mojo, I think Invil's making a mistake here, by the way.
Keeping these 907 spotted, definitely.
Not committing. Like, they should have just killed Saka already when they had more HP on their 907s, but
Yeah,
now they're
if
just
you, are,
bleeding.
if you are keeping them like somewhere, like they should have done it, but in my eyes, they should have just moved them away. Like, who cares? Why did they even come this close? They could have let like one of the chieftains to try to cross and come to the cooldown over them.
What? Svitman? Does he dunk this? He shoots. Does he score? He does score, but in the meantime, Zilka actually goes down. I don't know exactly how that happened, but Zilka getting picked off.
Zilka was taking some massive damage in the middle, man. Like getting sniped a couple of guys, but how did he get himself in that position? I don't understand. Because there is no one who could have forced him.
Yeah, but now Dexter has to come towards the middle of the map. That leaves the south-hand side exposed, and Invil will use that to their advantage.
Yeah, there is no EBRs left. Only two 907s have some HP to play around with. The others have to really, really make sure they don't get spotted single time.
I don't know how Zilka just
There is
died.
a 907 coming from the lower side. It must have been a misplay, man. I cannot think anything else because he was in the middle where Dexter is now. And he was sniped. There is no RT for Invil.
There's only 2 minutes and 50 seconds left, though. Invil does not really have to risk it anymore at this point because they have 7 tanks. CSA has only 2 on an RD. So, Saka cheaping out with the small medkit as well.
You're the one to talk, man.
What
I
do you
watched
mean?
it like other
That's
day.
an advances. That's not a tournament. It's not comparable.
Bro.
I'm poor. Hello?
Come on.
I'm poor, man. What do you want from me, dude? Credits is a real issue, man. Like, I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Oh,
Like,
you're
that's
not
an
a dog
advances.
to beg, man. Come on.
Dude, this is a tournament. All right, Bojo. The stakes are way higher, way different. Okay, so I don't want to hear it, dude. It's not true. It's not accurate. I like how Senti and Piotrix are playing the fun game with Saka of running away.
They're just buying time. Actually, I expected them to play that from the start. When CSA from this side of the map with 3 chiefs and they were with a bunch of tanks from other, I would just let them have like that center and let them come at me. If I was in, create the crossfires from the forest. That
You know why I
RT will
don't
not
like
be that
GW?
usable, and that's it.
You know why I don't like GW? Because it's neither a 261 nor a GC.
The
Because
good
it
point
doesn't
about
have
it
those
is because
angles.
it doesn't have angles like a GC, but it has the range, you know, and it has a better reload. So as I said, it's a hybrid.
Yeah, Piotrix now down towards the one shot though. That's Dexter coming in with a solid play, but only 1 minute. And I don't think, I mean, CSA is trying. They're really, really trying. But I just don't think they have the time to make this happen.
Frankly, also Sakalito just sold him out, man, like going around like this.
Yeah, Saka is like, Dexter, you got this. I'm going to snipe from the back. And Lucky is peeking on the top. And Monster picks it up from behind. And now 50 seconds left standing. Sakalito goes down. No burrito for Sakalito. Svitman is going to be the last man standing in that RD. And to be honest, that 8-2 play really sold CSA at the end.
Yep.
It really sold CSA. It would be a lot different if they had 2 BRs alive. I mean, Invil would have 2 BRs alive as well, but, you know, Invil doesn't have an RD.
No, I had a feeling that they could have pushed that a bit earlier, like the CSA. They had a bunch of guys waiting behind, while there was still a fight on K1 going on. They pressed that medium from upper side, you know, they wanted to do proxy, cleared up the chieftain, and then they waited. There was that period of waiting. It didn't last long, but I think it was the crucial one because Invil was not there yet.
Okay, Swinman is 4K. I take everything I said back, okay? I'm sorry, Swinman. I still think that either 261 or GC would be nicer because, like, you're taking a hybrid, but what do I know, dude? I'm not an Artie main, so there's that. But yeah, that A2 play, man, CSA actually came out well from this 1-2 push. They did so much damage, and then they need to use their Artie, but they just overplayed. There was 5 minutes plus left, Mojo. There's no need to panic yet at that moment.
It was a risky play by Invil in that moment. The amount of damage they took was insane, but also the trade-offs they did were really good, you know, and they took out the entire part of the map and so many eyes, and they ended up with more guns than CSA. But at the end of the day, what broke the game was that fight on the corner when the CSA pushed with those DBRs and 907. I agree with that. Like, that was pretty much the last.
I mean, Unji was full HP. Unji was full HP, and then he was like 600, right? And all they got out of it was like 2 EBRs.
Oh, Unji was the one stuck in the middle.
Yeah, he was full HP coming into the middle, by the way, because combat crossed
Yep.
to A2 and Unji came to support him. It was like 1.9, and then he was 600 and he died because they pushed him next.
Yeah. Well, what can you do, man? Like, CSA actually managed to come to this stage here. They did well against Devi. So some stuff stayed traditional, but this was as much as they could go. We already saw that they're not in a shape like in the last tournament, and that there are many mistakes. They would probably need like maybe a week or more of training or playing together a bit, so they could shape up for a tournament like this. On the other hand, Invil is stepping up from being sloppy in the start of the tournament. They're starting to play better and better. Although I have a feeling like Himmelsdorf was really convincing. I have a feeling this Prokhorovka still leaves a lot to be desired for. Same as the one they play against Raid.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, Invil did the right play, but it took a lot of damage beforehand. That as well, it wasn't as clean as it should be. And then CSA also, but yeah, Invil has still some time to work on it, Mojo. You know, some quick thoughts on it. See what they can change on it. For example, CSA, however, has a very long time to think about what they're going to do next.
Well, the next match we will watch will be Invil against Raid, something that we already seen. We didn't expect Invil to lose it, but Raid proved us that they are playing really well, and we will see how will they face Invil that changed their ways today, reformed or something, like whatever can we say, because also some of the strats that Raid used yesterday is example for Cliff. Even they know it's like a one-way wonder, right? So we will not be able to sell those kind of stories
If
today.
Invil
At least not on
picks
that map.
Cliff, I'm predicting against them the whole way, dude. Like, no offense, but they removed Cliff, they removed the problem. So we'll have to see about that. But Mojo, that was a very exciting and quick match, and you know I was right about the prediction. But let's hear what Kihan and Eek also thought about those kind of things in the analyst segment.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. I'm Eek, this is Keyhand, that was Daki and Mojo. Thank you so much for the awesome casting there, and poor CSA. Poor CSA. Was that a surprise for you, Keyhand?
Well, obviously it was, since before the game I actually predicted for CSA to come out ahead in this one. But yeah, what we just witnessed was Invil definitely deserving to move one step further towards the grand final. It was absolutely convincing, the gameplay they showed. I mean, at one point in time they were just overrunning CSA on those Himmelsdorf games. It was nice to watch if you were an Invil fan. Let's put it like that.
Yes. Now, a lot of people were asking what the progress looks like so far today, and here it is.
Yeah, as you can see, we are getting further and further everything done here in the lower bracket. The match we just saw, well, it basically gets very easy from now on. We just saw Invil winning 3-0 against CSA, Invil thus advancing against to the match against Raid, and the winner of that one will play the grand final, where Fame is already waiting because they won their upper bracket yesterday.
Now, I am interested to see how this goes. Just because, of course, Raid being pretty relaxed and rested today, they'll have had a lot of time to watch and see how this plays out. Who would you prefer to be?
Yeah, there is ups and downs to that. The problem is, if you haven't played yet, you are not warmed up yet, right? You're directly thrown into games against an opponent that has been playing already, that like they got those synergies going, they are in that tunnel that you need to be in to perform on that level. However, on the other side, it also has an upside to not having to play. You don't have to show your strats, you get to see what the enemy plays, you can adjust, you can try to counter certain tactics, so it has its ups and downs, but in the end, personally for me, when I would play tournaments, I would prefer to play and play and play and keep playing instead of having to wait.
Yep. So now is your favorite part where we have the replays and you can give your awesome tactical breakdowns. Hopefully they should be on screen soon.
Yeah, here we go. Game 1 in between CSA and Invil, and we see that very heavy 1-2 line commitment by both clans. That is pretty unusual, I would say. Normally, the game is much more focused around the hill, with a lot more tanks going there. However, this time we see both teams committing almost all of their forces here, and because no one really is able to advance, it basically resorts to an HE spam, and Invil bringing more guns obviously comes out ahead, because more guns firing HE will do more damage than less guns doing that. In the meantime, on the hill, the CSA tanks, one of them doing a huge misplay and actually getting deleted, and this is where the problems for CSA start emerging. If you keep that control on the hill, if you do that, you can actually start blind firing at the tanks of the 1-2 line, because the render distance doesn't quite extend to some of the positions there. However, if you have good communication within your team, you can actually guide those people on the hill and tell them where to shoot, and it can be very effective. However, things going wrong on the hill for CSA, we can now see Rujek and Dragging here against Svitman, and once that Chieftain gets into that facehug against the 279, it starts to become very, very difficult for the 279 to actually penetrate the Chieftain. As we can see here, Svitman not standing a chance at the moment, because the Chieftain can simply fire down onto that upper frontal hull that normally you will avoid shooting at, but if you're this close and you have that angle on it, easy peasy pens. Invil winning the hill, and also, as I mentioned, with their numerical advantage, winning that 1-2 line, and thus, yeah, picking up an easy game 1 here. And now we go into match 2, where Invil demonstrated yet again that they do have a very good understanding of Himmelsdorf, even when you don't commit to hill. That EBR on the 1-2 line, very crucial, telling Invil exactly what's going on. They go on to take that side completely, just ignoring the hill, and what's very important to see here, Invil is taking positions that cannot get farmed by the hill. Normally, not having the hill is a very big issue, however, Invil is just avoiding that by keeping tanks where, the enemy on the hill cannot really deal damage to them, thus the hill becoming worthless for CSA. They recognize that they're pulling a lot of tanks down. And what is also very important in this match is the two 279s in A5. There is a pile of rubble there where you can angle your 279, so it literally cannot get penetrated other than very lucky hits into the cupola. Invil recognizes this, of course, doesn't directly engage, and CSA trying to counter what Invil is doing, because they are losing more HP than Invil is at the moment. They're sending the 50B and the Chieftain in the southeast side at the moment. They're sending them down from the hill, trying to flank those Invil tanks. However, the team communication for Invil super on point. Those tanks, there's actually a Batchat also for CSA, they achieve almost nothing. Invil still has that chokehold onto CSA in that 8 line. They got tanks everywhere cross-firing those grey tanks, while at the same time they pull just enough tanks back to be able to fend off the 50B, the Bat and the Chieftain. Invil again super on point in this Himmelsdorf match. Well played to them here. And now we hop onto Prokhorovka, where Invil again, like, it was a very clean game for them, I have to say. They basically, like, CSA brings an Arti, and I don't disagree with the GW because it has a very high frequency that it puts out shots with, and also, unlike the 261, it doesn't run out of ammunition. The 261 has 18 shots, I believe, and in a 10-minute game you run out of them super, super quickly. Invil now, they need to make something happen, and that's just exactly what they do, because over time the GW would make them bleed heavily, so they repush that 1-2 line, which is a very hard feat to pull off, but they managed to get it done. As we remember in the last game from Invil that we saw, Trust didn't make that 1-2 repush, which cost them the game. Invil here demonstrating how to do it. They will pick up Nalo here, getting rid of all the crossfire, and CSA also, they have those tanks over at the rails, they can't really shoot at that 1-2 repush. So slight tactical misplay probably by CSA here, not enabling those tanks on the rails to actually deal damage to that 1-2 repush. They probably thought that the tanks they had posted in the 1-2 line themselves would be enough, which was not the case. Invil thus being able to rotate a lot of tanks back through that 1-2 line. We see that here, this is already past the situation where the CSA lights died, but the tanks that Invil is pulling back right now are just the tanks that won the 1-2 line in the K1-2 positions, and those tanks are being put to such effective use they can just rotate back, secure the whole 1-2 line again for Invil, and from that point on, CSA has run out of options already. Yes, the HP is even, however, it is 3 Chieftains and the GW against 3 other Chieftains and 4 907s. And those 907s start to become very, very powerful in scenarios like this, where they don't even need to engage, because Invil is defending. They can just sit and wait. And I agree with what was said by the casters here. They should have pulled away earlier or just done a commitment, but them staying there that close to the Chieftains, yeah, it didn't cost them the game in the end, but that is still something upon which Invil can improve here. Other than that, basically, yeah, CSA, they've run out of options. The Chieftain that dies there in the middle obviously didn't make it better. I guess he just got crossfired from all those one-shots by Invil that were scattered around the map. And yeah, Sakalito and Dexter, they can't do anything here really. If they peek over those rails, the crossfire by Invil, because they have so many tanks in the back which are unspotted, the crossfire will just chew them up. So yeah, they try to get one-shots, however, you see that 907 didn't even get spotted until it fired, the one-shot that Sakalito was hoping to pick up. And yeah, we just see basically hopeless attempts by CSA to pull this game back here, when in reality it would be almost impossible to pull off.
Yep. It was what I noticed was that Invil again almost reading what the enemy team was going to do, and really kind of like put into full effect a reaction that made it almost impossible for the enemy team to kind of get a foothold into the game.
Yeah, especially the second Himmelsdorf game, which we just witnessed. You saw that super aggressive, or basically in both Himmelsdorf games, to be honest. You saw that super aggressive, immediate commitment by Invil, and CSA not with quite the right answers to it. They weren't able to deal with the aggression coming from Invil, and that's what I said at the start. If CSA isn't able to come up with answers to that style that Invil loves playing, then they're gonna lose, and that is just what happened. The aggression that Invil was putting out was so on point and so well timed that, yeah, CSA just got overrun here.
Yep, so we are just going to give Invil just a little bit of time to kind of ready up, rest. They have played two pretty, well, what were pretty intensive battles in quick succession, and now they're going to get ready. We're going to give them a time to breathe and get ready into the next one. And so we're going to keep analyzing, and I want to remind everybody, if you haven't already, this is going to be your last chance to enter into the giveaways for the tier 8 tanks. I will be checking clips as well if you can find any really cool, awesome, and interesting ones. Unfortunately, nobody yesterday clipped the high five or Keyhand blowing a kiss to the audience. Kind of feel like we're being let down here a little bit, so I will be looking through those and giving some prizes to people who have the cool clips. We are doing a couple of hardware giveaways as well. I would be interested to see what people's MVP, who they vote for the MVP. I don't think there's been any particular kind of standout person still.
Well, obviously, time goes on, there will be people standing out, and just looking at pure DPG numbers, there are some people who are putting out pretty consistent damage, and that's what you're looking for, right? You're not looking for one person to just shine in one game. You want to see continuous performance coming out. For example, a player that will be top 3 consistently in your games is much more valuable than a player doing top damage once every 10 games.
Yep.
You need that kind of consistency in long tournaments, and not that, Bright Star burning out very quickly.
Yeah. I just remember I think it was the last one. If I remember correctly, it was the last one. It was Sakalito, I think, who uphold that one, just for those tactics and the strategies that kind of really carried a lot of excitement, a lot of the games, as well as putting some solid performances as well. So right now, I'm gonna have to go and look through things more and then see who the audience votes are. But yeah, this has been a lot. It's been a much closer tournament. I don't know if the delay and the kind of like downtime between the last campaign and how long it's taken to set up this tournament has maybe kind of like got people out of shape a little bit.
That is quite possibly the case for some clans.
Yes.
But yeah, you can't change what's happening in the world right now, so I guess everyone has understanding for the tournament to actually be delayed.
So I am happy to say so far, and I'm going to hate myself so much if I jinx this, I'm going to touch all the wood I can around me. Right now, we appear to have fixed all the lag, so that was a massive effort by the team.
Shouldn't have said that. Should not have said that.
Yeah, I shouldn't have said that. I've already said it on there. I'm already touching wood. I'm crossing my toes. Everything. We've just about sorted the lag. I hope. Please don't break now. I've ruined it, chat. But we've managed to fix that. So some of you will have noticed that there's a really high contrast after the battle screens. That is one of the solutions we've had to do. So you kind of either have really good colors, or we reduce all the lag, and we've kind of gone for the no lag. We're going to try and fix the colors as we go along, but lag free is our priority, and hopefully we've done that. For those that don't know, this is 100% remote streaming. I'm in my home, Keyhand is in his, Jackie's in his, Mojo's in his. Then we have people in other countries, and the signals are going here, there, and everywhere. And yeah, this is the first time we're doing it, so thank you for everybody's patience and being awesome. Jackie is not being held hostage. He just has to pay up the credits he owes Svitman for his rude words at the end of the last game.
Well, as soon as you paid Daki his credits, I believe he's been going on about you owing him 100 million. Then he'll probably be able to pay his debts. But until then, outlook not so good.
His credits are on the way. He knows. He knows they're on the way. They're just, they might have got lost with all the things going on right now, unfortunately.
I mean, probably the package loss that is causing the lag, right?
Exactly. Every time there was a bit of lag, the credits just, they disappeared into the ether. So he had his chance. So yeah, we've had a pretty interesting one. It's been a lot closer than I think yesterday looked. Yesterday was looking to be a pretty Avalanche style set of games, but so far today they've actually been pretty close and very, very tense.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the 3-0 now, but other than that, we went to tiebreaker in a lot of games, and we talked about it already. Like today, whenever a team loses, they're out. So obviously, they're gonna play a lot more cautious than what we saw yesterday. This is not the time to save strategies anymore. You need to basically win almost every game. In a best of 5, there is little to no room for error. And yeah, you can lose 2 games, but if you do, you immediately open up the possibility for the enemy team to win the match and kick you out of the tournament. So I think that is why we're seeing a lot more tactical games being played.
It's you could definitely see with Invil, for instance, that they really are pulling out all the stops with tactics and being very, very methodical in their approach to executing them as well, which
and that is very interesting to see, actually. Invil, they learned from last tournament. Last tournament, they used all of their best tactics against clans that I would not have expected to win the tournament anyway. So they expended all of the best ideas that they had on secure victories, and then later on, when they met the stronger teams, they got brutally kicked out of the tournament for not having any fresh stuff anymore to show. They clearly improved on that. I mean, they lost yesterday one game, which was a pretty fast one against Raid. Two similar styles clashing, that can happen. But today they seem to have taken that to heart, and so far it's working for them.
Now, I have to ask, and I'm sorry to do this because I know it's not your favorite part, who do you think, Invul or Raid?
Well, both teams have very similar styles. I don't think there is a very big difference in skill between the players. So Raid took the first match in between those two clans, so Invul will take the second one.
Okay. I'm leaning towards Raid just because of the fairly strong performance they had yesterday. Of course, because of like going all the way until they hit the powerhouse that is Fame, and then being kind of like having all day to relax. So it'd be interesting to see how they do tactics. But we have the amazing duo, the credit spending and impoverished Daki, with the very dapper looking Mojo, going to take you through this next game between Raid and Invul.
You know, Ikibu is like laughing and all, but at the end of the day, he still owes me 100 million credits, dude. And Kihan looks like the kind of guy that could tell me how to invest my 100 million credits perfectly. Looks like this banker with like this dark secret, Mojo. He has like this curtain behind him and like a ship. What does it all mean?
I
don't
wonder
know.
what is hiding behind the curtain also. Maybe he will unveil that secret by the end of the stream. Who knows? Well, amazing games so far. Quite interesting to see. Again, a clash between Raid and Invul coming in. As Key said already, a clash of similar styles. But the details in mech bans and picks will probably tell us what they plan to do. I see a lot of audiences kind of divided here, very closely leaning toward Raid. I would say also, I agree with one more point with Key here. I think it's better to play all this time and be teamed up with your friends on a high alert level, let's say it like that, than to wait for a match. So
Well, Invul is definitely warmed up though, Mojo. You get to say that much. You think it makes a difference here, Mojo? With Invul having played already a few games today, and Raid coming in cold, having been able to watch all the matches so far. It's not always a good thing watching all the matches because sometimes it makes you, you know, overthink what the opponent that you're going to be facing could do, and you know you're not warmed up.
it's interesting to watch, but it's only if enemy is like repetitive. You can maybe see some pattern in their play, so that's a good thing. But on the other hand, if Invul pops up with some map they haven't played so far, that they might have been saving for later or something like that, then it's everything from the scratch. And then you have an opponent who is high on morale, who came from total defeat in one match and managed to cut clean in a tie break. Then they win the next match and so on. So they can kind of evolve on their mistakes on the way, you know, to improve the team play.
We're definitely going to have to see some better individual plays coming out from both these teams. So there's a lot of mistakes that Raid made yesterday as well. You know, Alka hit a house on Live Oaks. That's why he died over there. Stuff like losing 1v1 against one-shot 907s if you're coma. But for Invul, it's no different, Mojo.
So
they also made a lot of player mistakes.
That, actually.
Yeah, I asked Kamil, and he sent me the video, and he hit a house.
Unreal, I didn't know that. Okay, actually, we have from the bans Cliff and Live Oaks here from the Invul. Now, Live Oaks was a permanent ban from Invul from the start of the tournament. They absolutely banned it on every single match, and usually it was followed by Murovanka, which is actually their first pick now.
They had strats hidden, Mojo. Hidden strats.
Yeah. That was my first guess, that they were saving something for the late stage of the tournament, and now that they gave up on Cliff, they put that in place. So maybe they were saving this Murovanka even for the final game because they probably didn't expect to be in this situation. But it is as it is, and they chose for this. So we will see Murovanka first time on tournament now. Second map that will be played is Himmelsdorf. That is a pick of Raid, who had a chance to watch now how actually Invul played it. And it's gonna be interesting to see how they actually, because they are very good in mind games. They showed us that. So I expect something really interesting from them there. Ensk was a perma ban for Raid entire tournament. So there is not a single match they didn't ban it. They were just like very consistent. Only way they didn't ban it if someone else did it before them, you know?
It's funny because they used to say they're so good on ends. They've got these amazing strategies on ends. They can't wait to play them, and then they don't play ends. So maybe they're saving strats for the finals, Mojo, for the next major. You know?
I don't know. Like in a match against Invil that they had before, actually Himmelsdorf was their ban. And they replaced it with Prokhorovka now. And they already played Prokhorovka with Invil, if you remember. And maybe they were like, okay, we prepared some of these threats that don't really work on their own, like multiple times. So we're just gonna shuffle the map. So I think there will be a lot of mind games coming from the raid side here. And I'm interested what kind of play comes in effect on Himmel. And I'm on from them. And I'm interested in what kind of play is coming from Invil side on Murovanka.
To answer the question in the chat, have we seen Live Oaks? Yes, we have seen Live Oak yesterday. Fame actually played it.
Of course.
So we have seen Live Oaks. It's the first time for Moro. I don't think we're going to be seeing Ensk Mojo ever. I don't think any of the teams want to play the TD meta, probably. So I doubt we're going to see that. But Moro, it can be played as both a very slow map and a very aggressive map. There are ways to play north side on Moro and be very defensive, but then again you come into the terrain where you're basically praying praying or counting that your positions are going to be good enough to hold all 10 minutes. And we can see that on Sand River as well. That is not always that simple.
Yeah, I don't think the passive play on Murovanka actually can win the game. You need to have really aggressive spotting followed by movement of the tanks. Multiple arties, no. That's kind of an old meta. Like, will we even see a single arty? That's a question. That's a question what these teams will decide. There is a high chance that there will not be a single arty.
Between these two, I'm not sure. Mojo, now the favorite part. You've seen the map bans. You've seen everything. Predictions.
Ah.
And you can't say it's either going to be 3-0, 3-1, or 3-2, all right? Has to be like, a confident pick.
Confident doesn't exist anymore, but I will go with 3-2 for Invil.
Oh, okay, 3-1 Invil. We'll have to see who's right or wrong. I just feel like Invil's warmed up, Invil's ready to go.
That's the reason why I'm giving them advantage here. Otherwise, in mind games, I have a feeling that Raid has advantage there.
We'll have to see. I still think that, if it comes to a pure shootout, like I know these Raid players very well, but I think overall, like 15 on 15, Invil should have the higher player skill.
Yes, but that's where those mind games come to effect, because if you trick your opponent very well, there is never 15 on 15. And Raid actually did it.
We've already found a solution for that, Mojo. Found a solution for that. 15 times, 1-2 line.
1-2 line. Okay, works on every map, right?
Exactly. Every map, 15 times, 1-2 line, and then you see how it goes. You'll never be outnumbered.
Well, we'll see very soon. Like Murovanka coming in, guys. Raid will be defending and Invil will be attacking. The Murovanka was Invil's pick to play, and Raid, as a consequence, had a choice of first role, which was defense.
Lineups, Mojo. There are multiple EBRs for both these teams, but no arties.
No arties. Like previously, Murovanka was really heavily camped map with multiple arties usually.
Is it a 1-2 push?
It does look like a Raid 1-2 push with some stranded tanks, and it does look like Invil is sending a lot of guys to our 1-2 line and couple of for the control in the middle. So frankly, at the moment, I currently like Invil's position a bit better, but if their shells fail them, Raid is gonna just stop these guys.
Doesn't look like it's Raid gonna commit though. They stopped there for a second. They're turning towards the left now. They seem to have halted. A lot of info being given here for the side of Invil. What do you think so far, Mojo?
I like the fact that Invil actually has some sort of map control here. So they're gonna start bleeding out the HP of the raid. You see Aladdin is really taking a lot. There is a counter push on him and Smiley, but on the other hand, like they will lose the tanks like David on the center of the map, which are pushed by the mediums from the raid. So very fluent game so far, but at the moment, as I said, I still prefer slightly positions of Invil.
Yeah, Invil so far kind of leading. They're now pushing on towards Piotr. Smiley is going to get focused out here in that Chieftain. Not going to be happy about that one as he goes down. Old Kings will be next. Piotr in the meantime is getting chased down by the guns of Raid, and it's left, right, and center. These teams are just chasing each other down. Bunz getting set on fire. He will barely live as they pick up Piotr, and now the HP still in favor here of Invil. Invil now taking that one. Two-line control as Old Kings has nowhere to go, nowhere to hide, nowhere to run. The EBRs from Invil now desperately trying to get away from that zero-line fight that they were in. They're going to live as well. Rishek might get called, but Monster will make it out for sure. And now Invil kind of resetting the fight, kind of taking the angles, and position for position, Mojo. I think Invil's ahead.
Yeah, they're ahead because they don't have those EBRs on the side that can do some side shots and spotting. Plus, they hold the high ground cooldown. On top of everything, they're still attacking, and Raid is everywhere spotted. Now, this is not, it's far from done. 2k HP is not something unheard of, like they can still lose a lot of HP with this EBR running, as we said, and Rishek dies. Caster Curse in effect ASAP.
Yeah, Rishek going down there, but they keep Monster alive, and it's important to keep at least one EBR. It's now even between those two, because obviously Invil already killed Alka way before that, so keeping Monster alive is very, very vital. I mean, Invil is down 4 guns, Raid is down 4, but HP as well. And you can see Ricochet and Old Kings here, they are not in a position where they can live for a long time, because look at the guns from Invil. They have now taken north side control. They're starting to shoot away with Ricochet. Lucky Blast is feeling lucky. He wants to peek this as well. Can he get the shot? Yes, he can, and that's 1 gun down. That's the second one now with Ricochet out of the game as well, and that puts it 1 gun in the favor of Invil, and especially Mojo, it's all Chieftains they've killed.
And more importantly, they have about 3000 plus HP advantage, almost 4. And I would say positional advantage for them is actually stacking up way more.
Ooh, look at Kalium. You see that HP bar drop. He got spotted out. He got set on fire. Took a lot of shots running away. And now when you're Raid, you want to hold on desperately. But there's so many options for Invil. There's so much time. They have choices. They're not forced to push either A-line or K-line. They can do a whole number of things. They can go for delayed A-line, a bait on the A-line, push K-line. I mean, as Raid Mojo, how do you cover the whole map right now? Because it's not possible, I think.
It's absolutely not possible. The problem with them is because EBR is still alive, they actually need to be somewhere closer to the cap, because if they lose sight of it, like Invil can just toss tanks into them and cap behind. And there is nothing that 200 HP Hannes can really do about it. Like, it's a high risk play he's doing now. He has to spot, so he's trying to do it. But Raid is relying at the moment only on a mistake from Invil, because they have too many one-shot guys. It's not some action they can take anymore.
Yeah, Raid now delegated to basically backseat. You know, they have to wait. They cannot make any proactive moves themselves. They basically, you don't want to be in this situation where you only have 1 chieftain left to a Mojo. Like, you have chieftains are like anchors, and they don't have that. They have 1. It's Scatter. Well, Invil still has quite a few chieftains, so even if they put them into position, as long as they get to anchor down in the holddowns, it's going to be really hard for Raid to deal with that, especially in 907.
Yeah, they can't even control the cap like this, actually. Like, Hannes can be cleared out because Monster has 700 HP. That means if they don't connect every shell, if he goes for some YOLO there. But of course, Invil cannot know that. We are repeating that multiple times. The map we see, like, you cannot say, oh, you idiot, why are you going there? They don't know. What they're doing is info given from their players, the sixth sense that pops up, maybe a tree falling here or there, or whatever shot coming from here or there. And that's then a mosaic that an FC makes and decides what to do. In this kind of case, they're saying, aha, okay, we think they have like lesser presence on K-line, but they probably still have someone, and we want to take it out. On the other hand, this is a very risky thing, because Raid is actually positioned very well to shoot that.
Yeah, okay. I agree with that. They're positioned well to shoot it, right? They're positioned well to shoot it. They're completely positioned wrong to hold it. Like, they will shoot, but then they will lose the positions. Because like even if Galatsi spots, he will die. It's another gun dead, right? Minus
Yeah.
832 HP as
But
well. And yes, they will shoot, but they will lose the J9 again, which is terrible because then you're surrounded in the forest anyways.
But that's what I was saying about. Only thing they can rely on is a mistake from Invil and maybe some couple of lucky shots on them. Otherwise, like, it's pointless. If Kilatsi manages to trade his HP by spotting for maybe
It needs to be extra.
2 times more for Invil guys, so they can lose like maybe 2k plus HP for that, it would be okay trade.
But in the meantime, Maggie and that 907 that was left on the church getting focused out now, and the 907s from Raid have moved closer. That is better. Still not ideal. They will be able to do shots, but it's also puts them closer into position to where they can get over pushed because now Invil, it doesn't look like they're about to stop on those chieftains, on those 907s. Rex are getting focused out. Raid reposition. This reposition is better, but now they need the rest of the team to come as well and hope that Invil does not shut down the gun. Scatter now in the chieftains. The next one as Huzek picks it up, and here comes Invil, here comes the rest of their team. They're starting to trade against these 907s. They have the number, they have the guns, and Invil in the meantime, those chieftains trying to get some shots from the side as well. Never now going to be leading the charge. Well, charge, more like peaks. They need to be careful against these 907s, Mojo. It can, you know, they need to do it clean.
Yeah, the charging is done only when you have like really big number advantage, which is not the case here. So they need to prolong the game until those chieftains kick in and actually start making damage. They cleared out the church, which was really important for them. They're keeping the low HP guys. You can watch that positioning here, guys. They're keeping the low HP guys always in the back, just covering for positions and shooting once they're certain that entire salvos of enemy are used. And the result is clear here. Invil is pressuring everywhere and taking the game for themselves.
Yep. Invil not making those mistakes, maybe not making the absolute perfect trades, right? But they picked up the 907 on the church, they picked up Scatter, and those 907s in the south doing the HP management very well. It's Kalium goes down, it's just Hannes left alone. There's some water on his right if he chooses it to. Monster does not actually connect the shot. Hannes wants to get onto the statistics page. Maybe he can take over that MVP spot from Koma. He does get the shot. Nice one coming out there, but that's going to be all she wrote in a second. That's Raging picks it up, and it's Invil picking up their first round, showing Raid that they're warmed up and ready to go.
Yeah, it looked a bit better on their side. Like Raid tried again to do a massive push, like something similar like they did on Prokhorovka, if you remember. Pushing with a group of tanks and flanking around. But it didn't work. Invil never took the bait. Every place where Raid went, they met some resistance from tanks who were not within an easy reach, and those that they actually managed to take out easily around the church, they were actually left there. They are left there to give a spot, to buy time, and they were traded very well.
Look at these. Yeah, sorry.
At the end of the day, like every trade slightly went away in Invil's favor.
Yeah. So look at those chieftains from Raid. That's what I wanted to point out with those trades as well. Like they have one shot each of damage. Ricochet, Aladdin, Smiley. And as you were saying, Invil was trading slightly better everywhere. It wasn't like huge amounts of trades, right? But they picked off Alka, right? They managed to get Monster back out somehow as well. There was bad shooting from Raid. You have to say it like it is. Both Vishek and Monster, if you want to win that game, need to die for this crossing. Like they had nobody chasing them down. Monster got a cross as well. There needs to be more damage done there. But also positions. Like they were losing the trade slightly, and then they lost 2 line, which meant like 3 extra tanks died because of it.
I didn't like in initial part of the Raid game, I didn't like 2 moments. That really kind of hit my eyes when I saw it, you know. When they turned left toward the church, you know, with massive number of tanks, they pretty much left 2 guys behind them. Very close to Invil.
Yeah. That was who was that? It was Smiley and one more.
I didn't like that because they were left pretty much hanging there, you know, without any real support. And they were the first victims to really fall for Raid while they were killing guys around the church. But as I said, like, Invil had really fast tanks on lower side of the map. So even while they were killing that 907 and whatnot, other guys were running away left and right, doing some damage. And they were doing concentrating damage on these guys. Then Chieftains who were following the push were stuck in that middle of the nowhere position, which is technically in cooldown, but only if you control certain parts of the map, mainly your own, where you start from. And they lost that. And that's the crossfire you mentioned back then, because then Invil can, One guy picks away like 4 squares on the left, does one shot, goes back, then one guy from the right, then even lucky blast from above, and you just lose tanks for nothing.
Yeah, so good stuff there from Invil. They were very quick on the reaction, you have to say. Like, they saw those 907s from Raid turn left and keep going. They immediately did not hesitate to kill 1-2 line, like to kill those 2 guys close, to kill Smiley and the other 907, who isolated themselves with the movement of the team. Like you said, that was probably a vital part there, like still taking that position even when you're bailing. Both of those 2 guys dying and then losing the 1-2 line after. And then Invil just slowing down the game and pushing one side with extra guns and extra HP. I mean, you said Raid needs to count on Invil making a big mistake, and Invil did not make a big mistake.
No, there was a very concentrated push, like mediums from the far side, where they will have the best life expectancy, heavies from inner, like 2-3 squares toward the center. And they just reacted upon it. They knew they have the tank advantage, they knew they have the HP advantage, they just needed to not mess it up.
What you
And
see from a lot of teams, though, Mojo, is when they're pushing, like late, they will leave more tanks split. Invil was not split at all. They completely gave the 1-2 back up.
Yeah, they left one EBR in the back and one 907 in the back, and same number of tanks was left by Raid also to control the cap. So pretty much everything else was in a battle right away.
Now, switching sides on Muro. Mojo, what do you expect from both these teams? I mean, let's be realistic. We're not really expected by both these teams not playing Arty and pushing all the time.
Yeah, I don't see Arty being played here, man. Seriously. I simply don't see it. Raid is on attacking side now, but that means nothing if you play like this. And In will be defending. I don't know, man. Like, I'm really interested. Will they actually opt for a full brawl? It looks to me at the moment that Invil is the team who rejects that idea, not Raid. Raid is looking for a brawl. That's what I can see from this game. Invil is looking in their past mistakes.
Well, we'll have to see what Invil decides to go for now. If they decide to go for the fight or the more split gameplay, trying to focus on those traits as we get underway. And there is an Arty. There's a Manticore. No. The Manticore is the best performing tier 10 light Mojo. Did you know that? On terms of the damage department.
Seriously?
I've been told, Mojo.
Okay, then I will believe. Because then it must be true. Manticore? I mean... I understand where they want to use it. Okay. That can actually be interesting.
Okay, but in the meantime, already in the forest, there's an EBR getting chased a little bit for the side of Raid. You can see an aggressive movement here with 3 chieftains from Invil and Smiley in that 907's getting pushed. We saw him go down early in the last game. It doesn't look to be any different in this one.
Like when I said Invil is looking in their past mistakes and they do not want to push, that means I just don't see them pushing with 15 people somewhere. But they're doing the same thing as last time. They're taking the control of the map, creating multiple escape routes, crossfires, and getting information on enemy. Smiley is a free victim here for that. Like, only thing that Raid did so far is do some damage to them. That Manticore position is quite interesting.
He's in the water? He's in the... Wait, where is he?
And I think there is like a little island there, like where he doesn't jump. And I know that Invil is expecting him to be in some bush, but they're probably never expecting him to be there.
It's neat, but you will figure it something.
Come on, Mr. Cameraman, H0, H0, H0.
Maybe. But even then, Mojo, I don't know if it really matters. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, I hate this raid setup completely. I think it's horrible. Like,
I don't like it because they gave entire initiative to Invil and they're relying on gimmick to spot.
Mojo, they have an Arty as well. And how does the i7 survive in K5, by the way?
Oh, that's like old meta. He doesn't survive the Arty, that's for sure.
This looks like a Koma strat to me.
You think so?
He's the one most comfortable with camping, so...
Well, he's in the i7, so if that's the case, he might be the first victim of it, besides Smiley, who's already dead. But that Manticore there, like, what's the purpose of it, man? You can see that EBR and 907 are running left and right and trying to see what's going on.
Yeah, but the thing is, the i7 does not live there, because the i7 can get shot by the chieftains. So, like, fundamentally, the strat is flawed.
Yeah, I don't like when you lose the map control like this and then you're forced on this like K line presence counter push, but that means that you're still abandoning the upper side of the map. And Invil is like way more flexible, even with this arty. Like they can just go left and right and they can choose to abandon a position and still help each other. While Raid at the moment is stuck in a corner. Now they're flexing back, going toward the K1, J1, J1. It doesn't look like Raid actually has a massive decision what they want to do, man.
Ah, there's the Manticore. That's sneaky, dude. I don't think Raid will ever. I mean, I don't think Invil will ever figure it out. That's kind of neat. Dude.
In
Not
this
gonna
game, there is
lie.
no way, man. Like seriously, no way.
I could. It's kind of neat, but the rest of the strat is fundamentally flawed. I'm sorry. Like the Manticore is neat.
So
it's
you
kind of
must take a
interesting.
Manticore to go there.
I don't know. I don't know. I guess so. I would have to watch the replay. But the rest is an issue. Like you have a Manticore there, you could be doing something interesting with like a more passive play, but you're still attacking. So I don't know 100%. But Mojo, Raid's gonna be re-pushing 1-2.
Yeah, they're mastering their forces in those positions here. At the moment, they have some slight chance because there is about, as far as I can count, about 4 guys from Invil that are not immediate enclosures there to help. But as I already said, most of the Invil guys can just back off and get serious help from their teammates very fast.
We'll have to see now. Raid coming out with the play. They have to make it. They're pushing down 1-2. The IS-7 will go down at some point. Bunza gets blown up, actually. Getza now picks up the IS-7, and now Raid is being forced into the crossfire from Invil. Invil not having to move, only having one 907 actually on the 0 line. Magnesium now goes down. The rest of the team is going to be soon to follow. And do keep in mind, this is Invil's defense, Mojo. They are defending right now, so they can slow down the game and be happy about it because they're up in tanks, they're up in HP, they're up everywhere. And Invil's pocket pick here, Muro. Raid had some interesting thing. I mean, the Manticore is really interesting, but they really have to think about the rest of the strat behind it, though.
Mate, when you see a shark slow down on a prey when it bites off the one leg already, it's just not gonna happen. This is like Invil coming in strong, 5k HP advantage, having all the positions. Yeah, they didn't find the Manticore, tough luck, but they have every other possible position. Kaliun, if he starts shooting from the back, one of the EBRs will just start chasing him straight from the bat. And there you go, he's already fine, pound.
Well, now you can see Invil picking off Hannes, and then the Manticore will be soon to follow him. The position was interesting, and it shows ingenuity from the Raid side. However, the other positions, Invil really quickly countered the Church, killed Smiley for free. I mean, he did some damage, but they took over the Church position. They took over the 3-4 line, which countered the IS-7. So I don't know what the plan was from Raid outside of the Manticore, but we're going to have to ask them, Mojo, because I don't know how they expected to hold on after. Like the thing is, they didn't even have to hold on because they're attacking. Like, how did they break
I don't
out?
get it what they wanted with this kind of getup because, as example, that 907 on the start you mentioned behind the Church, he was pretty much given for free. There was no way to cover him from the positions they held. They had no crossfire from the forest, no crossfire from the hill, like a slight one, but nothing that can really do massive damage to the tanks of Invil.
I mean, maybe the Manticore, Mojo, they were hoping, or I mean, maybe they were hoping that, like the only thought that I can find that would make sense, right? The only one, is that they put the Manticore there with no support, right? There's nobody behind them, and then they were hoping, but hoping in strategy is not something you should go for.
Oh, no. I know what it is, man. It's like a memento to this video, you know, like this Manticore chasing down like that Super Conqueror and stuff, and it's even a Murovanka, you know?
No, but what I'm thinking, Mojo, is that they were hoping that Invil would send more tanks towards the east, after which they can repush 1-2 line. But Invil went for a more 1-4 line play, which countered the initial strat, right? You get what I mean? If the Manticore spots like 5 tanks going east, you know, like 3 907s and 2 EBRs, they push out of 1-2. But Invil had, you know, 90% of their team 1-2.
It's not only that. I wouldn't say they had 90% there. Invil actually, in both of these games, had a firm control of the upper side of the map and the middle. Like, let's not neglect the middle. They had really a lot of guys around the middle from 3 to 5.
Invil stopped pushing, by the way, Mojo. So now Raid has 2 minutes and 30 seconds to figure out how to break this. I've read once, Mojo, if you're surrounded from everywhere, that means you can attack anywhere, right?
You can, man. You can always pick a side and go. Why is Invil even doing
Yeah.
this? Are they like toying with their prey?
Hey, well, I mean, listen, it's something that you can do. Like, it eases your opponent a little bit. It makes them a little bit more angry as well, because you're kind of playing with them. It's not bad. It's mind games, Mojo.
You should not play with food, man.
Why not? I play with my food all the time, dude.
It's not really smart. The food
but
might
he-
decide to be tired of it.
We'll see about that. Invil now coming in though with the push. They have decided they want to close out this game as Scatter and Ricochet are between these houses. That will be their final resting place as well. Baron goes down, Ricochet as well, Aladdin, Scatter, and Kalatsi soon to follow, and Invil on Muro looking miles and miles better than they ever did on Cliff.
Yeah, this is like way better representation of themselves throughout the tournament. Like 2-0, strong start against the Raid. Raid, I don't know, man. It's not only that they are kind of cold by not playing. It seems to me that their strats on Murovanka are flawed. Maybe they didn't expect that they will even have to play it.
I think a big difference between this match and the first time they played Invil. The first time they played Invil, they were trying to play, solid World of Tanks, right? Just, make the right pushes, make the right plays, and beating Invil at that, yeah?
Yeah.
This time around, this first time on Muro, they tried to do something surprising, I guess, with turning with the 907s and then cutting across, trying to catch Invil tanks off guard. And in this game, they were hoping for Invil to make major mistakes. It's like they went away from playing just solid tanks and hoping for Invil to make mistakes instead.
Yeah, but none of those two approaches actually has a really solid base behind itself. And it's proven here. Like Invil, who went for map control with I wouldn't say loose ties between its tanks, just close enough to help each other.
Yeah, like they're not all together,
better.
but
Like it means that you can't hit it really firmly anywhere, but wherever you hit, you actually bleed yourself more than you hit him for.
yeah. So they're like not all in the same spot, but they have the crossfire angles that if you push one group, the other group shoots back and can close the distance, etc., etc. And they had firm control, but yeah, I don't know. Panchers did a lot, but for the rest, I don't know. Like there's really not much to say about it. It was lost from the.
I mean,
first 30
no one
seconds of
but
the game.
Pedro actually could do anything because everyone was stuck in a corner and he was the only one with the reach to do anything about it.
Yeah,
It's actually a miracle that he even did this much.
Like, if we're honest, after 30 seconds, Invil had every position they needed to win.
Yeah. I mean, from the start of the game, they had everything. Once they took out that medium in a church, minus the Manticore, they never found until the end where he was.
I don't understand that medium at the church position either, by the way, because when Raid played from north, they killed that 907 there super fast as well. So why would they send one themselves to the same church to die almost in the same way?
I don't understand it only because of the rest of the positions of tanks. It would make sense only with the thing that you said, that they expected to see a push on lower side and instantly push 1-2 line, and then they have that guy next to the church and blah, 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 blah. Like secondary spotter who can see a push. But there was no trade-off for him. It was just a tank minus. Also, you have a Manticore in a water who is doing a passive spot, and in this kind of scenario, he's not used at all. That's a second tank minus. Not doing anything for you.
And you have the I7, to be honest, as well.
Yeah, and
which
he was also
third.
taken out in one moment on 200 HP. And the only thing that he can say for himself is that he couldn't do anything in a game.
Yeah. That position, it's not safe from the 3-4 line. So the only way you can kind of be sneaky with that, Mojo, is by putting the I7 in a bush. It's if the bush is big enough and it adds enough camo, you can put anything in a bush, right, Mojo? So that's basically the only thing that could have maybe surprised with the I7, but outside of that.
I don't know, man. Like against 3 EBRs with plays like this, no. Anyways, we will switch to the Himmelsdorf really shortly. Himmelsdorf is the pick of Raid, and the Invil had to pick the side which they want to do, and they chose defense. So leading to 0 and then having a defense of Himmelsdorf, that's very nice for them, I would say.
Yeah, let's just see if Invil does decide to, pay a more passive lineup mode. Maybe they're like, oh, they saw Davey and they're like, we can do the same thing, but
Get
better.
the corner, it works totally fine.
I don't think so. Invil is not that kind of team, IMO. They don't really ever play like that. So I don't see why they would be doing it now.
Of course they
But
won't.
you
man.
never know.
I'm just like debating with myself, but Raid has no choice here. They cannot play slow this. Like they actually need to take some initiative, and Invil, this might actually be a huge brawl from the start. Like right away.
I don't remember that. Whoever wins between these two teams still has a challenge after that, Mojo. This is not,
There is
Not
still
the end.
a dungeon boss waiting behind.
the dungeon boss waiting that's been sleeping the whole day, just chilling and watching and, preparing. Hopefully, Insane, maybe. We'll see, though. I mean, thankfully, Insane only had to prepare for one match, right, Mojo?
Yeah.
One single
Yeah, so
match.
we can see a lot of new stuff because I don't think he will repeat the same clip from yesterday. I mean,
know.
twice for one day was enough.
Who knows, Mojo? If it works.
Oh, maybe third time. No one will expect the Spanish Inquisition.
I don't know.
That's
we'll
from
have to
Python's,
see
mate.
first. We have to see first if Raid can recover from this. Being up against match point, when they played against Invil, they were in the driving seat the whole time, Mojo. They had no real pressure applied to them. It's upper bracket. Even if they lose, you go down towards the lower bracket. But now,
Frankly, it's not only that they're losing 2-0, I don't like the way they're losing 2-0. That's why I don't have a high confidence they can actually break the Himmelsdorf twice. That's the
Yeah.
thing.
and Invil has the option to do a very aggressive push if they want to.
Yes. Well, we will see what will they opt to. Like, I seriously think they will just like crash somewhere around the middle in the start of the game.
They're gonna just push Patcentru.
I think like In will pressure toward them and Raid toward them, and they will just meet somewhere on the way, and it's gonna be a fight all over the place.
Well, Mojo, we'll have
7
to
of 5.
fight. Oh boy!
Mouse.
Oh boy! It's the camp. It's the camp, boys. Double mouse. E3, 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 VK, Eskong, 7058,
Come
E57.
Ultimate troll coming in. Oh dear god. Alright. That means that Raid will have to pressure no matter what. Let's see, is the Invil best camper on Himmelsdorf on EU server
I like how we
or
were
not?
praising them. Like they're not going to do that. It's Invil. They don't really play that way. And then they play that way.
It's gonna be very interesting if they lose.
Why is
also.
there so many tanks with the mouses, dude? Look at this.
Well, I know why, man, because they saw poor Raleigh die there and getting gangbanged by half of the team. So they decided, okay, we're not gonna leave one guy, we're gonna leave like 5 guys there, or even 6.
It's a different version. Let's see if it is an improved version. However, as Invil has chosen the Raid, come at us, bro. You feel like pushing every game? We'll give you something to push in. And Raid now has to do it all. Obviously starting at a natural HP disadvantage because Invil's bringing those very OP mouses with those 3000 HP. Wargaming, please nerf. 705A as well, 2450 HP. How is that even fair?
I'm not
What is
even,
Hannes doing though?
I'm not even sure I like this, frankly. Like their presence on 1-2 line is,
Limited?
yep.
I mean, Hannes kind of crossed for free. But if he crosses one further, it's going to be bad.
I think the thing is like he doesn't know it.
I think
know.
the thing is as well though, Mojo, that the rest of the team can't actually cross that anymore. Because I think Hannes crossed it before the E3s came into position. Piotr's in position now. Now if they get baited by this and Hannes is like, I didn't get spotted crossing here, and they will send more tanks, there's a 100% chance that Piotr and Rishek will spot it out before, like B1, C1. You get what I'm saying? So Hannes got there because of timing.
Okay.
But the rest of the team won't be able to do that.
Here come the blind shots you were talking about on the positions on the rail. Let's see if will actually they manage to connect something or someone. It doesn't look so far. Hannes is just trying to do those spots for the Raid team. While the
It's
rest of
way
the
easier
guys
if
are
they're
doing like
spotted.
really slow approach, like Magnesium from the middle, but the time is ticking, guys, like 2.5 minutes, and not a scratch done yet on Invil.
Well, Hannes does get spotted out now, though. So there is that. So at least Enva has the info that there is somebody there. But it's way easier to shoot Simon and the other chieftain, which is Rexar, if they're actually spotted. Because, you know, if they're not spotted, they can sit in a lot of different positions. If they are spotted, there's less room to work with.
Well, the thing is, they actually have no idea how many tanks is on 1-2 line. They probably expect there is way more than is, and
I like this setup. It completely kind of nullifies what the CSA did, remember?
Mm-hmm.
Like if CSA comes towards that corner, tries to cross over, they all die.
Yeah, because there is no way to actually spot these guys until you start the push. Like the only way to feel them out is actually what you proposed in the last match, to pressure the 4 line. Then they have to turn for that.
Yeah, but even 4 line is going to be hard in this case, Mojo, because...
Yeah, because there is
the-
6 big guns.
Yes, and they can all turn around and push straight into 4 line if you go too far. And they are both in H3 and H5, you know? And not just all where Piotrix is, there's Never and the other guy on the other angle. So, well, if you're driving into 4 line now, like the issue is if you drive into 4 line, they have crossfire on you, not vice versa.
Well, we said that Raid is good in mind plays, but I think this wins the MVP award of the day, if it works, of course.
Yeah, Ray needs to start moving, by the way. You need time. You need time to chip away at this a little bit as well. So Ray needs to start moving. Their move needs to happen before their final push. Basically, needs to happen before the 4-minute mark or 3 minutes 30. So you still have some time, because if you push with this like 2 minutes left and then it's like a close fight, you never have the opportunity to.
2 minutes, there's
go
no
play
way
it.
to kill them in
No,
that
that's
time.
what I'm saying. Yeah.
Like you
But-
need way more. Yeah.
Yeah.
Five and a
Mojo,
half.
they go in 1-2 line.
Yeah. It's not a bad choice, man. It's way better than coming from the other side.
I think the biggest issue with this is, Mojo, my main issue almost altogether. Oh, they're
might-
not going 1-2.
Yeah, yeah.
If they went 1-2, they would be spotted C1. The chieftains cross over and farm them driving down the whole time. Like the ones behind the mouses will just move over and go towards 1-2 and just farm them.
Four line it is.
3 line
Three.
and 4 line and
Yep. 3 and 4.
I don't know, Mojo. I don't know. What do you think? Can this double E3 there though? Like, Piotr will spot them and Monster will turn around.
I think they can take this.
You...
I really don't like the camps like this, and the flaw of these camps is that they actually have a lot of immobile tanks. You know, if they don't pen all their shells, they have a lot of reloads. Also, there is a slight gap in defense here. If they have a lot of tanks who are pressuring the 3 line, I actually think they can do this.
Oh, they're crossing over towards 1-2 line that way, crossing through the more closed gaps, so they're not spotted early. Actually, smart coming out from the side of Raid, but now you're going to see all these chieftains relocate, crossing over. Does Invil make it on time? Reshek now setting up in position as well, gives a big one towards Hannes. They are going to lose these tanks in 1-2, and Monster tried to cross back over, and he gets picked up. Good stuff from Raid there, and now the chieftains coming to reinforce here for the side of Invil. But have they gotten baited, Mojo?
Yeah, Invil kind of tossed themselves into this mess now. They're counterattacking on the rail, but now there is a massive number of Raid tanks here shooting them from all the sides. Yuzek is on 500 HP, Demon on 30. Couple of guys stuck here, but they will just get squashed in a crossfire of Raid.
Yeah, it does look like Raid has been able to figure out their own way to the break, crossing over from F3, taking those E3's damages, but enabling the chieftains from Invil not to be there in time if they got spotted at C1. So good stuff from them there. And Invil is going to lose the first round here on Himmelsdorf on their defensive side. And it's going to be Raid bringing it back 2-1. It's cleanup operation at this point. Good stuff there from Raid.
Yeah, must congratulate them on the patience and the correct choice they made in the end. It was like really, really well decided and made. It takes a bit of knowledge about the game, I would say, to do something
I think
like
the
that.
biggest issue for Invil is the biggest issue for Invil is that you give so much time to your opponent to think. You give so much time. I mean, if as soon as they see the lineup, they know it's going to be a camp, right?
Yeah.
And then they kind of figure out and feel out the positions. They know 1-2 wasn't very heavily defended because Hannes didn't spot anything. So unless all the cheaters were camping behind the building, there was a double mouse as well. So Raid actually, even though they didn't spot many tanks, they knew where a lot of tanks could be.
I mean,
Rough.
listen, maybe they counted that Raid will just do something stupid because they're triggered and they lost like two games in a row, you know? But eventually, I have no idea why they will do this. This is so not their style. And as I told you, like, I don't like that many of slow tanks. It's one thing when you play some clan who is maybe not tournament ready, they will make massive mistakes when you are camping against them. Like, they usually bleed a lot of HP before they even realize where is the weak spot of that. But as you can see here, Raid lost nothing, did nothing, but they realized where they need to push.
There was no chance anymore, by the way, for... I think Invil made the mistake of trying to cross back the rails. They should have tried to punish. Like, they may have had a small chance. A small chance if they didn't cross
No,
back
there was
over.
already too many tanks there. As I told you, like, 3 tanks on a rail is just too little number and the other guys are too slow. That's it. The key was what you mentioned before, not to get spotted before the time. And those seconds that Raid bought by using that trajectory is one of the key parts that won the game.
Yeah, Monster tried to cross back over in that E3, got double peaked by 50 Bs immediately and killed through that. I mean,
And they were not left there by chance. They were left there waiting for people to try to do that.
I mean, Invil maybe had a chance if they went to clear the K line instead and other stuff, but it would still be really, really hard because they would always be chasing, and they don't have those mobile tanks, like you said.
Besides, there was only one chieftain on the other side. Everything else. This was like a Raid version of Polish mashup. 14 here, 1 there. Well, good game for Raid here. They came back into the match. I guess Invil tried to play a joke on them, but as I said, don't play with your food. It's not a good thing to do. And now they are giving chance Raid to actually come back into the game, maybe equal and go to the tiebreaker, which is not something I think Invil should allow. Like, I really don't think, because then it's equal chances. And you're coming from a double defeat.
Yeah. I mean, if you're Invil, you shouldn't be too bothered about this, I guess, since you were trying to camp and it didn't work out. And now resetting back on towards Himmelsdorf. Now the question is, Mojo, after, you saw Davey fail with it, you saw Invil fail with it, do you think Raid would be like,
Wait, wasn't it Fame first, right?
Yeah, well, longer ago, but it's just talking about this tourney itself. You think Raid would have the cojones to do the same thing?
Well, at this point, I would not call it cojones. I would call it, are you brain dead to do it?
Whoa!
So no.
Maybe they have their own special version, dude.
Oh yeah, the better version. Upgraded camp on Himmelsdorf pouring forth.
It's like
Right.
We've had Himmelsdorf camp version 0.5.
Now I know why they're removing that tank on Ruinberg, so the camp doesn't work anymore.
So you have Himmelsdorf version, 0.5 and 0.6. Now Raid brings 0.7. Who knows?
Well, we will emerge from beta sooner or later, right?
True. I mean, yeah.
I mean,
Unless you just-
Russians in the Gold League were camping Himmelsdorf for ages. It took people like 2 years to start breaking it properly, so who knows? Maybe
Unless
a new era
Mojo-
is coming.
Unless Mojo, you make patch 0.9.1, 0.9.11. Just then it can take a long time before you get out of beta. We smart.
Haha, haha. Well, you're so witty, actually, man. It makes my heart laugh, Himmelsdorf's second game. Will Invil be triggered by this and go for the full clash or not? What's your thought?
I think they'll just go back to. I don't know, dude. Maybe they'll anticipate. Maybe they'll anticipate that Raid will push, and try and sit back. We saw Fame do it very successfully already. Kind of waiting for the push and then shutting it down. I think that's a possibility if they don't feel like pushing.
Like, this is a really, really long game. Raid did pick this map. So it means they feel confident to play against Invil there, although they watched the last match. So I think it's gonna be tiebreaker, bro. I really think it's gonna be tiebreaker.
I think I predicted 3-1, so I'm not going to. Don't think I'm gonna agree. Go.
I don't
think I'm
want to.
gonna-
The proper
Jesus.
wording is I don't want to agree with you.
Jesus, I don't want. Yeah, English is very hard for us, but yeah, I don't think so. I stand by my prediction before. I think Invil takes it. Mojo lineups EBR for Invil.
Yeah, this is a lineup we've seen by Invil already. The EBR spot in the middle, they're just playing from the other side. 4 279s and Chieftains, the setup they already used. Also, Raid not playing SCSA, not giving them, but the Hill, they're actually doing really similar strat like Invil did against the CSA. Pressuring
of-
on 3 line plus 8 line.
A lot of tanks here being spotted out though for the side of Raid. Monster goes down towards a one shot. He might not even make it out in that EBR. He does not as Aladdin picks it up. And here comes the push though from Raid. They're going to be pushing through the 8 line on towards that Chieftain, actually, which is a good move from them. Can Invil react on time?
Oh, I like this, man. Like, Raid is actually reacting really well here. It's just the question, will guys on 8 line survive long enough? Invil is now coming into the play, counter-pushing that G, C and D line. It's gonna be a massive brawl around their cap here, and there is be a lot of stranding tanks from Raid on the other side of the map. This can actually go either way. HP is so close, man, and there is like 3 or 4 hotspots that are happening on the map now, but this is by far the biggest one in the middle.
Yeah, the middle push now coming out for the side of Invil. They lose Coma for the side of Raid. Demon goes down in return for the side of Invil. And now Invil trying to push in. Invil trailing on HP. Invil trailing in positions as well as they're now forced to repush. They are going to lose the 8 line. Boons in return getting focused out. That's a good pickup there from Invil. There's still 2 tanks stuck for them in 1-2 line. In the meantime, those Chieftains, Aladdin and Baron, having a free reign over the whole middle of the map. And you can see them just pounding shell after shell after shell as Raging picks up Kalian. But in return, will be hitting the dust for that himself in the 8th line. And now Invil down 4,000 HP. And Invil probably down for now in this round as well, Mojo. And you may have smelled it just right.
Yeah, it did look like really better for Raid in this game. Also, I don't understand what happened here, because I actually thought Invil, if they're coming back in a match, will win this confrontation here on 8 line. Which didn't seem like a major hotspot in that moment, but it is a crucial one if you want, you know, to have like your safe back to the wall in one direction and you can create some additional crossfire. Hannes and Smiley are trying to fight off Rexar and Lucky here, and they will probably actually make it because they have slightly more HP. Yeah, there you go, we're 2-on-1 now. In this situation, the rest of the tanks of Raid are controlling the center of the map, plus they have advantage even on the rail. It's really tight spot then for Invil, man. They're half HP of the Raid at the moment.
Invil was, again, forced to chase the whole round, Mojo, and they pushed 2 tanks down 1-2, which were useless, to be honest. There was Piotr and one more. They didn't contribute anything to the game. They lost a guy in 8 line, and the big difference maker there is that Invil reinforced 8 line with one guy, won the initial trade, Mojo. They won the 2v2, but then there was more Raid tanks driving down the 8 line, and there was no Invil supporting, so then Invil forced to push D line, and now they're going to be forced to play a tiebreaker as well.
After winning 2-0, playing around with the camp, which was a high risk. Oh man, like my prediction was 3-2 for Invil. Like now, like after this kind of scenario, I'm not even sure about that. But we will see. It's Sand River.
Sand River, but the only question is though, who gets to attack? So both these teams, Raid won their attack on Raid won their Muro. How fast was Muro? How fast was Muro attack for Invil? It was not that fast, right? Because the game slowed down quite a while. Doesn't Raid have it with Hemos?
Invil won their attack, but it was like really slow.
Yeah.
Like it took quite a while, I think.
Hannes actually performing. The day and age in which we get to see this, unbelievable, dude. Unbelievable. Maybe he plays with his microphone muted on TeamSpeak, so he can actually focus on his game instead of talking to his teammates.
The Muravanka is not that fresh for me. I know it took a while, but I can't remember the time for Himmelsdorf when Raid was attacking, because this was, by the way, the defense, so he doesn't count.
Yeah.
I
wanna have to
think
strip
they
Coma, by
still
the
had
way.
around 2 minutes till the end.
I'm gonna have to strip Coma of the MVP Undertang, and now Hannes is the new MVP of Raid. Congratulations, Raid. congratulations, Hannes has now upgraded. He's the Reich, but then the Reich of Raid. Lucky on the other hand, yeah, that EBR man, like he got a lot of info, but
He
Yeah.
got deleted by really good shots of the guys from the raid who kind of pre-aimed it well. And I guess the things that happen in random, that people just like wheel the tanks all the time, don't happen that much in these tournaments. Like in most of the games we've seen now, once the EBRs get really spotted, most of the guys like just blast them away, man.
yeah, well, tiebreaker it is, Mojo. You were right. I was wrong, but
Things
didn't you
happen,
predict?
man.
Didn't you predict 3-2 for Invil?
Well, I placed it in the start, man, but I would like to see who is defending now.
We can't change it anymore. It's too
Of
late
course I
for
can't
that.
change it, man. I can't change it. I said that, but if I see it, I can just say, I might think this, you know.
I think personally it's going to be Raid defending. I could be wrong, but
If they had a faster attack, that's gonna happen like that. I don't see why would they pick an attack. Like there is not a single reason to do that on Sand River. Unless you want to challenge yourself and risk going to the finals. Of course. There
I
is
always wanna
different
challenge
people.
Myself.
Okay. Go to the gym and start training from tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I like to challenge myself in different ways. You know,
Ah,
more-
okay.
I'm more of a, I'm more of a mind person, personally, Mojo. You know, like chess kind of guy. You know, like, I'm more of the IQ kind of place. You know, the department where key hands are lacking after nights and nights of severe, apple juice and oranges. It's really bad for his brain. But yeah,
So he has an apple and he has a pen.
no,
What does he
Mojo.
does with the pen, I wonder.
I wonder what Kihan does with the curtain, dude. What's behind the curtain? You know, Kihan unveiled, dude. What's the secret?
Keehan challenge. Show.
Hmm.
Anyways, coming back to the tiebreaker, Sand River, do we have a final decision? I don't know. Like, who is actually picking? I'm really trying hard to remember that first game on Murovanka, how long it took.
I mean, the initial play was really fast. Then it kind of slowed down. I'm not 100%, dude. I think it's close between Raid and
Yeah, it could be actually like seconds or something like that. So
seconds.
we're just gonna have to wait and see. I mean, when you have two slower games, like you have no idea. Blocked damage, major part of this game. 10,000 for a raid.
I'm just thinking. Are you gonna favorite, like, I don't know if I like defending in a tiebreaker. Defending in a tiebreaker is not fun either. I mean, it's more
I'm still
comfortable.
gonna
but
favor a defender.
yeah, but it makes it's like how to say it. Like if you're defending, that puts a lot of pressure on you as well. For the simple fact that you're gonna be afraid of making a move
Yeah, but
because you're not forced to make a move.
true, but it also gives you like a certain freedom to decide your tactics, which can be a complete surprise to the enemy. Because as attacker, you need to decide: is the enemy camping, or he's doing this or doing that? As
I just
defender,
cheated, by the way, Mojo. I looked at the
Alright.
sheet
What
to
did it
see
say?
who has the faster time. If the sheet is not wrong, it's Raid with the faster time.
okay, they will probably be defending, man. They might actually have a bigger chance to win this.
Well,
Unreal.
to see. I mean, obviously, if it is correct, and if Raid does have the faster time, there's a very high, like 99% chance they will be picking the defense, because time was in your favor then.
If Raid is picking up the defense, then only we need to see, will they choose and opt for like a RT defense like we've seen in previous games
Or an aggressive
today,
one.
or an aggressive one where they want to play full map control. And like they camped on Murovanka and we saw how that ended up. I don't think they're gonna do it again, because that Murovanka was a major mistake by them.
So assuming that Raid's gonna be defending Mojo, let's assume that.
Mm-hmm.
How do you challenge? How do you think the odds are?
I think it should be in their favor in that case. I mean, people can overplay themselves. I didn't like how they played Murovanka. They didn't seem secure at all. But Sandriver, I think the team like them can play Sandriver well.
Well, Invil put themselves in this situation, and it's now up to them to dig themselves out of it as well.
And
Otherwise,
it's gonna be Invil 16.0 if they lose this game. Seriously. God damn it. Let's see. The bird will tell us the truth.
I see the omens. The omens predict an Invil victory.
Well, we prognosed it on a start, but watching last game on Himmel, I'm really doubting that. If Raid gets the defense, I think they will pull this through. But we will see, man. Like, we are here to like kick back and enjoy the show anyways. And just talk about it a bit, right?
Wait, talk about it. You're gonna talk about it. I was just thinking about it. I was just gonna chill and let you do everything and just watch the game.
Too old for that, man. My voice is not that good. You need to do the rap god here.
It's a very dry desert there. Would not like to live there personally myself. I don't do well with the heat. But if Raid is defending, I think they have a higher chance of winning. I think still my points stand. They're not super experienced in this regard. Invil should have more of that. And I think one of the biggest issues on Sandriver defense, which we saw already, is being afraid to make a move, like we saw Trust do. And if Raid is going to be afraid of making a move, I think it's going to go Invil.
Yeah, let us see what tank setups will they actually choose. Double RT for Invil, we've seen them already use it. On both sides, double RT for Raid, we've seen everyone else use it. One EBR for Invil, same things like they played last time, and double EBR for Raid. We haven't seen Raid play Sandriver yet.
It is going to be Raid defending and Invil attacking, Mojo.
And it doesn't look like Raid is very shy. They're going immediately for suppression with those EBRs on upper side of the map and spot, and pushing the chieftains in upper positions with RT there. I kind of like this approach better than those spread out tanks all over the place, you know?
Ketsai spots out these chieftains though from Raid very early, wanting to go very aggressive. Combat takes 2 for his trouble, already dropped towards 1.3, and you can see Invil as a big unit moving towards the south hand side of the map.
That's a really good double tap by RT on Commander. There was not only one shot, there was like both RTs on him. But Invil still has to make or break this kind of push. 2 907s from the upper side of Invil to create additional crossfire on the enemy, and brunt of the forces, all the chieftains are there. Like, will they actually push in? I seriously doubt it.
I don't know, I kind of feel like Invil hasn't really left himself that much of a choice, but now there's going to be reinforcements coming from Raido along that K line. You can see chieftains pushing up, Galatsi peeking out, trading, Baron now joining as well. Big RD shots coming. I can see those flying across the screen as now Invil is actually rotating towards the middle of the map with their 907s, Mojo.
Was that a juke to go for the upper side with the chiefs?
I'm not sure, Mojo. I couldn't 100% tell you right now, actually. I think so far, I mean, they're going to be trading even against RD. I do think that the Raid RDs have better shots than the Invil RDs do, but if that's going to be enough, we'll have to see.
Well, the EBRs of Raid are doing the spots, open spots on the upper part of the map. They are still covered a bit by 907 and Chief, and 907 on the upper side of the map. So nothing big, but they're just trying to make sure there is no major rotation by 907s from Invil, that they will catch them pretty much off guard in that fashion. 907s from the Invil are coming back to their heavies. If they actually gather up with them, that usually means only one thing: a full push.
A full push indeed, Mojo. Now EBR clearing the middle, Alka getting spotted out. He spots a lot of things for the side of Invil though. They need to split up, not take too much RD damage here, as the RD comes out from the side of Invil, not connecting. Ooh, Monster! Wait, no, is Monster DC'd? It looks like Monster's DC'd to me because he's hugging the red line.
No, he's
No,
moving,
no,
man.
he's not. He's moving. Okay.
He just like took 1400 of friendly hug of RT. That's it. Like, that's so not cool, man.
Well, Invil now forced to move forward. Can they make this work? They are down on HP, Mojo.
Yeah, this is something they really didn't need. Like, if you're talking about Omens, that hit is like a bad one, bad mojo going on there. Rexar is going for the cooldown against these tanks to keep them a bit busy. Double RT shot on Kilatsi on upper side. They're peeking over to take him out as fast as they can, but he's still quite alive.
For now, he's indeed quite alive. Kalim, in the meantime, going towards the outside, though that might not be the greatest play for them. There's a north side push for the side of Raid. They want to make a play over there on towards those double 907s from Invil. Is that going to cost them too much? Oh, a big already shell coming out towards these Chieftains. Never now peeking up, never getting tracked, never getting held, never going down as well in towards his Chieftain. 2k HP between these two teams now. They want to focus out Kalatsi. They want to take him out of the game, but so far, so good for Kalatsi. Still alive, still kicking, goes over, draws them out a little bit longer. Big already shells coming in for both these teams, and Invil now trailing. Invil going down, and Invil doesn't look like they're about to make this happen as Frumula goes down. Demon follows him. Old Kings getting traded in return, but now Raid, far and steady ahead, have taken control over the middle of the game, and Invil in another tournament, another time disappointing us as it looks from match point. Raid overcoming every single struggle, and Invil being poured into the slaughter machine as they're like beef going through, getting chewed, getting munched, getting RD'd. And I don't think, Mojo, there's a way out from Invil except for the garage.
Don't play with your food, guys. Like, this is a lesson that you need to learn. Invil 2.8 KHP, Raid 8.9, and not falling that far. Like, this is a really great display by Raid, taking over the initiative with the EBRs, controlling the map, counter-pushing them from upper side, while the fight was done on the lower. The hits from the RT, I don't know, man. Even with that, without that hit on 1300 on one guy, I don't think still that Invil could push this through, because on a key point where you see these massive corpses here, like it's a battle of Kursk or something, man, like this is where the true battle happened after. And those archers were on point, and every time they annihilated the group of tanks.
Yet again, in another tournament, Invil not getting towards the final hurdle, which for Raid will be Fame. Invil going out. It will be Raid moving on to play Fame in the finals. That's coming up later. Obviously, Ketsai now trying to drag it out, but yeah, he's attacking, so I don't think that's gonna happen.
I would seriously never think that Raid can pull through 2-0 on Himmelsdorf against Invil. I really didn't see it coming. And I seriously, I don't know, everyone who camped on Himmelsdorf today had a like really bad strike of karma after.
Yeah, Himmel's notoriously one of Invil's better maps. However, in this match, not really working out for them. Having not one but two opportunities on that map to close it out, and not closing it out on either of them. And then Sand River one more opportunity, and yet again falling too short.
I'm starting to wonder, will Lindsay be like, yes, I can make that camp work. We're gonna camp. Like,
I don't know. I think Insane would have liked to play Invil though in the finals, actually, if anything, to be honest. I think he would have been cool with that, but his opponent's going to be named Raid. We saw them play once against Fame already yesterday. They're going to have to do a lot better than they did yesterday, Mojo.
nice salto, good points there, but still, 10 seconds till the end, guys. Nice penetration on Smiley, but in 4 seconds, it's a GG, and the final finalist will be Raid.
From what I saw, though, it did look like Monster was disconnected there for a while. However, I think he disconnected in a part of the game where it's too late to reset, because he was hugging the red line for quite a while, Mojo.
Could be.
So
Could be. Could be this when he took the shell.
I don't know if it was going to change anything, but I don't know.
Well, you can only reset the game on a start, basically before the tanks are spotted, and that's it. After that, like when the first shot of damage comes or a first spot, there is no resetting anymore. Even if half of your teams falls out, that's about that. Great damage by Aladdin and Artis, of course, but that is their job. Magnesium doing better than Padger. Probably that 1300 shell was
he did
his.
the pen. I know Padger has 0 pens, like 1 direct hit, 0 pens. The RD from Invil though, one of the biggest issues there for Invil was, Mojo, that the RDs were in F1. When the RD is in F1, they don't nearly have as good angles on that A line June as when they're, when you saw Nyx and other RDs be further towards the A line, B1, A1. Because it's slower, it extends your angle. They missed a lot of shots actually on Kalatsi because they were always hitting the top of the June instead of hitting the tank.
I saw a couple of shells actually end up there. And even when they overpeaked, they couldn't finish him off. Like he lived like way too long. I don't know, man, like a cascade of bad things happening to them in the last few games. But nothing that they didn't bring on themselves or that Raid actually didn't deserve. Like Raid really played well, especially like digging out that camp first, making that decision, then on Himmelsdorf on second game with that pure aggression. That was like really nice to watch. And even here now, like this is like a standard camp on Sand River. It's not something that like Raid like decided upon or I mean invented. It's just like a standard threat, and Invil was just not strong enough to pen through it.
Alright, Raid now needs to reset though, mentally at least. They won against Invil, all good and well.
Yeah, it's a different type of animal. in
Now
the
is
next game.
now the real the big beast is coming up, right? The biggest challenge that's been sleeping the whole day, waiting, watching, laughing probably as well. To be honest, in a lot of scenarios, yeah, that's gonna be. They don't have that much time to think. At least they're warmed up.
Well, Insane had quite a lot of time today to prepare for some things on the
Yeah,
stats, and
but-
with the players he has at his disposal, he doesn't really need to explain them for 10 years
you
what
know-
they're supposed to do.
You know, Insane was getting some food, un café, une baguette, you know, croissant. So I don't know how much time he had, and now that reactions in the team as well. He's probably chit-chatting in French the whole day as well. So let's hope he took some valuable time to think about the maps as well.
You
And
sound
obviously-
like you're hungry, man. You're talking about food again.
Listen, man. My secret, Mojo.
I'm
gonna tell
hungry,
you
I'm
my
gonna tell you
secret.
that.
I'm always hungry, Mojo. It's incredible, dude. I'm always hungry. I think I could even hear Kihan giggle somewhere in the background because of that.
It's
But,
mental image. It's mental image.
but yeah, for Raid, that's important now to reset and think about the next match because if you were, you can't just be excited about this because it's over. They won, but they haven't won it all.
Yeah, they still have to win the final match, but frankly, this was the biggest hurdle. Now it's just like, will you win the tournament or not? And the prizes are literally quite higher for the winner, as usual. I think we can remember from the first day, but I think the winner gets like 3k euros, and they get like Steel Series equipment, like everything, mousepad, keyboard, headset, and they get like 500,000 gold and I don't know 100k bonds and stuff like that. And the second team gets like half of that, and they get like 15 vouchers for 100 euro wargaming shop, something like
Mojo,
that. So the difference is there.
The only thing I need in life is this water bottle here by World of Tanks. Coincidence, but totally not like accidental product placement. This water bottle has saved me on many occasions when I was thirsty, when I was dehydrated. Just like the game, World of Tanks is always there for you when you need it, and the analysts are always there as well. So let's hear from them instead.
Perfect, Aki. Perfect. Everybody needs to buy a water bottle. Wargamingstore.eu, of course.
Yeah, it would be perfect for me, right? Because Ducky just said he's always hungry, I'm always thirsty, so I'm honestly considering buying one of those right now.
There we go. Let's see what we can do. And clearly everybody's wearing World of Tanks sweatpants underneath the desk as well. But you got to be smart on the top. Welcome back. I'm Mikibu, and by the side of me is Kihand, our amazing and expert, very knowledgeable analyst. So today we're going to show you the tournament tree so far. We've had some pretty tense games, I would say.
Yeah, some pretty tense games. I mean, there's not much more to talk about right now. We just saw the lower bracket today, the tense games you were talking about. CSA overtaking Davy 3-2, Invil overtaking Trust 3-2, just for CSA to get smashed by Invil 3-0. The same Invil that we just saw last game, going up 2-0 against Raid, and then Raid in spectacular fashion coming back, breaking one more Himmelsdorf game, one more Himmelsdorf tactical weight, and now it is Raid facing off against Fame.
Yeah, I think this has probably been one of my most successful predictions in a tournament so far. I haven't got the scores down perfect, but they've been very close and usually the winners, and I'm pretty happy. Whereas I can see you have an unhappy face on the predictions.
Well, the thing is, you probably want to ask me for my prediction next, right? But I'm not gonna predict for or against any team now, because so far, whenever I said some team will win, they lost, and I don't want to jinx either of those, because I know a lot of players from both teams playing there, and I don't want to ruin it for them.
So how many in chat if you say Fame if you'd like Raid to win, and Raid if you'd like Fame to win? That's the way to do it, and then you get Key to say that, and then we're good. That's the one that's winning.
We'll see about that, but I believe the replays should be ready. So
I believe so. They should be up shortly, and there's some big highlights coming up shortly. Okay. Oh no, we've got the Fame and the Raid spam in chat. While we're waiting for those to come up, please be aware we still do have the chance for people to win some goodies. Tier 8 tanks, some of the Clan Wars rival styles. We have some other goodies, like some personal reserves. I think I've still got some hanging around. I've got a big list of people. Those will be announced after the end of the final game. So far, everybody's saying Fame, so I think a lot of people want Raid to win. There you go, Keyhand. There's your answer. Somebody's predicting for you.
I'm not saying anything. I'm keeping my mouth shut.
So Keyhand is desperate for Fame to win. There you go. How have you all found it so far? So I am interested to see from chat how you've enjoyed the tournament. It's the first time we've done something like this. We've never run a tournament in this fashion, not just like logistically, but in the way that the teams and the people that we're using and the signals and everything else. And yeah, it should be fairly... I'm interested to see how people like it in the layout. We've fixed our lag for today so far, and we're just about to cross the finish
fingers
line.
crossed for that one.
Oh, the toes are all permanent crossed all day. I'm like ready to go each time, so I'm pretty happy with this. Yeah, I'm not sure where replays are right now. Hopefully they'll be coming up shortly. Okay, so we have the replays now for Keyhand to go through.
Yeah, and here we go. It is the match one in between Raid and Invil. The first one actually also played on Muro. And yeah, we can see this initial engagement by Raid. They probably wanted to rush the 1-2 line here earlier. They were very aggressive in this first match because they already met Invil, and it worked for them being aggressive, just overwhelming Invil with even more aggression than Invil was normally, you know, putting out, and that's saying quite something. However, those 907s by Raid, they are driving through the whole map, and they are not really finding enemies here. Piotr, the only one to get focused out, but at the same time, Invil with that holding the 1-2 line, even the 3 line with those Chieftains hold down. Raid bleeding a lot at the moment, and then those Chieftains by Raid just getting stuck here. Raid was attacking, I believe, so they needed to get something done immediate. No, Ray was defending, so they didn't need to actually commit like they did. However, sometimes you can surprise your enemy with stuff like that. But yeah, in the end, Raid wasn't able to, with those aggressive 907s, they weren't able to just get enough damage done onto Invil. They weren't able to catch out enough tanks from Invil because, yeah, the 907s, they are investing HP when doing rushes like that, and if they're not finding kills for it, that really screws up your game. Obviously, Raid recognizing that, they then went with a more defensive approach. However, Invil reading everything correctly, they decided basically for one side to push, and Raid wasn't able to punish that push hard enough for in order to get the HP back in line for Raid to still be able to win. Also, while this repush here is happening with the 907, on the top left side of the screen, please keep in mind the Chieftains are doing colossal damage onto those 907s that are still in the forest. And yeah, from this point on, the game was already over. It was just, you know, how pretty the Invil players wanted to make it. The second game was a bit of a meme from Raid, I guess. If you're normally, I mean, this is the game that leads up to the grand final, and you cannot afford many slip-ups. And picking a Manticore is a definite slip-up for me. Like, it might I mean, Ducky said it already, it is the light tank with the most damage dealt on EU server. However, in this game, it wasn't able to demonstrate why it does have that position and why it does not deserve a buff, right? The Manticore, it keeps the other side lit in the H0 position. It's a new position, it's a nice gimmick, but in the end it's not getting anything done for Raid, because it cannot stop a push, and even if it spots tanks, then there is nothing to shoot at them except for one piece of artillery. Padja is an Artigot, but he's not going to be able to, you know, ignite 5 tanks on that one side just because the Manticore is spotting. So yeah, that was, it feels like a wasted pick. A waste of a gun. Later in the game, the Manticore even drove in, but got killed immediately. Yeah, I don't know. It just feels like you're putting yourself at a disadvantage if you're picking a Manticore and using it in a position like that. Maybe you should let it fight at the front line and it'll do better. Who knows? Yeah. Invil obviously making short work of the rest of the Raid team here. They're just gonna, at this point, gonna drive in and pick all the Raid players up that are still left in this game. Yeah. That was Morobanka. However, Invil now being up 2-0, I believe. This is now... Wait, this is already the 4th game? This is Raid's defense? Ah yeah, there we go. Here, this is game 3. This is Invil with the camp. And yeah, this is a nice firing line here by 4 chieftains and 2 mouses aiming at one corner, namely the K6 corner. This is the corner that CSA used to break the Devi camp. However, Raid had a completely different idea in their mind here. On the minimap you can see exactly what Raid did. They didn't go for the red arrow, instead they went with the green approach. Yeah, and it was the right decision to go for, right? You see here on this street there, the 3-line street, there were 2 E3s aimed, and paying 1500 damage, both E3s probably do one shot, is not that much. If you get all of your tanks to cross over to that 1-2 line where you have a gigantic overmatch, Invil feels pressured into repushing, but what are they repushing into? That's right, it's a triple crossfire by like 10 tanks, so they just get slaughtered left, right and center, and at the same time you have on the 3-line those mouses, those VKs, those E3s. That's not really tanks that can push enemy tanks, because, you know, those 50Bs, they will just say, oh, screw it, I'm running away. And that's just what's happening. All of the Raid chieftains just picking apart the Invil ones in that 1-2 line, and from now on it is basically 12 guns against 7 or 8. Yeah, it's a short story, and Raid probably enjoys cleaning up this camp here by Invil, and I have to say, guys, please don't camp on Himmelsdorf, because the win rate of camps in competitive play that I have seen is very, very low. Please don't do it. On the other side, Raid here, on their defensive side, showing us how it can be done. The EBR immediately going down, probably a little bit unfortunate as well, and Raid with that very, very controlled but very nice aggression on the 8-line. The splits are so on point. They're getting all of the Invil tanks in the 8-line while delaying that D-line repush that Invil is doing just for long enough for all of their tanks to get into the game and just pick Invil apart. As you can see right now, it is in the 8-line, the last Invil tank they're going down, and as soon as that happens, it's Smiley and Hannes there. Hannes actually, I believe, with the 5k damage this round, they are free to go into that 2v2 against Rexa and Lucky, which puts Raid even further ahead, because now they have even more positions and they can wrap around even further around the Invil guys who are right now fighting for the courtyard. Also, please notice how the Raid tanks are partly pushed up in the courtyard, and still there are 2 chieftains as snipers in the windows, preventing any kind of excessive peeking from the Invil players. This is very nice double teaming here by Smiley and Hannes. They're making short work of those chieftains. Also Baron, I believe, from the backlines, putting in nice shots when the Invil tanks were crossing. And yeah, Raid just with nice aggression, perfect splits here on Himmelsdorf. That's also why Himmelsdorf is one of my favorite maps to watch, actually, because it all comes down to the tactical plays, the shooting. It is all tight-packed action, if no one camps, and then you really gotta very nice game to watch on your hands. So yeah, Raid also with a confidence boost after breaking that camp. They come down after being down 0-2, and they put themselves into that position to make the comeback happen, you know? Because, yeah, basically Invil had 2 match points, they threw it, and now Raid gets to defend on Sand River. And Sand River, as we all know, it is pretty sided for a defender. Invil managing to actually break the camp from one of the clans participating in the tournament. However, they didn't manage to defend or to fend off what Raid had actually prepared for them. Invil trying that K-line repush that we've seen fail time and time again, and this time as well, it's not working out for Invil. Raid with, after initially struggling on Morovanka with somewhat meme-ish builds, yeah, they're just they found their confidence again, I guess, and they came back in a very nice fashion. I loved watching every part of it. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to Invil now, but yeah, this only sets us up for a very nice grand final now in between the old giant Fame and a Raid that should come out of this game with a very big boost in morale.
Yep. And I know it was very brief. And we will be sharing the picture later. But there was one stage in one of the Himmelsdorf games, yes, sorry, Jelly Brain right now after this many hours, where there was quite a fearsome lineup with a fire line that nobody would ever want to see going around a corner. Yeah.
That was exactly why that decision by Raid to actually not try to cap behind the church, but to go around and do that cross through the 2 E3s, why that was actually the perfect position. I believe they would have paid so dearly for crossing to that church that they would have lost the game, but it just shows how inflexible the defender is. The problem with those Himmelsdorf camps is you're not getting the information on what the guys are doing that are attacking. And if the attacker is reading your setup correctly, there will always be an opening that can be exploited, just as we have seen 2 times today in a very nice fashion. And to be honest, if you ask me personally, I don't like to see camping clans win.
Yeah. No, it's I have loved how the games have progressed from a very long time where camping was the key to victory. Over the last few years, you've definitely seen that shift now to where aggression, measured aggression, is a really good positive and has a chance to really help you carry a game.
Yes, all of that, it carried over basically from the RU server, where the top clans, which are amongst the best in the world, if not the best in the world, where they press W for win, and that's just how it should be done. If you should get rewarded for actively participating in a game, and if you don't do mistakes, then you should win.
Yeah, so I realized when I said aggression pays, because we have seen, and something you have mentioned before, there are some recklessly aggressive, I think was the exact phrase you used, some clans who hold down the W key, forget they have an AD or S key, and it doesn't quite work out. You still have to at least point your tank in the right direction, and sometimes, at least turn away from the fight. So we have that. We have quite a big final coming up, I think. It looks like chat are very much in the favor of Fame. I can't imagine why. And we will be announcing the winners of this afterwards. And as Mojo did mention, we do have sponsorship from SteelSeries, so we've got some cool prizes from there. We have gold, we have some we have lots and lots of prizes. You can check out the article that's just linked in chat right now if you want to see what all of that is. And yeah, I'm not sure if the games are ready just yet. I think I just heard somebody in my ear, but I couldn't quite hear it.
I believe the casters are ready, yes. Okay,
so thank you all. Thank you for being amazing. I hope you all enjoy this last game. Okay. Okay, sorry, I just heard something on there. So, yeah. I can see Fame is doing 85%. 85% for Fame. Only 16. Oh, no, there we go. Okay, see how many people can vote for Raid. So we're just waiting for the transition now to the casters, and I'm waiting for the vote on here. We're just buying a bit of time because I think Raid and Famer will need a little bit of a breather. Just relax, get their tactics ready.
Hello, Iki. It was fun talking to you, but it's me and Mojo's turn now for the final match. You can go and unveil Kihan's big secret behind the curtain, which we're all so anxious to find out. I mean, Kihan looks like such a young, innocent soul, Mojo. I bet it's probably just like puzzles or something, you know?
A dark secret of Keyhand. Or a benevolent one. Well, we'll see if Iki actually managed to do something about it. But Iki is being tired, so he's hearing things lately. So I don't know, man, what's gonna happen there. Anyways, Fame versus Raid, guys. Here, wow, almost unanimous support for Fame, I see.
It is 83% right now of you guys in the chat voting for Fame out of 600, 700 votes. So everybody biased towards Fame. I'm gonna throw it out now, Momo Jojo. I predicted 4-1 for Fame. Okay, so you already have my prediction. I'm still waiting for yours.
I'm just gonna leave you hanging there, right?
What do you mean, leave me hanging, man?
I'm just watching the maps, man. All right.
I don't need to see the maps. I have full faith.
I'm gonna wait for that one. I just don't go. I don't go based on fate that much. From what we can say so far, Fame took most of the tournaments. Everyone knows that. They flunked only one so far in last couple of years. In yesterday's battles, they showed a lot. In the last battles, in first one, they were very shaky. On other hand, they had the entire opportunity today to watch all the other teams and what were they doing, how were they struggling with the situations to deal. All of these teams, it's very questionable could they allow themselves to keep something hidden. But there is that possibility because certain teams have some playstyles, and when you fight them, a team like Raid, as example, can have specific tactics when they want to play against Invil, and different ones when they would face Fame, because Invil's and Fame's playstyle are completely on the opposite sides. And we can see some bans here and picks. So the first map played Himmel, then followed by Sand, Live Oaks, and then tiebreak if it comes to it, Himmel. Ensk and Murovanka, permanent ban of Fame. Every match they played so far, those two were gone. Raid on the other side, they have quite a wider range of things they were doing and banning.
They're not playing Procodo and no Cliff.
Yeah, I can see that.
Mojo Fame is not gonna have to use the same strategies on Cliff because Raid doesn't want to play it anymore.
Yeah. So Proc is one of the maps that actually Raid was avoiding most of the time. They played it only once in a first match, and that's it.
And it's best of 7 for everybody wondering in the chat.
Yeah. This is a final game, so best of 5 is too short. Like, even now, if you get a huge advantage with 2-0, which proved multiple times today it's not enough, these guys actually have time to come back into the game. It's pretty much mostly to avoid like some gimmick wins.
Also, Luna is actually from China. For you people wondering in the chat, he's just a resident in Italy now for studies, I think. And Bunza is actually good at the game, unlike Haglar. They're both from Canada originally, but Bunza has dual nationality, so that was not a mistake either.
And
sorry,
Luna,
Haglar.
And Luna actually does sound like Mr. Chow, if anyone's asking. At least to me.
But yeah, between these two teams, the first hurdle that the Raid needs to overcome, IMO, is playing against Fame, because they've already lost against them. It's a big name. It's not easy to play against them. You have to believe that you can win against any team. That's the first step. If you don't believe you can win, you're going to lose for sure, to be honest. Like, that's IMO, the mental aspect of it is the first step towards winning.
Well, I will actually agree on that one. It's like really, really important to watch the enemy as at least, at most, actually your equal. Never above. Like if you watch someone like he's so stronger, blah blah blah, you're never gonna beat him because you are already in a trap. But both of these teams are finalists. Raid also had quite a lot of time to rest, and they played only one match, and it's a crucial match where they dug themselves out from the hellhole and came through really difficult situations, and I would say that it came out splendidly at the end.
I just want to say I don't have a crush on Haglar Norwegian, but I do have one on Even 90. But, Mojo, Himmelsdorf, between these two teams, you don't expect Fame to camp. I don't know if Raid is going to expect to camp. But can this aggression from Raid work against Fame? A team that we have seen smack down that sort of aggression on not just one map.
Well, it's possible. It's really not impossible because we've seen Fame struggle a bit on the map, so mistakes can be made and they can be exploited. Like, no one is king forever. Like, Raid is the challenging young lion now, so they are going to try to overthrow them. Like, are they big enough to fit those shoes? Like, we're gonna see very shortly, but I don't think either of them will sit in base and wait to see what happens.
And that's a 268v4 Mojo. It's back. There we go
Vale,
again.
is it Vale? Of course. Did he sell all the tanks he has and he's just like having the 268? Seriously?
Maybe. Well, Mojo, in the lineups, did you see something stand out altogether? Oh, it's a hill push, Mojo. It's a hill push.
It's a major hill push for Raid. They are splitting off only 2 tanks on other side of the map and leaving maybe 1 or 2 on 8 line. On other hand, Fame from defensive side is opted for a 1-2 line pressure. But they're not pushing as far as I can see.
Now, Fame is going to have to be very quick on the reaction here. Fame actually has double Bacha. So
Yeah, so
Yeah.
if that's what you thought. Alright, I didn't see them in the start. So Camille and Ilian are playing double Bacha to push away the tanks on the hill and try to make some room for their heavy tanks. But there is like really major commitment coming in from Raid here. And I don't like the odds of Fame actually in this moment.
And they're kind of slow, taking 1-2 line. They see their chieftain run away towards A4, though that does kind of give them the signal what's happening. Bunze gets spotted out there in the 260, returns the favor on towards Camille. Han is now coming as well, and the Raid push is going to be very fast. It's going to be very aggressive, and Fame a little bit slow here, Mojo.
Oh man, Raid is going like we break for no one. Seriously, 3 260s going full speed on top of the hill. They couldn't be in a giveaway. Chieftains flanking around, like Fame is really mopping up it up
They're
very
running.
fast and just running away for their lives, of course. And they're pressuring everywhere else on the map.
Run, Stefan, run! You gotta run, Stefan! Can Stefan make it around the corner in that chieftain? He does. For now, he's getting chased out by 260s at the meantime. We can see the 1-2 light push coming out for the side of Fame. Raid now on the chase. Raid now trying to follow these times. Stefan is gonna be the one man that I don't know if he's gonna make it out. He gets one shot from Timmy there, and Raid still chasing, but in the meantime, they are starting to lose their base, Mojo. And who would you favor right now?
Man, in this dog race or what race at the moment, I would say Raid has slight advantage because they can pressure the cap of Fame slightly better. Fame can actually punch in and try to disrupt Raid, but Raid has a lot of tanks already in position to deal with that. Also, these guys coming from the hill will attack the big belly of Fame. On 8 line, they have only 1 chieftain, man.
You can see now that the insane Barry reaction pushing on towards Koma, Papa, Joseph pushing forward, Shrokish capping on the safe corner, and this time around though, Niall and Vala in the window, and yes, Fame has lost their 8-line presence. They're probably going to lose their 50 Bs as well, and Raid now chasing hard. They're coming from behind to reset though. Can Shrokish and Insane actually cap that? Is Barry going to get to give his shield? Is he going to be a team player?
Man, it's like 20 seconds till the end, but we need to see what's going on from the center. Those tanks are coming in now. Will they get shots or not? It's gonna be a massive counter push from everything that Raid has at the moment. They are lower on HP, so if this happens, it's gonna be another trust story.
Yeah, Joseph does get reset. Galatsi trades for that. Galatsi trades big for that. 23 seconds left now. But the pain, the amount of HP this has costed Raid to actually make this work is significant. Papa with a nice Cupola connection. And there comes the finish from Joseph. And Fame was down in HP, but it's now starting to bring it back. Barry now holding down the lines of Kalium, Farin, Baron pushing in. And we saw this play. Fame was a little slow, Mojo even, you could say, on this running department. But they're making it work. They're making the damage come out. Yes, Raid still has possibilities here because the number of the guns, but they need to start like getting in towards it. Barry gets picked up now. Now it's on to Fame to pick off a few guns here and there, Mojo.
Yeah, this is a big problem actually for Fame because only people they can actually pick up is Ricochet and Timmy on one shot. And there is a lot of guys with high HP who are centered together. Fame is split in a lot of little kind of platoons that are separated from each other and they can be dealt with. This is a major problem for them because they actually have less number of guns now. From the advantage they had from a couple of thousand of HP, they're down to already diminishing forces of 4 guys and 1k plus HP less.
Ooh, they're actually not making it work here. I mean, there's a lot of one-shots left for the side of Raid, but maybe Fame slightly too slow. Joseph outplayed Magnesium there. Vala goes down on return. Now, Niall's getting pushed on in his chieftain there by Kalium and Firen with a lot of HP left, actually. And Raid may have just done about enough here, Mojo. It was close, but a little bit slow from Fame.
It was really close, man. And I think the only thing that saved Raid in this kind of game is actually their really decisiveness. They went from the moment they went all in on attack, they never stopped. They never stopped. They never put a break on it. They just kept going and going and going. And that's, at the end of the day, what won them the game. And this is very close game.
This is exactly what Raid needed, actually, in this match to pick up the first round against Fame. They're going to be happy about that one. You saw them running away from the hill, Mojo, but they never really got away, if you know what I'm saying. Like, they run down towards the hill, on towards the bottom end, but they never got away. They all kind of got caught out. I mean, those 50 Bs, Failure and Consume, actually doing more than you would expect.
And there was like no way to run away from that. Like Raid never stopped, as I said. Like they just kept chasing and chasing and chasing. And interesting choice, they never opted to even pressure the Fame cap even for a second, because they were afraid probably that they will lack tanks in their own if that happens. And it was probably a correct choice. It was very probably a correct choice. Because if they didn't have all the tanks in the back, they would probably get kept.
Yeah, they came back to the camp very, very quickly. Hannes smartly on the hill, not trading against those bad shots. It's not what you want to do, because, yeah, it just costs you a lot of HP if you try to do it against double bat. On the other hand, though, Shokish and Stefan not really getting as much out as you would like from both of those players.
Man, like they're in no position to do anything about it. Seriously, like when you get chased by such multiple
Oh, yeah,
enemies,
Stefan-
you're pretty much dead.
Yeah. Stefan was running from the hill. I don't know where Shokish was, though, because we saw him at the end on the 8 lane.
Well, we know that Nile was in a window and he was making his damage there while Papa was brawling with the enemy. But at the end of the game, like it was a really fast-paced game, and from the moment that 260s from Raid were spotted, it was pretty much more or less game over for Fame. Like those budgets actually did more than I expect.
So did the
in
50
this
Bs
scenario.
even, because they were driving through the middle of the map at one point.
Yep. They pulled a lot of shells, but I think the bees ran away more or less on time. The rest guys are not that fast.
Or Stefan being left behind.
He was not the only one, man. They were leaving one person by at a time.
Well, good stuff from Raid. That's exactly what you would want to see on their first round. However, let's assume Fame is, starting slow, Mojo, like a cold engine, should be fired up at this moment.
It's just the first game, man. It's best of 7. And frankly, with these two teams, they've proven that they can take entire map when needed. So even if entire map is lost on a start, which I don't expect, but it can happen, everything can turn around immediately in the next one. So it's all fine. We're here just for the fun. They can sweat it out.
Ricochet on bad connection with such a long nickname that he's breaking the system. Unbelievable. We'll force him to rename. No worries. But it was a close game in the end. A few better trades here and there could have really went one way or the other. I don't even know how Barry died. I saw him full HP and then he was dead. I was kind of confused.
I didn't even see where he died, actually.
He was on the cap, basically. Like on the 5 line.
I have no idea. Like there was a bunch of guys coming from the back. That's the only thing I saw in that moment. And they were starting to reset there. Like maybe it was like just like one of those visuals. Because they were pressured from upper side in the same moment. But anyways, in this next game, Fame will be attacking. This was their defense. So when you're from the lower side of the map, you're defending. And Raid will now have the option to say they're defending. But frankly, so far from whatever side we've seen people, no one plays passive. Like no one plays passive if they want to really win this game. Like Himmelsdorf was always like that. And even what our analyst said, from the Russians, you could always learn that initiative and attacking on the various maps pretty much wins you the games because you have the map control there.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to see, Mojo. Maybe, like we said, Raid has camp version 3.0, the 5-head camp ready for us, It's like Davey did it bad, Invil did it worse. We know exactly what we need to do.
Man, if I
we
would
know
expect
everything.
it from someone, it would be from Leo, like from Insane, but not from Raid. But you never know.
EBR, though, for Raid, you can see that there. They are playing with the EBR. Personally, I really hate EBR on Himmels. Even if he gets a lot of info, if you pick him off, he doesn't really do much. Like, he gets a lot of info, but not always that info means anything.
Seriously, man, did Vales sell all the tanks except 2.6, 8? Like, he's playing it every game. on
He's
every
main-
map.
He's main 268 player, Mojo.
He's the only 268 player.
See the
I've never
EBR
seen
for
entire
Raid is
tournament
going
anyone
towards the
except
hill
him
though.
playing it.
And EBR for Raid is going on towards the hill. So he's going to go on there, get the very fast info that there's a lot of tanks from Fame coming up there. And what does Raid do after that?
Well, let us see what is going on. Fame is going with a big split on the hill, way bigger than the Raid one. And there will be a big spot coming in from Hannes to see, like, to see entire Fame team. He didn't pack up a single shell for that, so that's very good for him. I don't think, like, Raid will actually give up on the hill. They did, but they had enough forces for this.
Well, Raid is going to be giving up on the hill. And what are they going to do now, Mojo? What is going to be their transition? They look to go towards the 8 line. While Fame is still going up with the majority
Well,
of their team.
That's the closest thing to do, because like while the enemy is going up on a hill, if you pressure the 8 line and parallel on the middle and stuff,
Or
like,
they're making a trap.
you think they will wait for them?
It looks like they're making a trap. They're not pushing 1-2. They're not
Yeah,
pushing
they're
8
not doing
line.
anything.
This is okay for Fame. If you're Fame, you're okay with this, right? I mean,
Yes, I would actually be worried if my enemy was pushing the 8 line like this, but Fame had multiple tanks waiting there also. Although I don't think they would be able to stop this. Even with those guys coming back from the hill, I think they would be too late.
Fame now coming off of the hill. You can see both these teams kind of same movement, at least in a way. The Chieftain falling back though from that position. That's Nile. So position for position, Mojo. Who do you favor?
At the moment, I would say maybe slightly Raid, because there is a big number of their tanks that Fame actually has no idea where they are, while Raid has some idea where Fame at least was.
I mean, Vala is still there and he's still like not seeing anything. So they're kind of aware of what's happening right now, at least in some way, shape, or form. They are starting to press down the 8 line. When does what is the trigger here for Raid?
As soon as these tanks enter the middle, I would say,
Mojo, this
and
is
anyone
smelled out,
shows
though.
himself, on an 8 line, we're gonna
Mojo,
spring.
look at the position of the 268. He's still on B3. Vala is still spotting. They know they haven't pushed down 1-2 line. I mean, look, and they're even Fame sending tanks back towards the hill now. This is good though for Fame. Let's be real about it. They have the information right now.
Yeah, I was expecting like that there will be some pressure on 8 line, but with this amount of tanks on hill, they gave up on that instantly.
How many tanks is rotating? 4, 6 tanks towards the hill. How many Fame tanks are there?
I
Five.
think 5.
You don't win
But-
this repush.
Yeah, but they are in entrenched up position. They should be in better position.
Ooh, Insane's not really spotting behind him though. He's not really watching the 0 line. This could come as a surprise to him if he's not quick about it. I think he's wanting to shoot towards Koma. Oh, Feli and Consume need to be careful. Consume
they
might
all
actually
greedy?
spot it on turret. Consume
Will they
might
get
spot it
caught?
on turret.
Oh my god.
If Consume spots it on turret, it's gonna be okay. Okay, he spots it out now. He spots it out now. So Consume gives off the first shot now. Kaizu and Insane have a little bit of time to work with because they saw it because of Consume peeking on turret. Oldkins is getting focused out in his 50B by Consume there. Drops down towards a 1-shot. But now comes the push from Raid. Now comes their moment to push in. Consume on reload. Haley on reload as well. Alien trying to do what he can, trying to do the damage here. And they may have gotten baited because they're going to lose Kaizu. They're going to lose Insane, but they already lost him and they're going to lose Alien.
This is not really well for Fame. They're running away quickly. Those VTBs, Consume is playing it really well. We've seen it in a couple of matches, but that's not gonna win them the game now. Now the control of the hill is in Raid hands. There is a massive counter push coming in from the Fame all over the place because that is something they absolutely must do. Counter push on 8 line, try to kill as many tanks you can, clear 1-2 line and pressure the cap while the guys are still stuck on a hill.
Low roll there for Barry there onto Magnesium, but Duck quick to pick it up, but Fame now down a lot of HP positions as well, kind of. They are pushing out 1-2 line. They're going to lose Vala in the 268 and Raid here actually with good rotations, good positions, and I don't know if Fame can really do this.
Well, by the HP, it looks like really heavily favored for the Raid side. Also, the tanks from the hill are back. Yes, the purple color is easier to see on this minimap, but position-wise, I would say the Raid has like a better position, better options to punch in.
Now the repush coming out on towards the 8 lane though. Smiley getting set on fire. Smiley going down against towards Consume and at 50B doing a lot of damage. The cap has started. Consume is now going to be dying though and it's 50B. In the meantime, Aladdin is getting pushed on by Shokish and Stefan. Niall trying to hold off Scatter and Alka and Fame trying to play off of the cap. But with just 5 tanks left standing, it doesn't look like it's about to happen here. Shokish picks up Paladin, but in return he's still ammo racked. And now Raid coming in with the extra guns, the extra HP. Mojo, I don't know. I don't think Fame can hold this.
They have some extra HP. The big problem is Shokish has broken Amorex, so he cannot really be useful. He's fighting against Kalim and Controverse, and that's just not happening. Stefan is being chased by multiple tanks now. He's in a crossfire, and Niall cannot really help him because he's fending for his own life. This is a series of mini battles, not a team that can actually help each other, and frankly, Raid is just mopping them up.
Yeah, Insane and Kaizu maybe a little bit greedy, not really spotting out the repush early, and then they got a little bit surprised. Reaction the last one standing as Bunze rams himself to death. It's going to be Raid picking up the first 2 rounds of this match. They're not a match point yet, they need 1 more for that, but it's definitely going to be a wake-up call to Fame.
Yeah, guys, like as we said, it's a best of 7. That means if you come to the 4th point, like you win the game. Raid at the moment is halfway through that, so they are leading 2-0. But as I said already on a start, I think like 1 map is not enough. Like the next map played will be Sand River, but never mind that. Like Baron doing 4.2k damage, 3 kills with that 50B. He was one of the guys on the top of the hill, of course, and then going back down. 277 Timmy and Scatter doing 3.4 and 3k. So some heavy hitters there, man. Where was the 279 though?
Probably somewhere on the downside. I don't know where exactly.
Yeah, he was on the downside, like rail. Must be. No, there was like 1 on a cap and 1 on a rail. Just can't remember which one. Where.
They were missing somebody spotting this repush through 0 line though. If they spot it early, they have time to set up, they have time to run away. They have
Yeah, there
time
was no
for
crossfire.
everything.
They saw them and Consume started shooting, and he was like again the best damage dealer in his 50B. But it was a late spot, and I don't believe it was him who was supposed to spot them.
Yeah, they were in full control until the moment where those tanks started repushing hill and they managed to overrun Kaizu and Insane in those positions. Now, if they have time to set up a crossfire, it's going to be way harder for Raid to actually make that work because they're going to have to pushing left, right, everywhere. And it gives Fame more time to push out everything else or even run away if they choose to do that.
Running away would be very hard, but they would be in positions to actually put a huge fight to those tanks because yes, they maybe had 1 tank more, but that's not a crucial factor when you're climbing up the hill and you are in an enemy's crosshairs already.
Well, that is Himmelsdorf done and dusted, Mojo.
Yep, and not an expected result, I'm gonna say it from the start. Like I really wouldn't expect Fame to lose the both games on Himmelsdorf, which theoretically, by tradition, is supposed to be their map.
Warm up, Mojo. Warm up. Warm up. Everything is still possible.
Yeah, it did look a bit sloppy on some moments, but I can't blame anything on sloppiness. I can say that Raid actually is bringing a lot of good decision in these games.
But I would like to, like, not just to be, not only the negatives about Fame, but also what they were doing well before that. They were taking control. They were starting to pick off tanks. They were forcing Raid to make a rotation, which Raid made the right one. But before that, Fame was actually doing all the right steps. They were spotting 1-2 still. They knew there wasn't really pushed out deep. They were taking 8 line. Koma was getting crossfired actually in his chieftain. And then they got a little greedy, and that little greediness killed them.
Well, the road to doom is paved with good intentions, right? So they had every good intention to snipe the guys down, but they didn't watch their back in that kind of fashion. Sand River coming in now, guys. This is the pick of Raid, actually. And Fame will have the defending side first. So we will see now, will the teams have multiple artists? Seriously, I don't think we've seen a single Sand River without double arty on each side.
Well, we'll have to see if both these teams decide to go for that slow play mojo or somebody's going to try and go more aggressive on Sun River. So far, we saw double already everywhere. I don't think Fame is going to really transition away from that. But when you're raid, you're 2 rounds up. You have a little bit of room to play with to try something.
Yeah, you can, but so did Invil, and look how it ended. So I don't think we're gonna see any gimmick from them, but they're gonna try to surprise Fame in one moment for sure. So far, the tactics that Raid done were not, I would say, like absolutely conventional. There was always a little tweak to them, like whether you spot with EBR and then you keep some of the tanks hidden for the late rotation or something like that. We've seen a bunch of those in the previous games. Some were attempts, like Muravanka was really not glorious one. But even that Manticore was something new brought to the game.
Yeah, but the first Himmels, the hill push was all good and well. The second Himmels, they kind of put themselves in a situation where they were relying on a mistake from Fame, and luckily enough for them, that mistake did happen, and they capitalized fully upon that.
Yes. It was a bit peculiar game because when you are watching it, sometimes like the time goes different for you than for the guys playing, And you can think, oh, I see all the tanks, I can do this, I can do that. But FC actually has a vaster number of choices, but in the same time less, because he only has so little of information given by the team. And he has to rely on that. And as you said, like they knew there was no 1-2 line push. They already controlled the middle, and they had so many tanks up. So actually Fame had no reason or way to push the 8 lines. So those tanks that were lying in wait by Raid couldn't do anything except push the hill, I guess, in that moment. So you're absolutely right about that. But we will see now what will happen on Sand River. This is much slower map. The rotations are way more easier to see. And frankly, once you get stuck on one side of the map, you're pretty much staying there.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Sand River plays out, though. If we've seen Fame play in the past, they're not the kind of team that just sits there and hold in most cases, unless they're forced to do that. So I expect them to play no different in that regard. If they can make a move, I think they will.
Yeah, we need to see. Like, I was really impressed, like, a while ago, like, when Russians started playing Sand River without a single RT, They did it on tournaments, they did it in their clan wars and so on. So I really like that approach because it takes a lot of guts and a lot of cohesion between the players. But eventually people learned how to deal with that. And the major change was, of course, introduction of EBRs, who give such an early info what the enemy is doing. It's kind of hard to pressure like that. It's really hard. So, yeah, possibly, again, a bit slower game with digging out the enemy, trying to outspot and trying to win those like faster flanks while you keep your chieftains at bay while it's going on.
I'm hoping to see a more aggressive play from the attacker, though, because saw a lot of hesitation so far. Invo did it well once, really badly another time. Trust, we saw them as well try. Not that great. It seems like teams need a very, very long time to make up their decisions of what to do actually on the attacking side.
Well, Sandrine coming in. Let us see. There is, as far as I can see, one RT for Raid coming in. No. Yep, there is a double RT on both sides. Double EBR for Fame, double EBR for Raid. More or less like a copy pasta of a tank lineup. It's just a number of 907s that will differ, I guess, in one moment.
You can see here splitting from both
279.
teams. Yeah, 279 to hold H7, I guess, or to go to the balcony at G7. That's one of the two options you have. 5 chieftains to go take K-line. And a pretty big split here from Raid as well. 4 towards 1-2 line, sometimes up, sometimes down. Nope, making any like super commitment in the beginning just yet.
Does Fame? Yeah, they have one 907. That's about that.
And is down one shot, needs to be careful. Camel here trying to get the spots out while he's at it.
I'm interested to see where is that 907 from Fame actually.
He is next to the 279, Mojo.
So they're overlapping, so we can't see it. Okay.
He's on H8. Kaizu, gonna be the RD fodder in this one. Ooh, nice shot there from Camel coming out on towards Old Kings as well. Good stuff by him. He spots one chieftain crossing. But he also knows it's only one chieftain so far.
This is going to be a slower game because you need to provide a spot for your RT, time it with them, and get an angles. We can see already the raid RTs are moving away, and they will try to get the different angles to shoot, I guess, on that K line and so on. I7 also on that B8 position is not completely safe. We've seen on previous games, even when RT is there, they can actually get an arc to shoot him.
Shock is trying to get a shot on towards Hannes, does not connect to EBR. Old King's getting shot at by Artie, and now Raid starting to take some 1-2 line control, actually taking a lot of 1-2 line control with a lot of tanks, Mojo.
Well, they are in position for... I don't know, man. I don't know about that.
Did Papa spot them? I think so, right?
I mean, I don't know about that. Like, they cannot push this. So they're waiting here to shoot the middle if it's spotted, but Artie can just pummel them here for free.
Papa here trying to trade off against Alka. The Chieftains are shooting towards Shockish though, trying to get those blind shots on towards him, and have so far managed to connect a grand total of 0 shots. Shockish hugging the rock very well.
Raid moving away with entire Chieftain force so they don't get pummeled by Artie. And Papa Pavian is trying to spot them, but there is no real connections here on the raid tanks. They're actually dodging these shells really well. They left one guy. This is something that I understand. And that guy is supposed to chase away Papa Pavian and maybe do damage to him. And maybe Artie will shell him.
They've lost 3 minutes though, Mojo. They've lost 3 minutes and they haven't really gained that much.
But they haven't gained anything yet.
But
they gained some info about Fame positions, tactics, and so on. So let us see here now. Alka doesn't connect the shell on Papa, but he does take one in return. Papa does smell blood, so he seems to be following him around.
Alka there, not shooting even, I think. Or did he? I didn't even see him shoot. Papa getting the better of him. There now, Alka will be 473 HP. This is within the roles of a chieftain. You gotta be way more careful there, because 473, it's not that much of a high roll for one chief.
So the massive force of Raid is actually rotating on upper side of the map. There is pretty much no damage done to Fame from them by the RT. In that regard, a completely stale game. A lot of chieftains and 907. There will be no second rotation, man. They're going for it here.
Farah now taking RT damage. Yeah, that will take too long for this whole rotation to come out. Farah takes another shot now. And what I would like to say is that Camel did very well on D7. It may seem like a small thing, but he hasn't lost HP. He hasn't... Ooh, Papa goes down towards a one-shot though. He needs to be careful. But he's still spotting. He's given so much intel.
I still kind of don't understand this rotation on Appa. What are they trying to achieve by that?
Well, Hannes picks off Papa in the meantime though, in that EBR. Alka goes down towards a one-shot. Was that worth it? Killing an EBR, if you're going to live for it, is always worth it, right, Mojo?
Of course. Like EBR, less man is more valuable than some other tank often. Kaizo is here the next problem for Raid. They should know he was there entire time. So they're pressuring with double chieftain. We've already seen that, and Artie should pressure him from the other side. 5 minutes, as Ducky said. That's a big factor in this game. A nice connection here by Kaizo to the scatter, taking out almost 500 HP, breaking his Amorek, and someone from the base actually didn't pen him. That was unlucky. Artie is pre-aimed on Kaizo, but we will see can they actually connect.
Bro, this is going to take a long time. Unless a major pen comes out now, it's going to take a long time before Kaizo dies. It's 4 minutes and 36 seconds. By the time Kaizo dies, it's going to be slightly longer. Do they have a direct hit? No, they're hitting the rock above him. So it's not going to be that easy. It's going to take a while. They wanted to do this. You kind of have to do this from the beginning, Mojo, because by the time the i7 is dead, there's like 2 minutes left, I guess.
Like, interesting.
Yeah, at this rate, 2 minutes.
Yeah, Raid is again like 2k HP down compared to Fame. But last time they dug themselves out from that situation. Some good connections by Artie on Raid tanks again, making this gap slightly bigger. Kaizo is pretty much still almost unscratched. Like, he took 300 damage. That's nothing. That's really nothing.
Well, they're still trying, but Raid needs to figure out a plan B, Mojo. They need to figure out something else to do, because this slow game they're losing. They're losing on positions, they're losing on HP. Camel takes one there though in his EBR. Takes another one. down to 213. Fame EBR is not having a good time.
Man, they
Hannes,
need to
Mari,
make
gonna
a,
go
like a
through?
really fast plan B, but there you go, Camille now falls. This is actually a serious problem for Fame. Although they are doing really well on HP and positions, they lost 2 EBRs. That's massive amount of spotting that they will be lacking now. The only guys spotting now are like Nile in his Chieftain in cooldown and Kaizu in I7, man. And they can be pounded back, but the time is such an issue for Raid. Like, they actually can make winning moves because info they can provide for themselves, but the time, bro, 3 minutes.
3 minutes now left for Raid. They have managed to take out at least the EBRs out of the game, which is very good for them. This allows Hannes to go more aggressive. Shokish actually getting spotted out in that Chieftain as well. Takes one, he needs to be careful now. Chieftain pushing down to the 0 line for Raid as well. How much punishment is there on towards that Barry now in this 279? Also in a little bit of trouble. Shokish actually having a lot of trouble in his Chieftain. More than you would expect. Smiley with the overpeak here though, getting punished by Stefan and Doc. A little bit too focused on trying to take out Shokish from the game, who's now down towards 322 HP. But the trade so far, I mean, yes, Raid's getting closer, Mojo, but it's still a difference.
Big push coming in from the Raid guys on 0 line. You can see a couple of Chieftains there digging into the enemy base. Kaizu is still alive with his I7, but there is already a couple of guys in his face and they are taking him out now. Now they will collide with everything they have from the upper side of the map toward the Fame base. We must say this, like Raid, this is the first tank they lost now. This is the first tank they lost so far, but there is only 2 minutes left. Soon we will see pretty much all-out engagement because these tanks from the K-line, from the Raid, will have to start digging into the enemy lines.
The issue here for Baron is though that position of Barry as Alien goes down. Raid is starting to make the plays here. 1 minute and 47 seconds. They need to start going aggressive. They need to start making the plays. Barry on the 279 is going to last for a long time. And Fame here seem to be a little bit in trouble. Baron now down towards a one-shot. Koma trying to shield him as well. Shokish finally goes down. Now Barry will be the next target. Again, there's not that many Fame tanks left standing, but time is starting to become an issue as 1 minute 30 seconds are left here for Raid to clean up the rest of the Fame tanks.
80 seconds left. HP is pretty much equal, but Fame is starting to go and bleed away on the lower side at the moment. Nile is still holding his position really strong, but eventually he will fall. He's now only on one shot, getting shot from several different angles. He doesn't know really where to turn and what to do, so he's trying to do damage wherever he can. Raid tanks are already occupying the Fame base, but 60 seconds, man, and going.
There is now 55 seconds left here for Fame to hold on. Are they going to go down on towards match point? Duck is trying to trade off against Koma. Alka coming in. Smiley getting the ignite. Joseph goes down. 45 seconds left. Can they clean them all up? 43 seconds now. I think it's going to happen. Mojo 4 times left standing for Fame, and Raid's about to put themselves onto match point here as Efeli and Luna are the last 2 standing, and the HP remaining on Raid. It's terrible, but Mojo, they've done it.
Who would hell say there's something like this, man? Raid actually takes out Fame on the Fame's defense of Sand River. Now Fame is forced to go attack, man, next, and that's a really not good position to be in this map.
Indeed, it is.
Unbelievable, this is so close, like 9.5 minutes. That's how long it took to Raid to do it. Out of those 9.5 minutes, half of the time they barely did any damage. So everything they've done in 5 minutes was collect the information, and after that was some execution, and it was like a good execution actually. I didn't think they would make it.
Shokish's position kind of isolated when they lose. Nord control was alive for a long time, but once they actually got the respawn on him, Hannah's actually playing a very well game this time, managing to kill both Papa Pavian and Camel, which is really important if you think about it. He managed to kill not one, but both of the enemy's EBRs.
I understand that, but look at this, man. Like, only 2 tanks lost for Raid. Like, they have gazillion of tanks who were on one shot, but only 2 were killed at the end of the day. But this is a big defeat, man.
Yeah, Camille did really well beforehand, but those south-hand side losing those EBRs, not really getting the vision out, being pushed back, Insane not having... Yeah, he did okay in the RD, but, you know, Raid already doing better, but yeah. All in all, good execution from Raid. Badger didn't do anything in this game either, so it was not because of him they won.
I don't know, man, like, this is unreal. Seriously, will we have a new champion? Like, this is 3-0.
It's not over yet, Mojo.
Of course it's not over, like, there is one more Sand River, but Fame has a worse side. Plus, then there are 2 games on Live Oaks that Fame needs to win to just come back to the tiebreaker, which would be Himmel, which they already lost 2-0. I can say like those 90% that chat was on about is melting away, man. And not slowly.
Well, I mean, my prediction's wrong anyways, but I'm sticking with what I said. We'll see what happens. It's not done yet. I mean, it's not looking good, but it's definitely not done yet.
Well, it doesn't look good for Fame, but it looks hell of a good for Raid. You can see that. Like, what can you do, man? Like, they are doing the work here. They have maybe some luck on Himmelsdorf, but other than that, in both of these games, like on one Himmelsdorf and on Sand River now, like they are actually doing all the moves and they are making their work.
Now, Raid is going to be transitioning to the defense themselves on Sand River, the favored side, technically. If Fame pick up this round, we are going to Live Oaks after that, Mojo. But first up, Sand River defense for Raid. We saw it against Invil. I didn't like the initial positions that much. Later on, they did the right rotations, but initially they had like 2 chieftains on the K line. There's opportunities there from Invil that they never took. I don't know. We'll have to see.
I'm really baffled at the moment by the result. I didn't expect it. Like, I'm not a kind of a fanboy. I really hope always that the team that deserves the win just wins. That's it. It doesn't matter who they are. For our sake, I hope that Fame will take this round and take us to Live Oaks, because I would like to see one more map one way or another. But I'm really surprised by Raid at the moment, like managing to take 3 games in a row from Fame like this. That must be a big hit, man, for Fame's pride, to be honest.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see if they can save their pride, Mojo, because it's on the line right now when they're down 3-0. I mean, they need to win 3 rounds, then win in tiebreaker as well. I mean, it would be a hero run, let's be real. You know, coming back from a 3-0, winning 4-3, everything is possible. But yeah, we'll see.
Well, you can see Steel Series supporting Raid from the back there. As far as I saw, there were already double RT, both teams, double EBRs, Chieftains, 3 907s in the Fame side, 3 907. It's an identical build from the both sides. So it's going to be all about the strat and the player skill.
And we'll have to see who can win on that. So far, do you notice anything in the split, Mojo, which seems out of the ordinary to you that you think is unusual?
I was just watching the stream where I see a bunch of Chieftains going up from Fame. 2 of them already.
2 of them? A lot of things orientated around the base, though?
Yeah, and a lot of guys waiting for that snipe on EBR, the first snipe. But that's a really hard shot unless he peeks like too much.
Yeah, Alka would have to overpeak for the guys from the base to get a shot. I mean, it is possible. Ooh! Nice connection there from Artie. I mean, it's something, right? Luna coming in with 213 damage. Not bad.
Well, shaving off HP in the start of EBR is important. Then maybe some random connection from another EBR and someone, and before you know it, you're on one shot.
Oh, and there's another one.
Oh, that's
this
not
time
random.
from Insane.
Yeah, it's not random at all.
Well, they seem to be doing okay-ish right now, at least. And their RDs in better positions than the Invil ones, if you remember. The Invil position of the RDs, they were in F1. These are more D1, which gives them, you know, more extended range on towards those chieftains on the K-line. And Camille's going to try his best to keep them spotted at all times.
Well, obviously, initial plan is to suppress the EBRs and do as much damage as you can to them, then take over the map. I mean, that would be the Fame's play, right? So far, so good for them. They have about 1k HP advantage because of that. We already said they have identical tanks, so the HP is real. The HP difference is real, and that HP difference is mainly all on EBRs. Actually, there was like one more connection on Kilatsi, as far as I can see, on his chief.
Yeah, Kilatsi taking some damage on his chieftain there. Papa trying to surf the ridge, which you always have to be careful for not, you know, taking too much damage. Kaizu getting spotted out there. It's not really what he wants. There's an EBR in the middle. That's Alka. Kaizu smartly figures that out. Alka is already retreating, but at least he got a spot on towards Kaizu's position.
Kaizu is really deep down close to the enemy, so he will be the first target. But there is major rotation coming on the upper side of the map. Now, Raid this time didn't want to get their tanks stuck in some awkward positions. They are having them ready to run if needed and spot the enemy rotation. There is Chieftain plus 3 907s plus an EBR pressuring toward the upper side of the map. for Fame. Artie should be pre-aimed also. I wonder can they actually track and connect one of the 907s.
Joseph takes some already from damage himself. Luna is on reload already. Feli and Stefan take some as well. It does not look like they're able to do much. Alka, though, dropped towards 400 HP. Alka picked up by Kamil. Good stuff there from Kamil. Outplaying Alka with a slight high roll as well, taking him out of the game. And a first bastion of success here for Fame in this match.
This is a really, really important step for them if they want to take this game, because now there is the only one the remaining EBR for Raid, and he has 500 HP. That's in a range for one shot of EBR or maybe some Artie shot. Bunze and Kalimar are running away. They're leaving far into spot behind, and there is some pressure from the base, like Chieftains that can actually support them, and EBR that is left only for sniping because Hannes is now on 12 HP. Forget about that, like possible one shot. He is one shot for anything now, even for his own teammates if they touch him.
Oh, Stefan with the blind shot. They're getting very close even towards Hannes. You could see that shell just slightly off the mark, but you know, it shows great awareness of where Hannes could possibly be in that EBR. And now Fame, they have map control, but there's a Raid rotation, Mojo. Look at the south.
Yeah, there is a big push coming in from the lower side. Chieftains are pressuring in. They know they lost the upper side of the map. The rotation from 907s also is following. They're trying to take over those positions. Fame has about 4 or 5 Chieftains there, but they have a lot more toward the center also. There is a Fame parallel push on the upper side, man, and lead us to it.
Yeah, as Raid is now pushing the K-line, you can see Raid pushing on towards Firen's position here. He tries to go save, but he's not going to last much longer as Barry picks him up. And now Joseph, Philly, and Elian marching on towards the base. In the meantime, the South trades are going on between the Chieftains of Fame and the Chieftains of Raid. We're not really sure who's winning there right now as Badger picks up Duck. Hannes left as a one-shot in towards the base. There is some crossfire coming in from the middle of the map, though. So far, at least according to the HP mod, Fame now heavily in the lead with 3k HP difference. Philly spots out a Chieftain there as well, and still 1-2 line holding for Fame. But how long can those Chieftains really last? Shockers Reaction, they're on their last legs here. Kaizu is trying to hold it as well. Niall with support from the middle of the map. Reaction's now the next one to go down. Consume smartly pushing forward, trying to get a different angle here. Kaizu is the next one, and HP actually still all even, Mojo.
Oh my god, Kaizu will fall next here because he's completely isolated from his friends. Consume is trying to hold some cooldown here, but he's the last bastion between himself and Artis. Raid actually has really great positions here. They can defend their base from the cooldowns, and Fame is forced now to all-out push wherever they can, whenever they can, man. That's it.
Consume not really getting the connections in here. I saw him bounce 1, maybe 2 shots already. He needs to be connecting every single one of these shells. He finally gets one on towards Smiley. He's going to try and do one more on towards that 446. If he gets the roll here, he will kill him. 2 HP from ramming. No, Kilatzi picks it up. In the meantime, Aladdin goes down. Bunze goes down as well, and towards the base of Raid. And Raid is about to lose their IDs, Mojo. So that is something there. Those 2 IDs cannot really go anywhere.
Now they're now stuck completely, but we have Raid and Fame on par with the same HP. A difference is only in positions. Like Fame artists are not protected anymore, EBRs are going for them, but you can't say that even artists of Raid are in better position. Only thing they can hope is maybe some tank destroy derp shots point blank. That can actually make a big difference. But Pager is dead. Barry and Joseph are pushing in, but Scatter has like so much HP here, man.
Scatter on full HP in that Chieftain. They spot out Old Kings though. Barry does not connect the shell, but you can see there the position coming out from the K-line. Magnesium now down towards the one-shot. Joseph picks it up. Insane in the meantime getting picked off by Hannes. So the RD for Fame is not faring much better than the RD of Raid. Joseph now looks towards Old Kings. He does not seem to get the connection though. Barry trying to feel out what can he do. Looking towards the middle. Doesn't get a shot though. Barry, is he going to push? Is he going to make a play here? There is Ricochet in position, but Joseph is farming hold on right now.
Amazing game so far, man. Like, this keeping me on my toes all the time. Like, Joseph is here on one shot. He cannot actually... He survives this shell by Scatter. Scatter staying alive on 1800 HP, and no one is able to pressure him. Raid, I think they're slowly, very slowly but surely actually taking the upper hand in this game.
Nice peek from Barry. Nice peek from Barry there to pick off Old Kings. It's still all possible. Kamil now coming from behind. He bounces actually on towards Scatter. He spots out Ricochet towards the back. Barry now going over. Wants to make the play here on towards the position of Scatter. He has all the HP for the team. Stefan connects. Joseph connects as well. That's a lot of that HP gone. Barry now trying to get behind that Chieftain. In the meantime, Kamil picks up Ricochet, and that is still the cap going on here for the side of Raid. But there's only one Chieftain on, and another kill coming towards the Fame here. Elian trying to hold on in the middle, but Kamil has it all to do in the meantime.
HP is still same, man. Like Scatter actually didn't pen the last shell on Kerry Berry, and Kerry Berry with a dead loader survives and leads the charge for the rest of the Fame. Such a close game. It's absolutely amazing. There is a tank more for Fame, but slightly HP less, which doesn't really matter in this kind of case because more or less everyone here except Kilatzi is one shot.
Smiley, in the meantime, getting spotted out in his Chieftain. Camille has not gotten the reset yet. He has 55 seconds to connect on towards that. Hannes is now moving as well. Barry trying to close the distance. It's still possible here. The HP is all even. One gun extra for Fame. Hannes now trying to outplay Camille. Does he get it? Camille gets the reset. Important. Gets the reset. So Smiley got resetted. Still potential here for Fame. They are on the attack. They need to somehow deal with this base though. Hannes is 12 HP. Barry's coming. He's a one-shot though towards the EBR.
Yeah, this is a big problem, man, because there is only one chance for Ray to cap, because I don't think anyone else can help him with it except Hannes, and Hannes has to keep a check. They're doing the desperation run. He is actually going to brawl Camille one-on-one with his 12 HP. Will it be a hero move or a loser move? Let's see this, and he dies! Camille picks him up with a slingshot, man.
Camille, in the nick of time, picks it up there. Now Smiley still on the cap at 1 minute and 23 seconds left. Fame still has to kill 4 tanks here for the side of Raid. Smiley repositioning. That's smart. That's good. Now Baron is going to be the next one that Fame wants to pick up. Can they get that Chieftain out of the game? 1 minute and 10 seconds, Mojo.
Okay, they abandoned completely any point of capping. But we need to remember one very important thing, guys. You remember who is attacking here?
Yeah, you can see Kilatzi already starting to move away from there. Camille still spotted, though in his EBR. Smiley has to play a 1v1 there probably. You can see now Smiley not spotted out. Fairly gets spotted out. If Smiley could pick up the kill, it'd be very important. Smiley doesn't connect. Smiley does in return though. So Smiley still 352 HP and it's not a possible one-shot for Barry unless he gets a nice roll. Timmy goes down in the meantime, but Kilatzi is running away. He's taking those little wheels and getting out as fast as he possibly can. Barry with 367 HP. What does he do? How does he approach this? He needs Camille to save his life. Smiley might actually push up. That might be a winning move if he gets to do that. Can Camille find an angle on towards the side? Oh, Camille does. 20 seconds left now. Can Fame do it? 19 seconds, 18 seconds. Kilatzi, where are you going? 767 HP. He fires, he misses. I don't think Barry makes this. I don't think they make it in general. 10 seconds left now. 9 seconds left. Kilatzi, all he has to do is survive. And Fame's gonna lose this finals 4-0. There's 4 seconds left, 3 seconds left. Kilatzi just about done it. And it's not gonna be Fame. It's gonna be Raid that'll pick it up 4-0 over Fame.
Unbelievable, a new champion is born, and with what a bang and result. They may have ran for their life in this game, but they stood ground and fought it to the bloody end. 4-0 for Raid against Fame. Never when I woke up today I would think I would see this. Ever.
It was close there. It was close there.
Yeah, a lot of things were close. And maybe 10 seconds more, Fame would win this.
I think I saw Consume bounce 3 shots. But I'm not sure if you actually bounced them or not.
Like, god damn, man. I didn't expect this.
I don't think anybody
expected this. Even if it
this.
happens not in this way, like, wow. I'm just, like, super impressed.
This last round was really, really, really close. A little bit of maybe too much hesitation. I don't know what went wrong there in the end. I mean, Hannes picking up both the RDs on 12 HP was very, very important if either Insane or Luna survived throughout that. I think Hannes picked up one RD, then killed Papa one-on-one, and then killed Insane. So if Papa kills Hannes there, whole different game.
This is fair and square, man. Man, first time I've seen Fame in a while lose with their, like, more or less full setup.
True.
Good work by Raid. Unbelievable. Like this Sand River, I actually really liked a lot of things I saw here. Rotations by the both teams, trade-offs. Yeah, there were shells that were not penned. You can say that some of them were costing the other team a game. But frankly, it happened on both sides, so that balances itself out. The movements were generally good. And really small details prevailed. I mean, at the end of the day, this last battle pretty much depicts everything. Like the guy on 600 HP running away from the pack of the wolves, man. And he survives.
Yeah, Kilatzi there on 600 HP running away, saving the game for his team there. yeah, good stuff there in the end to close it out. Fame a little bit slow there, and yeah, at the end of the day, losing 4-0, it shows how quickly things can turn, I guess.
Well, that's how the cookie crumbles. I guess like I guess our friend will not be very happy about that. But what can we do? Fame, 90% fate of the chat didn't go through. They try their best, but maybe, just maybe, because some of the guys are not hyperactive lately like they used to be, maybe that had some influence here. But we cannot take away anything from Raid. Raid played this tournament well, man. And they came back from brink of defeat. Never forget that, guys. They were 0-2 down against Invil. Invil had the match point. They came back, they won that, and then they won this match with a bloody bang. So, only thing I can say to them, congratulations. Like, seriously.
Yeah, they played it well at the end of the day. It's just a shame that the match didn't go on longer. I would have enjoyed a few more games here and there, you know. Well,
I wanted to see a next map. But
yeah, Live Oaks would have been interesting because we haven't seen it that much throughout the tournament. Actually, maybe we could have seen something interesting with a Manticore in the water. Who knows?
yeah, there is a lot of options there.
I mean, there's a lot of bushes in the water you can play with a Manticore Mojo if you think about it, to be honest. So that's all possible and well. But all in all, yeah, Raid coming out on top, closing out those rounds, and Fame not looking 100% prepared on every game. And yeah, at the end of the day, you get what you deserve, right, Mojo? As you like to say. Lots and lots to talk about. Mojo, any final words for our lovely audience before we go to the analysts?
I can just say thank you for watching, and I hope you really enjoyed the games. I know I have, because I've seen a lot of stuff that I haven't seen previously. Join us for the next one if we organize it, and have fun with analytics now.
Yeah. So over to the analysts. Let's hear from them.
Thank you so much, Daki Mojo. Thank you again for the awesome, as usual, high quality, fast paced, and engaging casting. It was a pleasure, and it worked. We got there in the end, guys. Everything pulled out so far. Nothing broke in the end. We were all good. But that's a big shocker. Like I said, I was hearing Kihan sweat through the headphones the whole match. And you see, it's true. So whoever Kihan says will win 4-0, that's who will lose. Keyhand is a curse.
I said I didn't want to jinx anyone, so I didn't actually predict. But yeah, as you said, a shocker here. Fame with the second tournament that they didn't win. Congratulations from my side to Raid. Here we can see the updated tournament tree, and obviously here the match that we all care about, the match that we just witnessed, the destruction of Fame by Raid, 4-0, a walkover almost. I will go over the little details in just a while. But yeah, basically I had the same reactions as our casters to each of the matches. Like 1-0, yeah, fine, they're warming up. 2-0, okay, maybe Himmels isn't their map anymore. 3-0, now things get interesting. 4-0, what did I just witness? It's like, yeah, those different stages you go through when you watch something like this. Yeah, as we mentioned before, chat also 90% in favor of Fame before that match. So yeah, quite an interesting upset, and I believe we have the replays now ready.
Yeah, we will do. So I can tell you that on the third match, it was still only 60% for Fame.
Yep. And yeah, we can see here during the first match, obviously Fame recognizing that big push that Raid is doing over the hill, obviously smartly backing off from the hill. However, then what happens here is they put two tanks into the windows, namely Nile and Vale. They try to hold off that zero-line presence that Raid is maintaining here. And so far, it's looking all good for Fame, right? However, what Fame is not properly reacting to is that big force of raid tanks that's coming down through that square in the middle, and like all of these tanks from Fame that are capping right now, they're not participating in the fight. Their guns are not getting used, so effectively Fame playing with a lot less DPM at the moment. That is why the HP difference that was in favor of Fame is now getting back into that favor of Raid. Raid now, they have the surround on Fame. They can pick their engagements and they just seem so much fitter. Reaction getting singled out, Papavia on a one-shot back there, not being able to achieve anything. It just seems like Conrad here, he's gonna pick up Magnesium, but he's one of the few people on the Fame team that I felt were actually actively winning their trades in this whole engagement, which is completely unusual for Fame. Normally, when you have a group of like 8 to 9 Fame tanks and there's 10 enemies, the Fame team will still pull out ahead. That was not the case here. There was all those little engagements in between Fame and Raid, and most of them went in Raid's favor, and that's why they won. Here again, the second match. That was actually not that much down to the initial engagements at first, but here we see a big tactical misplay by Fame, not spotting that approach on the zero line, probably not even expecting someone would repush the hill. Normally, that is suicide because you have that to cover that whole zero line, that whole JK line until you're even there. And you see Raid, when they're finally spotted, they're bleeding heavily. However, they are not spotted soon enough. Fame basically losing 3 tanks for free. Insane, Kaizu, and Elian getting picked up for not that much HP, and they didn't secure any kills really there. And now Fame is pressured into making a move. They were building their tactic around having that hill control, and now that they're not having it, nice pickup by Baron, by the way, on the hatch of Barry. And now that they don't have it anymore, all of their tanks can be sniped from those positions on GH9, and now it's back to those little engagements. However, since Fame has lost a lot more guns at the start of this game, they're just getting surrounded. One-shots are still able to deal damage and then pull back, and this is how Fame loses here. Also, a lot of the Fame HP with reaction on the cap, not getting anything done, not getting off the cap sooner, helping his teammate. Little misplay there, I guess. And that's how Raid won this one, by getting those tanks up on the hill unspotted or unspotted for the most time, and getting those free pickups, and it started escalating from there. Third map, Fame not having any time to think, just pulling off that defense, and so far so good. They actually get Kaizu on full HP into that B8 position, where he is going to be able to survive quite some time. So far, everything fine for the defender side. Yeah, Raid, they have that problem. They have to attack the east on Sound River, which is difficult, as we know. But soon the problems for Fame are going to start with the EBR players. We can see right now the HP advantage is still there for Fame, and you are going to need to watch those HP bars to understand what actually made Raid win this game. Well, you're going to see at the moment it's not that crazy yet. However, Raid, obviously they need to do something. They are the attacker. K-line repush without having secured the middle first is suicide, so smartly they're going for that north side repush, and we're going to see that engagement here where Kaizu basically needs to get taken out by the Raid artilleries. However, what starts happening in the meantime is that Papapavian goes down, and that is very, very, very big on a map like Sand River. You need to rely on your EBRs to stay alive and spot for you, and that is the second kill onto a light tank by Hannes. And from now on, it is Fame basically playing almost blind against Raid. Raid, they can do whatever they want. They have both EBRs still alive, albeit Alka still being on 42 HP, but it doesn't matter, right? 42 HP can spot as well as 1300, a full HP EBR. So that is a very big issue. Also, Raid with that repush on the north, Raid has that really big pincer now, and Fame cannot break out because they cannot spot those one-shots that are being able to hide. The EBRs falling is crucial here, because Fame has no chance to break out of this chokehold that Raid is now applying on them. Because they have no fast tanks to do that anymore. Raid now methodically taking hull down after hull down after hull down, as we've seen before, and yeah, Fame just getting cornered and in the end dying. There is so little HP spread on so many tanks by Raid, but they were able to pull that off because they had so much map control, which Fame lost due to losing those EBR. Next and final match, and yeah, here finally the Fame players seeming to be on par with the Raid players, which wasn't the case on Himmels, which wasn't the case in the first Sand River game, at least for the EBRs. The Fame players actually, like, when trading, doing it evenly, which normally you see them winning those trades, which wasn't the case this game. And yeah, you see again those little skirmishes taking part everywhere on the map that these teams seem to be very prone to seeking. And yeah, this time those little skirmishes actually going in favor of Fame. However, Raid is still defending, and that is what makes Sand River also so difficult to attack, because it's such a big map. Sometimes in the end a single tank survives and just drives away and the time runs out, which is gonna happen in a second. The problem being though that Fame, like, they need to kill all enemy tanks obviously. Cap isn't an option at the moment, so they need to invest HP, they need to invest tanks. Barry getting Amarak there, very unlucky. However, Scatter will still fall in due time. But yeah, the problem here is that Raid still has that middle, so the Fame tanks cannot roam the map as freely as they would like to, simply because they're so low in HP that those middle positions would hurt them very much. Also very smart here by Raid with Smiley in the cap. They're forcing here Fame to also you know, come with that EBR decap, and if Hannes had actually penetrated that HE shell onto Kamil here, very unfortunate bounce here by the way by Hannes onto Kamil. If Hannes would have penetrated that HE shell before that, it would have been game right there, right then. But yeah, this we all know how it ended. Yeah, the Fame times the winning the skirmishes for once in between, yeah, all over the map. However, Kilatsi, very smart, probably everyone on their team screaming out his name at that moment, and the three letters run at the same time, very smartly backing out through that little ditch, through that little sand river that is giving the name to of the map. He's gonna run to C3. And yeah, the Fame tanks are not going to be able anymore to kill the last remaining tank. And yeah, that was the 4th point on the board for Raid. The score in itself, very unexpected, but yeah, you can see here these last dramatic seconds, but I have to say, well played to Raid, and yeah, better luck next time to Fame. Didn't imagine I would say that anytime soon.
Yeah, I'm wondering just how slippery Kilatsi's mouse and keyboard was at this stage. With
probably dripping like my earphones.
There would have been some serious. I mean, it was pretty close. Just how close that was to being for the favorite, like for Fame, like a second or two. If Barry had landed the landing, it'd have got 10 point there on his jump. If the EBR had have also penetrated at the same time, like within seconds is what that all came down to. Yes. Barry trying his absolute best, but just short. Yeah. So there was the finals, guys. I know a massive surprise for a lot of people. And I'm sure a lot of people were very surprised I saw the chat. But I know coming up next is something that many people have been waiting for, which are the giveaway winners. So we've had the Gleam Links and the campaigns going on for a while. We've had the t-shirt voting contest going on. I can tell you when I last looked, it was Don't Cap Kill All design that was on the top of the designs, of course. I thought it was going to be the incognito, but unfortunately that didn't work. So as soon as those, as soon as that comes up, we'll be able to show you the winners, and I'll talk you through kind of which one comes through where. Oh, here we go. So on the left hand side, so this is for the social media one with the t-shirt contest. We have Hun Rufy, I'm off with his name, Harris Kupina, Killer Yoran the Hedgehog, prefer that name, Christos 2108, Rogue Tower. Those people win themselves a World of Tanks t-shirt and a tier 8 tank. Will be reaching out to those people with their prizes. And then for the people that were voting for MVPs on the Gleam Link as well, we have Mouth for War, Mate the Animal, and Alicat. I'm happy to see Alicat there. I do see him very frequently in the community on a few streams. So congratulations to those people. You will win yourself a tier 8 tank, which I will I'll reach out to you and assign on there. And then finally, for clips of the day, I did find them. We have some names that many of you may recognize. We have Awesome Baguette and Killer SRB. The
Killer
clips that
even being one of the participants in the tournament. He played for Devi, I believe. So he's going to be able to dry his tears with a tier 8 tank.
Yep. So for those that don't know, the clips were the high five. Unfortunately, they focused on
Don't remind
Keyhand's
me.
failed high five, which I will share. You literally see Keyhand go, oh no, this way. So that one got clipped, and then of course the Keyhand blowing a kiss.
Yeah, I mean, the winner of the MVP World Tournament confirmed.
Yep. So we have to go and spend some time finding out who the MVP is. We're gonna have and find all that out. We will be making full announcements on the portal article tomorrow. Once everything's done, we have to spend some time finishing up the show, breaking everything down. And with that, I want to say thank you so much to Daki and Mojo for the casting. Thank you so much to Keyhand. I know
Thank you.
it's
Thanks
been
to you as well.
a busy week. There's been a lot of trial and error and experimenting to get the stream to work. And I want to make a special big thank you to our team in EU, who you will never see in this case, but they've been doing a lot of work with observing, experimenting, testing setups and everything else like that. And an even bigger thank you as well to our team in Minsk, who worked tirelessly through many hours into the night, and early in this morning we're testing, we're trying to fix the lag. We fixed it as much as we could. Hopefully it was okay. We know it wasn't perfect, but we got pretty close to that. So thank you all for watching and tuning in. We're going to pick somebody to raid right now. We have a new winner, which is Raid, coming out of nowhere, really. I think out of all of the favorites, I don't think Raid was...
Well, I don't think many people would have expected them to win, but it is a deserved win. They were showing,
yes.
They were showing a lot of exciting games, a lot of fun games to watch, and I guess if you win the finals 4-0, no one's going to be able to say you didn't deserve it.
Yeah, that was a convincing. There's no denying there that that wasn't luck. That wasn't a fluke. That was very
Definitely not.
determined tactics, execution, and good teamwork. That was there. I mean, it was close, but yeah. So there's the lineup from Raid. As you can see, Keyhand will be happy for the representation of German efficiency there.
Also for Canada, I was 10 months there. Bunze, big love.
Yeah. So there's the Raid team. Awesome performance, very convincing. We're very happy for him. Again, I want to say thank you to our talents. I want to say thank you to Paris technical team. I want to say thank you to everybody who's worked behind the scenes that you won't see. Thank you so much, everyone. I want to thank the Minsk team very much for going above and beyond and helping us pull off this tournament. It's a wargaming first. I don't think anything like this has been trialed and done before. I hope you've all enjoyed it. I hope you all love it. I will see you on the Sandbox stream next week, and we're now going to find somebody to raid, hopefully small. I think I might have a name. I'm going to double check, and let's see if we can't ruin their chat a little bit with some love, and I'll see you on the battlefield.